the night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, it's too late to try to go contain it. A generation fueled by creation. We live lives on a small screen nation. We control the airwaves, no negotiation. I refuse to think we need saving. Something good will come from creation. And when we think that the world is too anxious, we'll adapt, evolve, survive, and save it. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. What keeps you up at night, yeah. Make all the demons quiet, yeah. We were built to thrive, yeah. I think that we've all had enough, yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. Hey, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong. You got me like, oh yeah. I think that we've all had enough. Sick of dealing with the old plan. They know that we're calling it wrong.
Nobody is coming to save you. Get up. Be your own hero.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Sovereign Soul Unchained Mind. Coming to you live 250 miles above your imagination in the International Fake Station. I have my Chinese communist partner back here. Something Wong is here to make sure that I toe the line. So we're going to get started here in just a minute. I got a lot of people over here in the chat. A couple things I want to bring up too. We also have Jaron from the Jaronism Show and Debateism X, whichever.
Whatever
we might have a cool little surprise for you a little later here. So this could be really cool.
Happy to be here and happy to meet Something Wong for the first time. I've never met him before, so I'm happy.
You what? You never met who? Some of the
never
people
met Something Wong. No, Something Wong.
Oh, Something Wong. Yeah. He keeps he just hangs out there back in the back. He's always smiling when you look at him.
Nice. Very nice. No, happy to be here. I think your channel is awesome. Been watching it lately and learned some stuff from you and appreciate the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. I want to put out also, I don't know if any of you know our friend Tommy Tell the Truth. Are you familiar with him? A lot of people have seen him in the chat. He's done some videos. He's been really good with finding residue and stuff for the Mandela effect. He's run into a little bit of a problem down in Texas on his way to California, and he got himself incarcerated. The details are on the GoFundMe. I will put that in the chat right now. Hopefully this will work. Let me know if it does. Yeah. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted. Wait a second. Damn thing. Just a moment.
I can tell people about what's going on right now. Just heads up, because it's very cool that I've been talking about these observations that you can make off the California coast when the sun sets behind the Channel Mountains. I'm going to go down there April 15th, 16th, and 17th and do some 3 days worth of sunset observations. But I noticed that every day I can pick a spot. I can come up with a spot where the sun sets behind a mountain. Behind an island. And the great thing about it is you don't have to tell somebody what direction to look or anything. You just say, film the sunset. So I put out a couple of notes today saying, hey, if somebody wants to go down to Torrey Pines City Beach, I think it's what it's called. And I said, if you look out when the sun sets, you're going to see it set behind San Clemente Mountain, which is absolutely impossible on a globe. Even if you give them their magic refraction, super de duper de loopity super looming sauce. You can give them that all you want, and they still are not going to be able to explain this one. So she's down there right now, and we are about 15 minutes from sunset. And I'll just give you a little. She's kind of sending me some updates, and this is it right now. And that is exactly what you want. That you're going to see that sunset. You're going to see it set. And I'm making a prediction because I already told somebody I'll bet him money you will not see the sunset today from that location touch the water. The reason why is because it's going to expose. It's going to show you that there is an island there, the island of San Clemente, 73 miles away. And look how close it is to the water. So yeah, it's about a 2,300 foot hidden with a refracted hidden. And the highest point on that mountain is 1901. So you're talking, there's no way we should see it at all, period. We've given them the refraction, we've given everything. And I bet you see that whole freaking island there. It's going to come up here in about 15 minutes.
Oh, I can't wait to see that. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be another killer, another nail in the coffin.
Oh, for sure.
Really?
Big shout out to Shelly. And I'll be coming up with these all month, every day. So tomorrow there'll be a new location where you'll still be able to see kind of the same thing. And I'll just keep posting them on Facebook and see if anybody wants to go down there and become somebody who provides some of the best evidence that we have of, seeing too far. These guys like Toon and FTFD, they'll keep saying we never see too far, of course, because they use Walter Bislin's calculator and can just run the dial up until they can see what they want to see. But in this case, I mean, you just got to be kidding yourselves if you think that the geometric hidden is like, half a mile or something. So you're talking about that island's supposed to be a half mile behind the curve. And watch, it's when that sun sets, you're going to see the island right there. How do I know that? Because I believe in flat Earth, and I know that the island is there. That's the direction the island is. So you're going to see it.
That's pretty awesome. So how big is the island itself? I mean, like how many days are you able to see this sunset showing that? I mean, how many opportunities are there?
Well, if you kind of think about it, you would always be able to find somewhere where you could be kind of at a good angle to get behind that. So it's about 2 month stretch, but you have to be at a specific location. And then a lot of people report seeing it, but they are not somewhere where the globe would call that, impossible. So for instance, people always say, I'm at this beach and I see Catalina. Well, yeah, you're only 40 miles away. And when you do the math on it, there should be, 200 feet missing, and you're looking at an island and you can't really determine whether there's 200 feet missing. So it's not really, it's a great observation. Look, it's pretty, but it's not like one of those that we can post in a documentary or go somewhere with. So this one here, and kind of the ones I'm going to be doing, I'm setting people back far enough that she can even be up high. She can be as high as 55 feet, which means she can be up in the parking lot. She doesn't even need to be by the water. She started to go down with water. I'm like, okay, go down there if you want. I said, it's a better proof, because if you get all the way if you get to 10 feet, the hidden is 2696 and the island's 1901 at the highest. So if she wants to go down the water, she's fine. But then she said, well, we're going to stop here where I showed that picture. They're kind of a little bit, they're not in the parking lot, but they're also not at the water. But you watch, that mountain's going to be there in a second. I'm going to be stoked.
That is cool. That's going to be great. And who is this that did this for you?
Shelly Lewis. Supposedly Shelly, or I always get it wrong. Is it supposedly Shelly? Yeah, I think it is. That's her channel. She's the one who made the level, the flat. Oh boy, hold on a second. The movie that she's making is called Flatlanders. She's the executive producer of that. I think you would recognize her if you saw her. Probably.
That's how I am, man. It's like somebody tells me their name the first time, and it's like it goes like right out the window the second it happens, man.
Just send me another picture. I'll show you. I can't see it very well, but let me see with the browser. So this is what she just showed me. She's got her P900. We're getting pretty close there. So it doesn't look like, I knew the Santa Ana winds just came through the last couple of days, and so I know that clears out the marine layer. So I knew that today was going to be a good day, and I don't see that. There's not a band of yuck that kind of sits. Sometimes like a band of, almost looks like a cloud that sits right at the horizon there off the west coast, but I don't see it there today. So I don't think there's any chance that we don't see this island.
And what's she using there? Is that a P900, P1000?
Yeah, okay. P900. Yep. So let's everybody send good wishes towards Shelly. She's about 15 minutes away or so.
Absolutely. This is going to be great. Let's welcome Harmon. Harmon, how you doing tonight?
I'm just watching Jaron.
No, not Harmon. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Oh, but hey, you did make me see. I was so stuck on the physical horizon last night. Forgot about it does an apparent horizon, and yeah, I screwed up.
We hashed it out.
No, but I felt bad. I mean, afterwards, I said, "Oh my God, how dumb."
Well, I felt bad because it's a VIP after show, and I'm like having to argue with my own subs. So, but
oh, that's fun though, isn't it?
No, I don't want to argue with you guys. I want to argue with
Not argue. You're making a point. You weren't even. There was no argument.
But whose point am I arguing? That's what I hate about it.
Right. The Globers.
Right. I'm arguing with you to say that you're creating a straw man because I know the Globers' position, so I'm trying to say this is what they think, not what I believe, and I hate doing that because it just shows me that I know their model better than them.
But it worked.
You know what though? This is kind of good though. Really, that actually kind of segues into a thing. One of the things we're here to talk about too, and that is kind of like hashing out the some details on that debate forum, right?
Yeah.
And when I was talking to Jaron, and of course I did a show the other night, and I used the analogy of a CB radio. So in Harmon, I guess you probably come from around the same time with CB radios where you had to ask for a break. You had to break into the channel.
Yes.
Once you did that, when you were done talking, you said over. That let everybody know that the air was dead now, so that anybody else could, whoever was you were talking to, could respond, or someone else could respond, whatever. But no two microphones could be keyed up at the same time. The transmission wouldn't get out. That's
exactly. It would just disintegrate.
So my idea was that, like in the forum, just like what Jaron already has, you go in and say, with the opening statements from each side, they get a certain amount of time, right? And of course, during that time, the other guy's not talking. That's observed. I don't understand why it can't be observed throughout the entire debates, but and both sides are guilty of it. Okay. So what happens then is when it's the first guy's turn, whoever goes first, the other guy, his microphone is automatically muted. Okay. He doesn't get unmuted until the guy whose turn it is to talk says done or finished, right? At that point, then the moderator mutes that person and the other person comes off mute. Okay. You could even have it set up, you could do this on StreamYard this way, because you could set up a rule that any participant that attempts to unmute themselves is automatically disqualified and lost the debate.
Okay, Sovereign, just hold on real quick. I don't want to miss this. Is it showing yet, Jaron?
Not yet. She just keeps sending me images, but sunsets at 7, so she's
got 7. Okay, yeah. So because if you talk at the same time, like say on CB, it's just
right.
And so yeah.
So here's the thing that I can do. I just figured this out. I didn't know this. I started looking it up on Zoom, where I like to do the debates. If before people got in the debate, if you both got there and I said, okay, now do this, go to your settings. Anywhere there's a setting in there that says allow others to unmute you and mute you. So what you do is you grant me permission as the host to unmute you and mute you. So now I've got control over both people, and I could just tell you're not allowed to mute or unmute yourselves because I'm in charge of the mute. So I'll basically, if you're starting, I take you off mute, put Craig on mute, you talk until you're done. You say done, I put you on mute, put Craig off, and then I can do the clock on the same button, basically keep the clock counting down. So if somebody wants to talk forever. And then another thing that we have to get rid of is this guy. I don't know how the guy in like 2 days, I tell you guys about the show, he comes to the show. He had like this tactic, which was brilliant. The guy is actually brilliant to come up with a tactic, which was to have you steel man his arguments. If we would have let that go on, it would have been an hour-long show, half hour of you giving globe proofs and a half hour of him giving globe proofs. That's what essentially you're
arguing with me about his point. I mean, when he said that steel man my position, I figured, okay, I know what that is. I'll just say the dumb shit that you hear Globetards say, and that's what you hear all the time. So I just picked 3 top ones that you always get, right? Then he's wanting to argue with me about the Cavendish experiment. You want me to tell you the IV? I don't think it's even an experiment to begin with.
You see what he was doing.
Some people tell me the mass is the IV. Other people tell me that the distance is the IV. In either case, gravity never was the freaking IV. So I don't know what that's telling me.
You understand the tactic, though, right? The tactic was simply to get you to talk about the globe. So that if you're talking about the globe and he's talking about the globe, well, that's an easy debate. He doesn't have to answer anything, he doesn't have to do anything. He's just steel man me about this. So next time, if a flat earther wanted to do the equal dirtball thing, they would show up and say, okay, steel man me on how the perspective works in flat earth. And the person's going to talk and say, no, that's not how it works. It works like this. And then now so everything that the person's saying is just giving evidence for your side.
Well, I would say the appropriate response for that is would be just right off the bat. can
Yeah.
you steel man my argument? I'd say,
I've
yes,
never
I
heard of that
can,
before.
and no, I will not.
Yes.
I've
Yes,
never
I
heard of Steel
can.
Man.
Yeah, I would
I
say,
know.
yes, I can steel man it, and no, I will not. You make your own points.
When,
That
when
would
did
be
this Steel Man come up? I guess I missed that. Has it been around a long time?
Yeah, I don't really see the point of it, really. I mean, it's hard to argue against somebody if you don't understand their position. So a steel man is meant to just solidify the fact that the other person understands your position. That's basically you're asking them to say, if I tell you how terrible the Dodgers are and how great the Giants are, and then you ask me to steel man that, I show you like how many championships the Giants have won versus the Dodgers and how much money the Dodgers spend versus the Giants, right? That's steel manning the position.
I think it's fake news.
I think it's pointless. I really do. It's like the way I'm looking at it. It's like, no, you bring your own arguments. Okay. You know, I know what your arguments were. I used to be one of you. So stop it.
We all did.
Well, we weren't assholes, but necessarily, but we believed in the globe. I mean, there's believing in a globe, and then there's being a complete asshat about it, you know. And Greg is just an asshat about it. I don't know.
Yeah,
But
he's not very honest. I caught him on my show basically reading from his chat, which he does all the time. He basically has a whole team of people that sit in Discord and they feed him talking points. And you'll see him talking, then he'll look over and then he'll, oh no, I just said it, but he's just read what they told. It's totally
called it so many times that it's so funny. He'll sit there and gets lost in the answer that he's reading. He doesn't realize we're watching him do this. And he would say, what are you doing? Nothing.
Yeah, he's tried to argue with me before. I said, remember when I caught you doing that? And he said, no, you didn't. He said, he's like, I was reading my notes. I said, dude, Caleb asked you a question and you answered the question by reading what do you mean? You had notes written about Caleb's question ahead of time? Again, you got to lie to Glurf, don't forget that.
Well, that whole thing, when I ask him what the IV is, think about that, how long he spent saying how he knew it. I didn't, I'm ignorant, blah, 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 blah. And during this little soliloquy, he even mentioned that he typed it in the chat. And I'm thinking to myself, you've had all this time to bloviate and type it into the chat when you could have just said, what is your IV? Because that's where I was going to go with it. Because as soon as he said distance or mass, I was going to go, oh, so not gravity.
And did you watch Modern Day Debate last night? Then when Flatzoid asks him questions, then he refuses to answer them.
Yes.
It's just whatever. It's like he's got this. He's a snake in the grass.
Dude, he got trapped so bad that it was like I was watching his body language. I would love to play poker with that dude. I would clean out all of his super chat money.
You'd have no chance.
I'm serious. That dude was rocking like an artist at a freaking Iron Maiden concert for real. He was just like twitching, just going berserkers. Oh boy, we have, and very reluctantly, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we have a friend of the show, a great fan of the show. I want to welcome to the stage Brenda Debates. People don't like you a whole lot, Brenda. Sorry about that.
Yeah, so when you and I debated, Dave, we didn't have those problems, did we?
No, we didn't. But Craig lacks self-control.
Well, no, not really. That was you that interrupted him.
No,
but
he really lacks self-control.
That was literally what you did. That was literally you.
Okay.
So what's going to happen when you don't see this island, Jaron?
Like I said, if we do not see the island, if she films the sunset on the water, then either I would say that the mountain doesn't exist, the island doesn't exist, or that there's some sort of curve there blocking it. That's called having balls, Brenda.
Okay. So
you don't have any idea what that is. Or you should, but you don't. But again.
So I just spoke to Ruhif. He says at the most you'll probably see there's a radar dome.
Here we go. Oh, Ruhif says that it'll magically appear up at the horizon again. Imagine that. Look how pathetic you guys are. Look at how fucking pathetic you are.
What are you talking about? He says he's
so far behind the fucking mountain. How are you going to see it? See, here's the thing. It doesn't matter how far we see. You will always deny it. because you are a globe zealot. It's your religion. That's what you don't
Right,
understand.
so-
We're out there looking at evidence while you're at home playing with yourself or whatever, and just being like, I'm now. Everybody lies about it. They lie about their height. I told you where she's at. The picture is exactly that spot. If Ruhif wants it, what is Ruhif in charge of making up how high refraction is? I don't get it.
No, he's just very good at that, and so I would.
Very good at what?
Making
good at
up
what?
shit?
What is he good at? Putting numbers into a calculator? I did that. And it comes out that it's 300 feet or 400 feet below the curve. So what are you talking about? With your refraction. So what is he good at? Cheating and adding more to it?
Everything he does is just
Whatever.
on his computer programs. That's all he does. It's like he's not actually dealing with any direct experiment. It isn't filtered through his like little.
Well, he's
software.
made
So the
observations.
stuff, you can put anything in software, and like, everything's filtered though, isn't it?
No, but he's made observations.
Okay, yeah, and then he's filtered that information through
Yeah.
his like little software or whatever.
Yeah. But he's gone out. He's gone out with surveyors and surveying equipment and made observations.
Okay. And
Okay,
so
and
Shelley's out there right now.
what observations? What has he observed?
Right. He's observed. Right. So that's the point. Is that there are people that I respect. Ruhif is one of them, and I talked to him, and he suggested that the radar dome was possibly, you might see that. I don't know for sure. I don't know.
What is a
with
radar
the-
dome? What
If
what
there's
the
a-
hell is a radar dome?
San Clemente.
You don't know what you don't know what a radar dome is?
Well, not is it? I've never seen a radar dome in a horizon
Some
before.
some radars are enclosed in a dome, Dave.
And the thing is, with all due respect, like your level of respect for Ruhif isn't really a factor in like a scientific experiment. And this is like where we need to get away from these like, just relying on each other just for the case of being in a group, or we need to get to the facts basically.
Right, evidence.
Well,
But I mean, how does what I'm going at, Brenda, is how does this radar dome pertain to seeing a mountain or an island in the distance? Is the island? I mean, I'm serious. I'm asking a question. Is the island giving off radar, making a dome around it, or
It adds to the refraction numbers.
you literally don't know what a radar dome is, do you,
No,
Dave?
It
not
probably
really,
looks like
not
you've
as
been
a
in
natural
over.
phenomenon. No,
It's not a phenomenon.
is
It's
it?
a
It's a
structure.
naturally occurring thing.
It's a structure, dude. They
Well,
put radars inside of domes,
It's a
dude.
tiny little thing on the top of a 2,000-foot mountain. What are you saying? That the little dome is going to appear above the horizon, but not the mountain? It's
Oh,
so-
that! I thought she meant like
Jesus
a frequency
Christ.
dome that was refracting the island or something. I'm sorry.
You're
You're talking about
you were
one of
so
them little
lost.
things. I know what you're talking about. It looks like a little R2D2 setting up on top of the mountain. We had it.
Yes,
Got you
the
now.
penny drops.
Yeah,
right?
we're looking at the island, man.
What do they
Well,
call it?
that's one of the highest points, and so Ruhip says that's possible that she might see that. But if we're
What will you do? Hold on. What will you do if we see the island? You tell me what, because it won't change a fucking thing. You're going to still be in everybody's chat, still be in the flat earth chats, trying to claim that everybody's a liar, rather than just look at the evidence we're going to provide to you. What are you going to do? Tell me what's going to happen. I wanna know.
oh well, this Anson Howard here complained about scientific experiments, but somebody setting up a camera on the beach isn't
Here we
a
go.
scientific
Right, of
experiment.
course it's not. No, of course
Right,
not. When we
it's
say it's
not.
wrong, it's not. Yeah, right.
No, you have to have rigorous controls. You have
Oh,
to
yeah,
have
sure.
rigorous
Somebody
controls.
needs to be out on a fucking boat, and they need to go every 4
Yeah.
feet for 77 fucking miles, and they need to get the temperature of every place. You guys are a joke. But if I say interesting, you motherfuckers think it's proof. You fucking loser.
Well, it's not proof. We have
You
already
said it's proof.
conceded that.
Oh boy.
Wait a second. Isn't your whole thing, most of your shit, based on observation? In other words, you don't have any measurements to any of these stellar bodies or anything. That shit's all based on observations and calculations based on observations, right? They're not really measurements, and it's
That's
not
what a measurement
science,
is.
and
Yeah,
it's definitely not science.
that's definitely
Okay.
astronomy is
No,
science,
no,
and
like-
observations
But
are
I just
measurements.
said, guesstimating the distances to shit is not
No,
science.
they don't guesstimate. They measure.
It is guesstimation.
No,
It
it isn't.
absolutely
It's
is.
measured.
A measurement and a calculation are not the same.
Yeah, they are the same,
No,
pretty
they're
much.
not. They can
Yeah,
be.
they're
or
pretty
not.
much the same. Yeah.
How do they, how do
Yeah.
they measure the distances between planets? What's the instrument they use to do that?
they can use radar to bounce it off of the moon, to bounce it off of other planets, and you can use triangulation.
So you'd have to bounce radar off like Jupiter and Saturn to find out how far it is. This is what you're telling me.
I don't think they did that, but they bounced radar off of the sun and off of the moon.
Can't
And
bounce radar off of a dark
It's
body.
bouncing waves through the infinite void of space, and they're bouncing off planets and coming back to NASA, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can do it in your backyard. You can do it in your backyard. You could bounce radar.
Well, that's
a
not a
microwave-
scientific experiment.
Yeah,
In your
they're talking-
backyard?
they're talking
That's not
about
a scientific experiment.
That's right.
Then you're right.
But you can still do it. Just
Yeah,
like you
and
can do simple observations and measure, the curvature of the Earth, just like Eratosthenes
You
did.
can't measure the
Just like-
curvature of the Earth. You can only
That's
calculate.
literally what it is.
No, you can only calculate the measurement.
It's the same
curvature.
thing.
How would
It's
you
the same
measure
thing.
curvature?
It's the same thing. The way
How
Eratosthenes
would
did.
you actually measure curvature? You can't. You have to calculate curvature.
No, you would measure it by doing
How do you
this,
measure?
measuring the angles formed by the shadows, just like Eratosthenes did.
What? Well, how far away is your light source? How big is it?
It just has to be very far away.
Yeah, that's
Well,
how-
it wasn't very
you-
far away when Eratosthenes was around. In fact, it wasn't even only postulated to be about 3 million miles.
I'll be right back because Shelly's calling me.
Right on. You see what I'm saying?
Right. So
we got
sun should have set-
discrepancy of
the sun should
90
have set by
million
now.
miles.
What?
I said you got like this discrepancy of 90 million miles from something that you say is so simplex, so easy to do. Just use triangulation. I mean, we've gone from 3 million miles to 93 million miles.
Yeah. So what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? That's a fucking hell. That's 90 million. Do you realize how much 90 million actually is? That's a lot. That's a lot to be wrong by. That's a lot to be wrong by. I mean, I'm sorry. That just sounds like
thing is, man, this is where NASA they've shot themselves in the foot, because they've come up with these bigger and bigger distances to make it impossible for us to like be able to work it out and increase their equations. But then it's harder for us to believe that they've measured these distances and stuff.
Right.
Because if they kept it realistic, at least there might have been a chance of us believing the stuff they do.
Right.
But it's
Let me give a shout out to I got a lot of people over here in the chat, a lot of my regulars, some new people I see too. Got Jehovah's lovely daughter Barbara going on here, Big Pine Sailing, Mullard, Shifty Eyed Shady, Quasar, Christopher Allen. There's my man Mojo. What's happening, my guy? Chicago Cubby Bear, Lock Smarts with us. We got and Max is coming up here. Look out, guys. How are you doing, Max? You got ZXL Master, Mummy from the Crypto. That's cute. Cannon Carroll. Let's see. Chilster Deluxe. Oh, we got a bunch of good people. F-Top World's with us here. Good to see you. Guy puts out some really good videos, man. Get over there to F-Top World and check out his material. He's got some good stuff. Got let's see, anybody I missed, make stupid people famous. And Adam's here, Motorola, Don. If I missed you, I'm sorry. I'll probably pick you up in here somewhere along the line. Want to welcome to the show. Here's Max from the just a second. What's the name of the show? It's right on the tip of my tongue because I smoke a lot.
Matters Now.
Matters Now. I knew that's what I was gonna. I kept wanting to say it matters. And I was like, wait a second, that's not it. Matters Now. Matters Now channel. Max is here with us. How you doing tonight, my friend? Oh, and it's written right there. I'm a stoner. What a dumbass. It's written right under your name.
Not good enough, man.
Hi, Max.
Hi, Brenda. How are you? Hello,
So anyway,
everyone else.
Brenda, you were saying, I'm sorry, I was just giving a shout out to my people.
I wasn't. I was quiet for quite a while.
Cool beans. Stinky Cash, good to see you. Okay. Max.
Right, so I'm just curious what's going to happen when very likely Jaron will not see what he claims to see, and so then we will be getting a retraction from Jaron about the shape of the Earth.
Well, I don't know if I'd go that far, but what we expect to see if we do see it, then what? Where's that coming from? Who did that music?
I apologize. That my phone rang. I couldn't reach it in time to shut it off.
Okay. I was like, what's the significance of
that's my phone call. That's the Pink Panther.
Yeah, a little Henry Mancini. Why not?
Awesome. Well, that's saying we grew up the same time.
Yeah, man. Oh, Pink Panther movies were funnier than hell, man.
Yeah, I try watching them now. They're not so funny anymore.
Well,
back then they were just hilarious.
Yeah, I find that with a lot of things. You go back and look at it, and it's like, wow, that was a lot funnier back then. I wonder what happened. Yeah, I don't know. So, what's on your mind, Max?
No, I just came along, took your invitation from the afternoon, and I was hearing about the ideas for the debate, and I think it's a big problem when it gets so unruly that it becomes like a really bad show. But
Right.
I kind of think that if you're going into a debate, you should exercise some kind of self-control and not overtalk. Try to let the other person finish and then make your point or your objection. But I'm pretty nice in that sense, and that's how we try to run the show over at Matters Now. But I know that not everyone is like that.
No, see, that's why I say that if we had it set up, each person gives their opening, right? And then when the first guy's talking, the other guy is muted. He doesn't get to he can't unmute himself. The host has to unmute him, and he knows to unmute him and mute the other guy when the other guy says done. Now, of course, that's governed within a reasonable amount of time. The moderator can step in and say, well, you're kind of just filibustering. You're not answering the question, whatever. That's the discretion of the moderator, of course. But then when that person is finished, they say done. Now, Jaron had incorporated a buzzer idea, okay? And I said, okay, but that has to have a limit, okay? In my idea, I'm having a limit. I say you get 2 buzzers, and that just switches over. The other guy gets to talk. After you hear the buzzer, the other guy gets like a couple seconds to finish his statement. The other guy goes ahead. He gets like 10 seconds. Once you've used your buzzers up, it's no more. So now if the other guy is saying something, you're like, oh my God, that's fucking wrong, right? Or whatever. Have a little pad of paper and a pen right there with you, or notepad up on the screen where you can type in or write down the points that you want to make. And then when it's your turn, you can address those points. And I think that totally eliminates that talking over. And I've noticed that a tactic that people use is that they want to interrupt you right as you're making your point so that the information doesn't get out there, and then start talking about something that's going to drift it off the point. And this also eliminates that, because see, the way I see this, I have no ambition of changing Brenda's mind or Craig's mind or your mind. That's not my ambition. Okay. What my ambition is for the listener, for the viewer that can see both sides of the argument and weigh it out in their own mind. You see, this is why I've said nobody makes you a flat earther. That it comes to you. You realize it. That's how it happens.
How does that work?
How does that work?
Yeah, because in science, the way you come to a belief is by the evidence.
Well, that's
for you.
The science disproves the impossibilities postulated by the globe right from the get-go.
Yeah, but you've never been able to show that.
I have.
No, you've never done it.
Yes, I have. First off, let's start with what it is. A heliocentric model. What does that mean? That it's sun-centric. What is the sun claimed to be? It's claimed to be a mass of hydrogen 93 million miles away and 67,000 miles in diameter, I think. But wait a second. First, we have a problem, Houston. How do you get a mass of a gas, especially one of the lightest element, helium or hydrogen? How do you get that to form together in a mass in the first place?
called
When
gravity,
the whole thing about gas is it operates off of elastic collisions. It's not ever going to coalesce. Gases will not coalesce anywhere.
Could you name the law that says that?
Entropy.
That's not how entropy works.
Yeah, I mean, it's
No, it's not.
Can you name the law that allows that to be violated?
It isn't violated.
It's not. Then how did you get a ball of gas? How did you get a mass of gas to form anywhere?
Gravity.
Yeah, but where's the gravity coming from? Gas doesn't have gravity. It works off elastic collisions. It doesn't have gravity. The molecules are not bonded. They don't have gravity to one another. They don't pull in on each other.
Yeah, they do. They have mass.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they literally do.
Show me gas forming into a mass anywhere. Vacuum.
You can wait.
Reality, whatever. I don't care. Show me that. The only way you're going to get a volume of gas is in a container. That's the only way.
Dave, this is you not following the rules that you want to have for other people.
Well, I wasn't finished.
Right. So are you finished?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. So you can weigh gases.
Mm-hmm.
You can put them on a scale and weigh them.
Mm-hmm.
Just like when I go, huh?
Do you have to have them in a container in order to do that?
Yeah, you certainly do. Yeah.
A volume of gas in disequilibrium. So now if I have an object and I put it on a scale inside of a vacuum chamber, and I have this mass of everything that's in that vacuum chamber, including the air, and I remove that medium, I'm removing mass from the equation. The object on the scale gets heavier.
Yeah.
Now, how could that be? I took a mass.
I can explain it to you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's called buoyancy.
Right, exactly.
Right. You remove the air,
not
which
gravity.
Buoyancy involves gravity.
Where?
In the formula.
No, that's not gravity. That's acceleration.
Yes, that's the acceleration.
No, acceleration is an observed effect. You're assuming gravity.
Yeah, gravity is observed.
Where?
Right. Gravity is observed. Galileo observed the gravitational force.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Gravitational force. There's no
because
force.
of the apple, wasn't it?
Yes.
The apple,
yes.
you mean?
Galileo.
The apple.
Nothing to do with an
that's
apple.
Newton. Sorry, man. That's the other one.
That's the guy that ate the mercury.
So hydrogen has mass.
Gravity, though,
so
with
hydrogen.
Yeah.
So when I go to the store, right, and I buy peanut butter, I get the container and I put it on this weight and I hit tare, right?
Yeah.
And then I fill it up and then I pay for just the peanut butter.
Yeah.
It's the same principle.
Mm-hmm.
If I put gas into like a scuba tank, put air in there, and I weigh it and I subtract the weight of the tank, then I have the weight of the air, right?
What if the pressure of the air inside the tank is the same as outside the tank? Now what?
You would be weighing just the tank then.
Right. Why? Isn't there air in the tank? Why did the air in the tank? Why would the air that's in the tank have suddenly no longer have any weight?
Right. It does have weight.
Well, then why doesn't it register?
Because it's the same as the air outside. That's why.
So gravity has shit to do with
it. Because they're at equilibrium.
Right. Exactly.
The forces counterbalance each other.
Exactly.
Just like when I put the container on the scale at the grocery store, I'm not measuring the air in the container because there's air outside the container also, and those forces are equalized.
So that you're saying the air pressure is causing a downward acceleration. It's pressing down.
No, I'm saying that when you have gas in a pressurized container, you have greater pressure inside than outside.
Okay.
Right. And so you have more material inside than outside.
Right. So if I have that vacuum chamber with the object, right, and it's sitting on a scale inside the vacuum chamber.
Yep.
And suppose the air pressure is the same inside there when I start as it is out here. And then I remove that mass of air that you say is pressing down or that it has weight.
Right.
The object on the scale becomes heavier.
That's right.
If your postulation is that mass is being attracted to mass, and I remove the quote unquote mass of the air, the weight should have gone down, not up.
It should go up because of buoyancy, because the air surrounding the object exerts a buoyant force, however small, and gravity. In air it would be very small, but in water it's much larger, right?
So not gravity.
The buoyant force is calculated using gravity, and you can deny that gravitational acceleration exists, but it does.
Buoyancy is not a force. The displacement's the force.
It's literally a force that's calculated.
The effect
it's the buoyant force.
Displacement. Okay, so if I step into a tub full to the brim with water, and the water is forced over the edge of the tub by what? That's right, my displacement of the medium.
Yeah. So what does that have to do with anything?
Buoyancy.
That's not buoyancy.
Listen to me. The displacement ratio is the buoyancy.
No, that's not buoyancy. Displacement is a scalar. Buoyancy is a force. It's a vector.
No. Two things cannot occupy the same place at the same time.
Well, so I don't say they do.
Displaced the water. There's no water where my body's at, right?
Yeah, so, nobody disputes that, Dave. Nobody disputes that your water just
look at the word. It's in a place, and then it was displaced by what? By me taking up the space. The displacement was what forced the water out of the tub.
Yes. That's a scalar. That's not a vector. Buoyancy is a vector.
No, it's not a vector at all.
It literally is. It literally is. It's called the buoyant force.
No, it's not. Because
it's literally called the buoyant force.
You want to see something? I can show you something real quick.
I'm not interested, really. What happened to Jaron? I
don't know. He's gonna be back.
Well, that sunset should have happened by now, or we should be getting an apology from him about wasting everybody's time for the last several years. I mean, this is a big deal. Is Jaron going to man up?
Listen, I don't think it's anything to get your panties in a wad
about. Is Jaron going to man up? Is he going to man up?
Well, I don't know. He's not here yet, is he?
Yeah, I don't know. What happened?
You seem to be getting your estrogen levels in.
My guess is she didn't see the island, and he doesn't know what to do.
Oh, that's
my guess.
No, that's not. It's a guess. It's also an erroneous assumption.
It's not an assumption. Yes, it's an assumption, dude.
Based on your bias. Absolutely. Is this the one? Oh yeah, here we go.
Well, I want to see that we get this apology from Jaron for wasting everybody's time for the last several years.
You just hang in there, Bulldog. We'll get it for you, all right? If it's appropriate. So you worry about it when it happens. There ain't no sense in getting your panties in a twist about something that ain't gone down yet, right? Does that make any sense to you? Of course not. And what I want you to see right here.
Where is he?
Look here what happens with the buoyancy. You're going to see it go sideways and forward and backwards. Watch this shit.
We have a balloon that's floating, a balloon that's just hanging in the air. And we're going to see if there's any difference. And Blake, what do you think?
I don't know. I think that maybe this one will be a little bit more grounded. Or because I don't know. That's just that's my hypothesis.
Let's try it. So Sarah, go ahead and punch it. All right, emergency stop. Yeah. Did you see what we did? Right. When we accelerated, we got pushed backwards essentially, but the balloon went forward.
It did. It went forward.
What's going on?
I don't know. Is it just because of the weight of what's inside, the gas?
You're on the right track.
Okay.
And this van is filled with gas. It's filled with air.
Yeah.
Sarah, go ahead and punch it again. Goes forward. Emergency stop. Quick. Goes back.
Wow.
Okay. The air inside of the van is actually at rest. When she accelerates, more air gets back here, and up front where they are, there's a little bit less air.
And is that why
It's
the
a little bit
balloon
less
is
dense.
drawn that way?
Yeah, helium balloons float upwards into the upper atmosphere because it's less dense higher that you go.
Huh.
Okay, so it's trying to find a place where the density of the air is equal to its density.
And
Which
you
is,
can do that quickly.
yeah, do it again, Sarah, one more time. And then stop, fast. Oh my God, it's just, wow, so
As
cool.
I'm thrown forward,
As
the
you're
balloon's
thrown
coming back
the
down.
balloon goes back. So we're gonna actually try going through a loop-de-loop up here. See what happens when we go in a circle with our balloons.
Okay.
So look, take us around this loop pretty quick. We're gonna make a left-hand turn fast.
And then going up.
Going
Wow.
opposite
directions.
And the line connecting almost even looks the same.
It does.
All right, punch it. Goes forward and get a stop. And it goes back. Good thing you were in the seatbelt.
Yeah, and you can hear my emergency.
Yeah.
Pulling it.
So there must have been gravity in the front or in the back of the car. There was some gravity, and then also in the sides of the car there was some gravity because, right? You see what I'm saying? Gravity was not necessary. Gravity was not necessary for the buoyant force. It was merely to match or change the medium.
So what happened to Jaron? Is Jaron having an announcement?
I don't know. He's right here. You can ask him right
Well,
now.
he was. He popped off again.
I don't know. Well, he turned his camera off. So
you can
Jaron.
talk to us, man.
Sorry, I was talking to Shelly. So she says that it's set behind clouds. So she's going to send me the video when she gets home, which will be about, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And then I'll check it because I told her, I said, you sure didn't set at the water? She goes, no, it looked like it's set behind clouds. So I said, well, let me see the video. But she took it on a P900 and she's in her car. So she obviously can't send it to me right now. So I asked her to look at it again because sometimes you don't see in the viewfinder what the same thing that you see. So she said, yeah, I can't wait to send you the video. So again, and if you go look at what I stated, if there's clouds there, then what is my prediction? Did you see what my prediction was? If there's clouds there, we wouldn't see the island, right? She there? She leave? Oh, am I not on?
Yeah, you're
on.
Oh, I'm on. Sorry.
Yeah, she had her panties twisted up waiting on you, man.
Oh, I'm
Hey,
sure.
Enough with the sexual comments. So yes, you
There's
said
nothing
that. You
sexual
said.
about panties anymore.
Excuse me. So
I'll think about
the comments, the clouds would definitely be in the way, and that would not be a good observation. That's what you said. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, the good thing is we have a lot of these observations to do. She says she's going to go back there tomorrow. So, because that place, you can still see it tomorrow if it's still, sun doesn't move far enough to get off that mountain tomorrow or off that island. So, but I'm interested to see, because if I see the video and the sun sets on the water, that is a problem.
Mm-hmm.
That is a problem that for at least me, and because that's where the island is. And if the sun sets behind the water and there's no island, then I have some things to answer for sure. So I want to see that video. So we'll get it tonight.
Cool beans, man. That'll be good. We might still be going when it comes. Yeah, we probably.
I don't
will
think
be.
she lives very far from there. Maybe like 30 minutes or something.
That's awesome. That's awesome. And I just wish that state wasn't run by asshats, man. They could make so much of that state.
Gavin Newsom, he's awesome.
And the thing is, man, it's real people actually going out and doing the information and sharing it. It's not the big they, the one source, which is taken on the name of science within itself. Like, what's so much greater about NASA's science than ours? The only thing they've got is more resources. We're just as intelligent and capable people. Well, we're more probably, but you know what I mean.
So let's look at the space industry itself, right? Which is $564 billion a year, is more than Major League Baseball, NFL, NBA, all of Hollywood. So I'm talking box office, and we're talking worldwide. Every TV sale, every Blu-ray sale, every DVD sale, every streaming service, Netflix, Spotify, every music sale, every Billboard artist, every album sale, every concert, every downloadable app. How about video games? Every video game, every Xbox sale, PlayStation sale, all that combined does not equal the space industry, and nobody goes to fucking space. You understand? That's called a scam. That's a scam when your entire industry is built around something that nobody gets to do. And even if we believe, let's give them the ISS. Let's pretend that we believe in the fairy tale ISS. So now you're telling me that 5 or 10 people, maybe 15 people, have gone 250 miles from the Earth, and we've given them more money than all of Hollywood. Let me ask you guys, have you ever seen a movie You ever been to a movie theater? You ever bought a DVD? I mean, you guys have all been directly involved in Hollywood. Have you ever bought music? Have you ever streamed an app? You ever used Netflix? We've all been involved in all the other industries because they matter. They actually have something tangible. The space industry, what do we get? What do we get, Brenda? Tell me what I get out of space.
Velcro.
Right. Yeah. So there's a lot of economic opportunities coming up.
Right. I heard. Great.
Yeah. So did you watch the latest Starlink launch there just the other day?
You mean the Starship?
Yeah, the Starship.
Yes. The one that blew up?
Yeah, we had a nice high definition image from the Starcraft to of the Earth, of the curvature of the Earth.
Right. And have you seen the videos of how they fake that? It's quite easy.
Mm-hmm. Can you prove that that's a separate claim? Can you prove they faked it?
No. So how do you claim that they fake something?
Huh?
How am I going to prove that they fake something? If it's done in a
well, you would have evidence. You would have evidence that there was something was faked. That's
okay. Gotcha.
Yeah. Right. So they had a camera. They had the camera view of the launch, right? And at the height of it, you can see the curvature of the Earth, and it's a high definition.
And then it had a sudden unscheduled disassembly.
Right.
Where can I see that?
Brenda, how did 50 years ago, in 1969, they put man in the little craft and they shot it to the freaking moon, 250,000 miles away, and then they got out of there. They did stuff around there, then got back in the same craft, launched back to the Earth, and dropped in the ocean. We did that just fine, no problems. But Elon Musk is still having trouble getting the rocket to go up and come back. Explain that to me.
No, it's much more ambitious, right? They used the Model T.
They went to the moon. Excuse me, going up and then back down a few miles into the sky and back down is not more ambitious than going to the fucking moon. What are you talking about?
His ambitions are much larger than just going to the moon.
Oh boy.
Well, you got to go past the moon to get anywhere else. My God.
Yeah.
Well,
they used the Model T. He's trying to use a Cadillac, and it's taking time.
So it's coming. It's coming. It's just like everything else. It's coming. It's just right around the corner. Keep spending $564 billion.
Well, we've got a high definition video of the curve from the latest Starship launch. You can poo-poo it.
You believe that that's yes. I know you believe that fully.
Yeah, I have no reason to disbelieve it.
What about? Did you see the video of the plasma that it was falling back into? Why have we never seen that before? Why have we never seen that before? Do you know how many crafts have fallen back into the atmosphere?
I don't think that anybody's put a camera there before.
There's a camera on every craft, supposedly.
Yeah.
Oh, so they turn off the camera when it falls back into when the plasma and burns up?
So that proves what to you?
It doesn't prove anything. You're the one who's claiming that everything that you've seen is true. You're saying it's all true. I'm just saying, if it is true, then why is this the first time we've ever seen that video?
What difference does it make? It doesn't matter.
What if there's 1,000 crafts that have all fallen back into the atmosphere and burned up, and not one of them ever showed that video?
Yeah.
Would it fall into a special spot? It fell into a
What's
special
the point?
space?
What is the point?
That it's faked.
That doesn't show it's faked.
Oh boy. Okay.
I have a question.
Go for it, Max.
At what point does it become fake? Because you can go see the rocket launch from there, and you can see the rocket going up. So at what point do they start faking?
Space. Does the rocket take off from Earth?
Yes.
Okay, so they film it leaving Earth and going out into the sky, and then starts arcing down. And then they flip the screen and they show you space, and you guys are like, "Whoa, space!"
They don't arc down. They don't arc down, Jaron. They don't arc down.
Oh, for fuck's sake, they do so.
Goodness.
No, that's not. That's called a gravity. That's called a gravity turn.
It's called a gravity turn. It's called the gravity turn. You're way off, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, I had to show you this, man, a little while ago, and I have to be really careful. I got up today, and this was sitting on my little table where my coffee's at today, and I was like, "Holy shit! I wonder what this is." And I opened it up, and I looked inside, and this thing, it's a gravity pocket, y'all. This right here was a gravity pocket. My wife pulled a trick. There, I got it back in on me, and this gravity pocket actually slammed me damn near right into my chair. It was insane.
You never know where they're going to come from. They just come out of anywhere.
We were in one of those gravity turns when I found that up here too. That didn't make things. Yeah, man. Wow. They could just tell you guys anything. They could just make up anything. This whole thing, everybody's got all this knowledge on it, and they know this and the distance of this planet and the makeup of these stars and all this other shit. And it ain't no different than Dungeons and Dragons. The nerdy kid that knows all the rules and all the different monsters, and he's the dungeon master, and he knows that a +4 elfin sword will kill an orc and all this other shit. It's all still fantasy.
Can I ask Brenda a question? Maybe she can help me with something that I don't understand, and she understands space, so she can really help me. So, are you there, Brenda? I need your help. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to read you a tweet from NASA. You tell me how this makes any sense, okay? So it says here, it's a little bit higher up. Okay. So this is what it says. It's a NASA tweet. In March 2022, Hubble telescope discovered the farthest star from Earth ever observed. This star is called Earendel, and it is about 28 billion light years from us. This means that the light from this very distant star took about 28 billion light years to reach us. Scientists say that this star does not exist anymore. Earendel died long ago. Therefore, the light from Earendel that we see right now does not represent true or current location of the star. What we can see now is the location of the star a long time ago. Scientists believe that Earendel was formed about 900 million years after the Big Bang, which happened 13.8 billion years ago. So time out. 13.8 billion years is the age of the universe. Yet they're telling us that there's a star that's 28 billion light years from Earth, which would take it how long, Brenda, for us to see the light?
28 billion years.
Yeah. So if the universe is 13.8 billion years, how could we be seeing something that took 28 billion years?
Yeah, I don't know. Do you know, Max?
Say what?
No, sorry.
Yeah, I don't know.
How would we know that it's gone? If it disappeared, how long would it take us to know that it disappeared?
28 billion years.
Yes, I thought. Okay, just making sure we're on the same page here. Thought that was a little funny myself.
So I don't know the answer to that. I don't know.
Yeah, they can just lie to you guys, and you don't even care. This is what I'm saying. You guys are the least skeptical people that there ever was.
No, I'm skeptical.
No. Aren't you skeptical of this claim?
Sure.
Okay, just make sure. Thank you.
Sure, and I'll look it up and find out what it says, and if it comports with the rest of my knowledge, then I will, and it's understandable to me, then I'll accept it.
28 billion light years.
Yeah. I don't have a problem accepting knowledge from other people. I know that you do.
When they tell me they can see back in time, I do when they say that they can see. If we go out to the horizon, we're at the beach, we can see how far? 3 miles to the edge of the Earth, supposedly.
Yeah.
But if I look up just a little bit, I can see multiple quadrillions of miles.
Yep. Yes, you can. Yes, you got it.
Our eyes.
You know what? You know what else? You know what, Jaron? I can hear back in time.
Oh my God.
Can you?
Yeah. Absolutely.
Can you hear 28 billion light years back in time?
Well, I can hear several seconds back in time.
Okay, great. So does that have anything to do with them seeing stars?
Yes, it does. It's the same principle.
Why? How come?
Right. So when I see a distant thunderstorm,
there's a speed of sound. Sound travels through the medium that it's in. It has a speed, so it's going to take a certain amount of time to get to you.
Exactly. There you go.
Right.
Good
Okay.
for
So
you.
how do we measure 28 billion years, light years? We can measure the speed of sound.
Yeah, we can measure the speed of light. We can measure the speed of light.
You can
How do we? Let's say we can measure it. Let's say we can measure it. So how do we look up at a star? Do they turn off the star and then turn it on, and then we count how long it takes to the light to get to us? How do we know when the star started?
Right. Oh, they know that
pseudoscience. That's what is pseudoscience.
No, we know we do other measurements on Earth and elsewhere to measure the speed of light.
How would you measure the distance to the stars? You're not listening to me. You're assuming that there's a certain distance
through
and then saying
through relativistic redshift.
Okay,
right,
again,
Max,
let me squash on this real quick.
Yeah.
Redshift and Doppler shifts are because sound travels in a medium called air. And when the
Right.
ambulance is coming towards you, it bunches up. And then when it goes by you, then it expands. And that's why we get the different pitch. You can't apply that to stars in a vacuum. What is bunching that up? What is bunching up the light?
It has a frequency. Light doesn't need a medium.
So how do we know what frequency it left the star at?
Because we can know the fingerprint of the chemicals that compose up the star.
No, we only see the star when the light gets to us.
Yeah, and we know the fingerprint, right?
Well,
the spectrum.
Right,
yes, they have a fingerprint. Hydrogen, helium, and the other elements have a specific banding in a spectrograph.
And now you're back. Now you're back to the original problem I posed to you. How are you getting these very, very light gases to coalesce into a mass?
Gravity.
They don't have gravity, Brenda. Gas
Yeah,
doesn't
they do.
have gravity at all. It never.
Hydrogen has a mass. Hydrogen has a mass. It has weight.
Well, I'm sorry. I disagree with you.
You don't get to disagree. You don't get to disagree.
I do get to disagree.
No, you don't.
Absolutely 100%. Until you can show me a gas coalescing together under any fucking circumstances other than being contained.
Well, we can see them. We can see them in the Horsehead Nebula.
No, you are being told that that's what you're being seen.
No, you can see it. You can literally see stars being formed. It's a stellar nursery.
And what are
The
stars?
Horsehead Nebula is a stellar nursery.
What are stars?
Max, Max had his hand up a bit ago?
Yeah,
so.
I went a little beyond the tweet because that tweet has a link towards the full article on the NASA website, and I'd like to read two paragraphs if I may.
We want to hear this.
The find is a huge leap further back in time from the previous single-star record holder detected by Hubble in 2018. The star existed when the universe was about 4 billion years old, or 30% of its current age, at the time that astronomers refer to as redshift 1.5. Scientists use the word redshift because as the universe expands, light from distant objects is stretched or shifted to longer, redder wavelengths.
Okay, time out. Right there. Explain to me how the light can shift due to Doppler effects or due to redshift if there's no air. What is causing? I thought light travels at one speed in the vacuum. Now you're saying that it compresses and it extends. That's what causes blue shift and redshift. So how is it doing that in the vacuum of space?
Light doesn't need a medium to travel, Jaron.
Didn't say it needs a medium to travel. Listen to what I'm saying. I said when we see things and we judge it by redshift or blue shift, which is the same as Doppler, they do it for radar and everything, right? But what they do is they know the speed something's traveling in the air. And so they can say, if it's coming towards us, that sound bunches up, and that's how you know it's coming towards you. And if it goes away, it expands. That's the red coming towards you, the blue going away. Now they just apply it to stars in space. But stars in space don't have any air to bunch up.
Light has a frequency, and the frequency in those waves take time to travel.
Correct.
Right? So if it's moving away from you, that will be stretched out.
You'd have to know what frequency it left at.
Yeah.
No, we do know that because we know the fingerprints of the elements that compose the star.
Do you understand frequency? How do you know if the frequency drops off due to distance? And you're going to say we see it at this frequency. How do you know where it began? That's where you figure out it's falling off, right?
You can do it in the laboratory when it's not moving away from you.
What are you talking about? You're missing the point completely.
Can I make an interjection here?
Yeah, but the guy. I sorry to interrupt you about your reading there. But the other thing that you said that I thought was funny, you're talking about redshift. I mean, you're talking about the universe expanding. Do you know nobody's ever seen that? Nobody's ever seen the universe expanding. It is a assumption that Edwin Hubble made because he said we have to stay away from the absolute horror of a unique position. It must be avoided at all costs. And guess what? Every observation tells us we are the center of the universe. Edwin Hubble said we must avoid that at all costs.
Actually, everywhere is the center of the universe, Jaron.
That's what you've been told. That's what you've been told. Have you been anywhere else? Have you been
because
anywhere else?
The substance.
Time out. Let's see if it's a religious belief. Have you been anywhere else?
No.
Okay, so then if the Earth is the center of the universe as far as that we can tell optically, you guys chose to say, no, we're not. Everywhere is the center. Do you understand? It's just a decision. It's a philosophical decision you made. It's not science.
Yeah,
so
of course it's science.
Like it is. How is it science if Edwin Hubble says we have to stay away from the absolute horror of unique position? We must avoid it at all costs.
That's just you cherry picking and quote mining.
What do you mean? That's reading his words. That's not quote mining.
Yes, that's what quote mining is. Is you pick out a quote that confirms that your predetermined belief.
What is
that's
the guy doing right now? The guy that's going to read this paragraph, he's going to read these paragraphs from NASA. That's not quote mining? Isn't it him finding things that match what he wants to believe and reading it to us? Tell me why that's not quote mining. Explain it. How is it only quote mining when somebody goes against your religion?
Science is not a religion, Jaron.
It is a religion. If you have beliefs, if you have beliefs that are not scientific, then it is a religion. It's a belief system.
All
Right.
knowledge is a belief, Jaron. All knowledge is a belief.
Sure. Okay.
That's all we have are beliefs.
Yeah. Some things are based off of evidence and experiment, and some things are not.
Right.
So-
Knowledge is a subset of belief.
Okay. So if we have never seen the universe expanding, why is it that we believe that the universe is expanding?
Because we can measure its expansion rate.
Oh boy.
Oh my God! You do not witnessing any expansion taking place. That's the whole point.
We can literally measure it. We can literally measure it.
You measure it with redshift and blue shift. You already said that. That's
You're
not
calculating.
measuring.
Calculating is not measuring, Brenda.
It certainly is. If I put a ruler on a length of board, and I count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I get up to 24 inches, I'm calculating and measuring.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Do
you
that
because
over
counting-
doing that over vast distances doesn't work
Because-
out so well, Brenda.
Because counting
Where's
is
the ruler in space?
measuring.
Okay, so explain to the ruler in space. You just said a ruler, which we all know about, and we know you can measure distances with it. So now tell me how you apply that to space. What ruler did you use to get the distances to the stars and figure out that they're redshifting, and you say it's being observed?
Right. We can use a ruler of the redshifting of things that we already know. We already know the fingerprint that hydrogen makes in a spectrograph, right? And when we find it and it's shifted to the red end, that we know that hydrogen is moving away from us. If it's blue shifted, it's moving toward us.
Right. That works when in air.
That works with waves.
Okay, let me explain this to me. Does the speed of light change?
No.
Okay, so then a speed of light coming towards me or going away from me would be the same, right?
It's the same in all reference frames. Yes. Speed of light changes sort of in glass and in water. It's
We're talking about
slower.
in space. We're talking about in space.
Right.
Yeah, and the speed of light isn't exactly what changes either. That's a misnomer.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, do you believe that there's light particles? There's little photons that are flying at my face?
Yeah. Yeah.
And they don't hurt my eyes. So they're traveling how fast now? And they don't hurt my eyes. My eyes are pretty amazing. If they can take little particles flying at them at some 800 million miles per hour, pretty incredible.
Yeah. Yeah.
They're hitting my eye at 800 million miles per hour. And my eye just
You can feel them on your skin.
photons
Yes. When you go outside,
traveling
you
at
can
the speed of
feel.
light.
When you go outside and stand in the sun, you can feel the photons hitting
Hey,
your
will
skin.
you allow me to shoot out of a gun at light speed a bunch of
gotta be
sand at you?
shitting me.
Can I shoot a bunch of sand at you and see how you do at
They're,
the speed of
they're
light?
really, really small, Jaron. They're really small.
It doesn't matter how small they are. They're going the speed of
Yeah,
light.
it does.
How small?
They have no, Max wants to say something. Max wants to say, they don't have any mass.
I want to touch back onto your.
Well, they don't
light.
have mass. Okay,
That's
just
right.
never mind, Dave. They don't have mass.
Right.
The things flying at me don't have mass.
That's right.
It's a great.
They
it's
have
a great belief
energy.
system we have. You have great belief
It's
system.
It's energy, not mass.
Energy
Light
balls
doesn't
without
have-
mass flying at me. Okay?
That's right.
You're so funny. You're quite funny.
Well, what's so funny about it? This is like
All right, so-
this is like junior high school science.
All right, so
course
let
it's
me
not.
go back to your light thing with this in the first place. All right, you've already gone into it with your spectroscopy with the predisposition that these things you're looking at are somehow balls of gas burning. Okay, and this is what you're going on this assumption, which is ridiculous from the
They're not
get-go.
burning.
Because as we've stated, it is impossible to have a volume of any gas without
Well-
some form of containment. This is just
Yeah, yeah. Incredulity
how it
is not
rolls.
a counter.
I'm not
You know,
done, I'm
you
not
need to
done,
provide it.
I'm not done. Okay. All right. So you could look at this and you see this light already with the predisposition that it's a burning gas of some sort.
It's
and
not
you decide
burning.
to match it up,
Dave.
but well, whatever the fuck is going on with it. But my
It's
point
fusion.
being,
It's
do
fusion.
you
It's
know what
nuclear
else-
fusion.
Do you know what else gives off spectrums of light? Light, right?
Yeah.
Light
All
will give
materials
off a spectrum of light. So
Yeah.
you've already gone into it with the assumption that it's made of some kind of a gas. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not science in the first place.
It's
You
not
don't
an
know what-
assumption. It's an observation, dude.
You've never observed a ball of fucking gas form anywhere. anywhere. It's not going to
It's
happen.
called the
Gas
sun.
does not behave that way. Gas has elastic properties to it. It does not coalesce.
It literally does.
It
literally,
literally
we can
doesn't.
fill up a balloon.
It's
not that.
Brenda,
He's not saying
Brenda.
He's giving you examples of it. You can fill up a balloon. I've done it before. You launch it to space, and when it gets up to about 120,000 feet, what happens, Brenda? The gas is so violently trying to get out of there because there's no more pressure. It expands in every direction and flies out of there. So now
some of that gas will be attracted back to the Earth.
Oh boy!
Oh, for fuck's sake!
You can't just make shit up.
Not making shit up. It's just based on an elementary school knowledge of physics.
Why wouldn't all of it then? Why wouldn't all the
Because
gas?
some of it will have because some of the gas molecules will have enough energy to escape.
Okay, so why doesn't it pull to the center of it? Why doesn't it become a shaped?
They do. They do. There are vast gas clouds in space in which the gas is coalescing and giving birth to stars. We can watch it happen.
Where? Can we see video?
There's a lion that lives in my wardrobe.
Let's watch it. Can you get a copy of that? I want to see it.
Yes, the Horsehead Nebula. Just told you.
I told you that that's what that is. But once again, how do you get a ball of gas to coalesce?
Gravity.
No.
Yes.
Gas doesn't have any gravity.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't. Show me.
It has mass. It has mass.
All right.
That's all you need for gravity. All you need.
All right. Show me a volume of gas without a container.
Yeah, that's out in space.
No.
Yes.
There's not a ball of gas out in space without a container.
Yeah, it's called the sun.
No, that's again, you're begging the question.
No, it's not. You asked for an example.
You're still repeating the same ridiculous shit that is in contention.
Yeah, that's your incredulity is not a counter argument.
No. Here's how we do science. Okay. You
have no clue on how to do science.
Oh, really? So the theory is that a ball of gas can somehow form gravity on itself and cause its own pressure.
No. The theory is that all objects with mass will attract other mass.
Mm-hmm.
A gas has mass, therefore it will attract itself.
Oh, okay. So there you go. That's what we need to prove. Okay. That's
you can observe it.
No. That's a nice hypothesis built off of a nonsense theory, but let's go with it. We can use your hypothesis that the gas actually has its own gravity. So I want you to demonstrate to me under any conditions, I don't care if you do it in a vacuum or do it out here in the 14.7 PSI. Show me a volume of gas formed together into a mass, coalesced together, its own gravity holding it together into a mass. Show me that, and then I'll buy it because I know that gas has perfect elastic collisions.
It actually doesn't. That's an ideal gas law, and that's not real.
Okay.
Actual gases don't have perfectly elastic collisions.
You show me a demonstration.
Right? That the actual gases don't. What you're talking about is the ideal. What you're talking about is the ideal gas law. It's not real. It's an ideal. It's an ideal law.
Give a demonstration of a volume of gas without a container.
Yeah, I can just show you gas clouds in space. That's all I have to do.
No, you haven't verified that those are gas clouds. It's an impossible.
Yes, you can see them. We can fingerprint them. I already told you. We can fingerprint them.
Something and speculating on it is not telling you what it is.
No, if a fingerprint is an identity. It's an identity relation.
Looking at something and making assumptions about it is not
science. Not an assumption. It's not an assumption.
Well, if it's not an assumption, then demonstrate to me.
Yeah, we can demonstrate.
That's not a demonstration. That's an observation with a speculative answer. That's an observation with an assumption. I want you to demonstrate. Do you know what demonstrate?
I just did.
Physically create a condition where you can have a ball of gas formed together on itself for any reason.
Those conditions exist in space, and Max has been raising his hand for a long time.
All right, Max, go ahead, brother.
I have a question. Do you accept that atoms are real?
No.
Okay. Then how do we develop more materials, molecules? How does chemistry work if atoms aren't real?
How do we develop molecules? What did you say?
Yeah, new molecules like polymers, alloys. How does chemistry work if atoms aren't real? That would be a fair question.
How does chemistry work if atoms aren't real? Because you're saying the atom being the smallest thing that can't be divided? What is your definition of an atom?
The smallest would be we have smaller things than the atom, but let's not go that far. Like, for example, a hydrogen atom. Why is it first in the periodic table?
Okay, so tell me this. Do you think that we've seen an atom?
Yes.
Okay, show me an atom.
Okay, 1 second.
Yes. Let me read something real quick for you while you do that. So this is from a letter or a paper written by Bjorn Eckenberg, who's a teacher at somewhere. He is the philosopher of science and author of Metaphysical Experiments, published by the University of Minnesota Press. And he's talking about the problem in cosmology. I've read this on my channel before, but he's talking about the Big Bang paradigm that emerged in the mid-20th century effectively stretches the model's validity to a kind of infinity, defined either as the boundary of the radius of the universe calculated at 46 billion light years, or in terms of the beginning of time. This giant stretch is based on a few concrete discoveries, such as Edwin Hubble's observation that the universe appears to be expanding in 1929, and the detection of the microwave background radiation in 1964. But considering the scale involved, these limited observations have had an outsized influence on cosmological theory. It is, of course, entirely plausible that the validity of general relativity breaks down much closer to our own home than the edge of the hypothetical end of the universe. And if that were the case, well, today's multi-layered theoretical edifice of the Big Bang paradigm would turn out to be a confusing mix of fictional beasts invented to uphold the model, along with empirically valid variables mutually relying on each other to the point of making the impossible seem like it's some sort of science from fiction. Compounding this problem, most observations of the universe occur experimentally and indirectly. Today's space telescopes provide no direct view of anything. They produce measurements through an interplay of theoretical predictions and pliable parameters in which the model is involved every step of the way. The framework literally frames the problem. It determines where and how to observe, and so, despite the advanced technologies and methods involved, the profound limitations of the endeavor also increase the risk of being led terribly astray by the kind of assumptions that cannot be calculated. After spending many years researching the foundations of cosmological physics from a philosophy of science perspective, I have not been surprised to hear some scientists openly talk about the crisis in cosmology. In the big inflation debate in Scientific American a few years ago, a key piece of the Big Bang paradigm was criticized by one of the theory's original proponents, having become indefensible as a scientific theory. Just letting you know. So you guys don't believe in science. You believe in nonsense. It's ad hoc put together explanations. And then if you kind of go out and you tell somebody, go out and do this and observe this, do you think people that are astrophysics majors can actually go out and say, I don't agree with this. I think that this star's this far? Or do you think?
Yeah. So why should I believe what Bjorn says is true? Why should I?
You don't have to. You don't have to.
Right, because that's an argument from authority, isn't it?
Sure, you don't have to. I didn't say you had to believe it.
Right.
But there's people in the same field that you're saying everybody believes, everybody that are saying that no, it's all put together. It's not. They're not even observing.
How is that a problem?
For somebody who's in the field of astrophysics to say, and I repeat, that a telescope. What do you say about the telescopes? Let me find that part. Because you got to be kidding me.
How is this? How is his disagreement with mainstream science a problem?
Inflation theory relies on ad hoc contrivances to accommodate almost any data. And because its proposed physical field is not based on anything with empirical justification, this is probably because a crucial function of inflation is the bridge to the transition from an unknowable Big Bang to a physics we can recognize today. Right? He's telling. What do you want to? What more do you want to hear?
That's just an argument from authority, right? So there's no law in physics or in science that says that physicists can't disagree.
Okay, so but you guys make it sound like everybody agrees.
Oh, the vast majority of physicists would disagree with him.
Do you think that there's anything on the line for them if they do disagree with the standard model?
Well, what will decide are experiments and the experimental evidence. If he has a theory and he proposes
no experiments, you guys are making shit up. You cannot do experiments to things that you think are billions of light years away.
Of course you can. You make observations.
Right? You can look think of how dumb that is. You can look if I take a garbage can to the end of a football field and I fill it with gas, and I open the garbage can, you from 100 yards away, or a spectrometer or whatever you want to call them, they cannot tell me what gas is in that fucking can, yet they can tell me from 20
You absolutely can. You absolutely can if it's on fire. Yeah, you absolutely can.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Good luck with that one.
That's how spectroscopy works.
Have you ever seen
uniquely?
Have you ever seen anybody do it?
Brenda, you operate a lot, and I just want to point this out that I've noticed a lot of your stuff. Why should I believe this guy? It's like you pick and choose what to believe. You don't really know because you've really not thought about it.
Knowledge is belief, Dave.
What this is I call it intelligence through proxy. In other words, you'll hear something from someone that you deem as intelligent and figure if you parrot what they say, that by proxy makes you intelligent, but you haven't thought about the information. You saw something in the sky and someone told you this is a nebula where stars are being born. Okay, that's a cool story, right? What do we really have in scientific proof of that? First, we have to go right back to what
science
I said
doesn't
before.
do proofs,
You're
Dave.
not going to have clouds of gas in a void.
We
You're
can
not
see
going
them,
to have
Dave.
balls of gas in it. No, you assume they're gas clouds.
You can literally see them. You can literally
You are
watch
assuming-
stars being born.
You're going to show us
you
that.
are
You can
assuming
literally watch it.
you're
You
looking
can
at-
literally see solar systems. We've recently visualized a
Shut up.
solar
You've never
system.
seen any such goddamn
We
thing.
literally have. Your
Shut up.
incredulity.
You also
Say again?
use this we all the
What did
time.
she say? Did she just
Who
say
the
that we've
fuck is
seen?
your we? Who is
Who did
we?
you say? Wait, did you say we've observed solar systems?
Yes, recently. It was in
You
my
know that
news
nobody-
feed recently.
Great, your
When
news feed's
did
wrong. Do you know that nobody has ever seen a star as anything other than a pinpoint of light in a telescope? Do you realize
That's
that?
false. That's
It is
false.
true. It is
No,
true.
it isn't. The close stars, we've measured their disk for the close ones. Yes, we have.
Calculated that.
Okay, I would like to see
You
evidence.
didn't measure shit. You
Uh,
calculated.
Betelgeuse. We know we've resolved the disk of Betelgeuse. Right?
Jaron, I left you the links that you requested in the
Where at?
private chat.
Thank you.
Right. So
let me get this straight, Brenda.
you're
Here's what they
appealing,
saw.
Jared.
They actually figured out that they saw a little tiny change in the light of a star and somehow determined that that was a planet. They didn't see any kind of solar system. You certainly haven't seen any kind of solar system unless they've given it to you in some kind of a
Well, Dave, what you're talking about, right? What you're talking about is when the planet comes between the observatory and the star, and it causes
they don't see that.
a change in their measurements, and they can know the composition of the planet based on the returns that they get.
Right. Because the light they're looking at.
That's not what I'm talking about.
The light dimmed momentarily. They're not seeing any goddamn planets, Brendan.
Well,
You
that's
certainly
pretty
haven't
good. That's how we see things, right?
You haven't seen anything, Brendan.
Yes,
You've
if
seen what's
you can
been
see
presented
things,
to you.
if something comes between you and a light source, you are seeing that thing interrupting that light source. That's what seeing is.
Okay. All right. So you're telling me that little pinpoint of light out there?
No, I'm not.
trillions of fucking miles, billions and billions of miles away, that they can see a planet go in front of it and shit, and they we can tell that that's made of this, that, and the other.
That's what they do. They use radar telescopes to do that too.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
They're radio
telescopes.
Yeah, right. Okay, so
So
we got
your
other problems
uncomfortableness with new information, your
It's not new
inability to
information.
assimilate.
It's you saying a bunch of shit. You've never seen any of this.
It doesn't matter.
I want to welcome.
Never seen a
Brad to-
spectrometer. Never seen it.
Oh,
It doesn't matter. I don't have your impoverished epistemology.
Sorry.
Oh, Lord. Now you got to go there, right?
What'd she say?
So what do we got? What's that, Jaron?
This is the picture of an atom.
Oh, wow! It's got a lot of wires and shit to it.
No, it's deep inside this little right here. It's being held motionless right there in the middle.
Nice.
Now, I thought that an atom means we can't separate it. We can't divide it. So couldn't I divide it since I can see it? Can I take a razor and cut it in half? Then what does that next thing become? It's not an atom?
You understand that the etymological fallacy, that just because Democritus gave the meaning to the word atom, it doesn't mean that 2,000 years later we have the same meaning.
So what is an atom? I want to ask for a definition of it.
And it's the smallest unit of an element.
But I can cut that in half. I can see it.
Oh, you can't cut atoms in half. You can break them apart.
If you can see something, you can break it in half.
No,
the problem is that requires a lot of energy, and that's when you split an atom, that energy goes boom.
Oh yeah, boom! It's gonna blow up because we cut that atom in half. You're right.
Yeah,
so could that just be a man? Could that just be a man-made thing then, not an atom?
What are you talking?
No, what do you mean?
The instrument is man-made.
Right.
No, that ball of light you see.
This thing right here, this little thing.
If you click on the National Geographic link, they have a better picture that it's a little bit zoomed in.
Where are you looking? Because I try to scroll down.
Who's not going to do that?
It keeps not letting me. Well, it doesn't let me look at it. It wants me to pay money. See, I go down here and it brings up this thing. I need to. It doesn't give me any option to get out of here. I have to reset it.
Hold on. Can I present?
Yeah, do that. Do that. That'll work for you.
Hang on.
Adams, hilarious.
See, I think, Brenda, you don't understand. It's all correlation.
It's a tiny dot because, of course, it's minuscule, and I'm not sure if any, but we can share it with the chat. And on my screen, I can see the little dot.
What?
And it's also illuminated with UV light, so that it actually shows more. But I can see it very clear, like it's a dot there on the screen.
And so water has 2 hydrogen ones of those and 1. Explain how that works.
Bonds.
Yes, bonds.
Yeah.
So we put 2 of those together, 2 hydrogen ones together, and then add an oxygen one, and then water would appear.
No, because that requires a lot of energy. So you have molecular hydrogen. And then to get hydrogen gas, which is H2, you need a bunch of energy to push those atoms together. That's why if you split them, you get that energy released. But this is like basic chemistry. So the reason I was asking is, okay, let's say we discard atom theory, then how does chemistry work? How do we develop these new alloys, and how do we got the periodic table of elements? How do we develop new materials, and etc.?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, they had to change the periodic table of elements here recently. It's different than it used to be. Just within like at least the last 10 or 20 years. I forget, somebody was showing that one night, and I forget exactly what it was that they had to change on it.
But did they change the whole periodic table, or did they make
changed
one
the way
change?
they changed the way the information is listed on it?
Okay.
Is one of the things. I mean, there was like some things left off of it. I'm not really all clear on exactly all of it. I just remember there was a discussion going on. Forget whose stream was talking about that.
Okay, I would have to analyze what like exactly what you mean, but
it was just due to learning more about what they thought before and finding out. It doesn't really disprove anything. It's just they were required to change the way they view the atomic structure of shit. That was all. And so, I think it had something to do with.
Would anyone want to answer, like, what? How do we make chemistry at all without atomic theory? Yeah, you're roboting, Brenda.
Does a model make it reality though? That's the question.
No, nobody's saying it's not useful. Nobody's saying it's not useful, by the way. Nobody's saying that the model is not useful. You can make models and make them useful, but it doesn't mean that the things actually are.
The model corresponds to reality.
If you want to believe that, go ahead.
No, it actually does correspond to reality. Okay. It's not a
they're building, they're putting 2 atoms together and 1 atom together, and they're doing all these things.
Yeah.
Breaking them down. Okay, great.
Yeah, and then for example, in water, you can split water, and I've done this in high school in the lab, and you get twice the amount of hydrogen than you get of oxygen. And you can electrolysis is very easy to do.
Right?
Yeah.
So what does that have to do with atoms?
Well, we have the molecule H2O. You do the electrolysis process, and we get twice the amount of hydrogen than we would get of oxygen.
Well, that's all H2O means. That's all that means. It just means there's twice as much to the oxygen. So the theory is that two oxygens and one two hydrogens and one oxygen have bonded together. Okay. And it's not always a chemical reaction too, just simple light, sunlight.
What other
will change hydrogen peroxide into water. This is why it comes into brown bottles. If it's exposed to sunlight, it'll turn into water.
That's because of energy. That's because
is the byproduct.
Yeah, hydrogen peroxide isn't water, though, is it?
It is if you put it in sunlight.
No, it's not water. It's not water. It's literally not water. So, and the reason it does is because it gets energy from the sunlight, right?
The light.
It takes energy. It takes energy to split water into hydrogen and oxygen, and it takes energy for hydrogen peroxide to degrade into water.
My point with this is that, okay, we have a framework, which is the atom theory. That's where all of chemistry is derived from. And I asked you about the atoms, and you said, okay, those aren't real. But I've been asking, how do we do chemistry? How do we discover all of these things? And how do we make new materials and stuff? And I still haven't got an answer for that. You say atoms are not real. I'm fine with considering, okay, atoms aren't real. So then how do we do all of this?
Mixing together the smallest particles, the things that you can get to.
Right.
I mean, I don't understand what's difficult about it. It's like trial and error. You mix this with that. It's chemistry. They're playing around with things.
Yeah, it's not just trial and error, though. It's actual science where they have theories, and the theories are validated by experimental evidence.
So do you think that there are orbiting things inside of atoms?
Yes, and I recently learned about it. That was proposed by a bunch of people.
If we can't see, this is the best you can see an atom. Now you're going to tell me that you can see inside of that, and you know that there's orbits going on?
No, but Einstein realized based on Brownian motion of particles suspended in a liquid that there had to be some motion there. So he was the one. I'm sorry?
I said there has to be.
Yeah, and then they tested it because he was alive in the 1900s. Like, it was a long time ago. So now...
the 1940s. So what are you talking about?
Well, yeah, but he was doing a lot of the science before he died.
Thank you.
Well, he was doing a lot of math. There wasn't a whole lot of science going on, but there was a whole lot of math.
Stop problems.
So, right. So we know that there are orbitals, and we can visualize them. In fact, of electrons orbiting the nucleus.
Sure, we can visualize it.
Dream it up.
Yes, according to the math.
Yes.
Right.
According to the math, yes.
Math is reality, right?
Yeah.
Math describes reality.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it also describes bullshit. It also describes bullshit. I would like to point out that every federal prison in the United States has a bunch of guys in there who did math that did not reflect reality. These people were called embezzlers and money launderers. Okay. So
that's right. And when people's math don't match reality in science, it's called pseudoscience, which is what flat Earth is.
You know what we're
talking
about.
Things in the sky, and you make up things, distances and things like that. Then how do you not know that that's
They're not made up, they're measured.
How are they measured?
With redshift. We've already been through this.
Calculated, you mean?
Yes, that's measuring.
That's not measuring.
It literally is.
Looking at an observation of a distant object and making an assumption about it is not a measurement, my friend. Flatsoid, you had something I thought you were trying to break in and say. Was I correct or no? Okay, I was incorrect.
Didn't I send you, Brenda, that paper for the redshift blunder that is obstructing cosmology?
Yeah, the guy is a quack.
So just, but what he said, what's the problem with what he said?
Well, the guy's a crackpot. He has multiple papers on multiple, like dietary and all kinds of stuff, right? The guy's a con artist.
What do you mean? For writing papers?
Yeah.
So
he
how does
writes
that
all kinds of
pertain to
bullshit.
information? How does that pertain to the information that was presented to you?
It means that I don't trust him.
Well, but what did you think of the information was the question.
Yeah, I don't recall now, but
Sorry.
The point is that
So
when you meet a con artist,
you're right
you
back
don't.
to, I believe this person and I don't believe
That's
that.
right.
It's all beliefs.
So you
That's
believe
right.
people that believe your religion. How is that not an echo chamber? How is that not an echo chamber?
Beliefs,
Describing an echo
beliefs
chamber.
are part of knowledge. Beliefs are a subset of.
So if you
are
believe
parts
only
of
the
knowledge,
people,
right?
if you believe only the people that feed you your atheistic
No.
God, no, but that's all you believe.
That's not true. I believe things that make sense, that make rational sense.
Okay, let's read this and you tell me what doesn't make rational sense about this. So he says, redshift and Doppler are two fundamentally different phenomena. In redshift, there's an actual increase in wavelength. In Doppler, there's only the illusion of a change in wavelength. Redshift is attenuation, whereas Doppler is distortion. To presume that they are the same Doppler redshift is rather like referring to a line in geometry as a straight curve. Light waves are transverse, i.e. they oscillate perpendicular to their path and do not require any medium to go through which to travel. Sound waves are longitudinal. They vibrate parallel to their path and only propagate by compression and rarefaction of the medium through which they travel. I already told you that. Then it says, it is the source of a sound moving towards you. If the source of a sound is moving towards you, identical length waves hit your ear more frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a higher frequency. As a sound source moves away from you, identical length waves hit your ear less frequently, distorting the perceived sound to a lower frequency. This is called Doppler effect. No theory can be valid if it's based on a false assumption. Thus, all theories that depend on Doppler redshift misconception are necessarily invalid. They include Big Bang theory, expansion theory, Hubble's law, dark matter, dark energy, and the dark energy theory.
Yeah,
Because
they're not. He's wrong already. So they're not all based on Doppler shift. They're based on relativistic redshift.
Redshift, exactly. Doppler redshift.
No, relativistic redshift is different than Doppler.
What is that one then?
They're different types. It's because they're moving at relativistic speeds away from us. It's not Doppler shift. It's a relativistic redshift.
I've never heard relativistic.
So in other words, not real
I don't
shift.
care what you haven't heard of.
Relativistic redshift. What are you talking about? I don't even understand what you mean.
Objects are redshifted when they are moving at relativistic speeds away from us.
What is a relativistic speed away from us? Explain that.
Approaching the speed of light.
So what do you mean?
Light doesn't have a constant speed, Brenda. So you're basing
No,
everything
light-
off of
light
a belief,
has-
which
light-
is in science. That's pseudoscience.
Light has an absolutely constant speed. Yeah.
No, it don't.
Well, no, it's not. Give me your argument.
Here's an argument. I'll give you this one. This one's great because it explains why you have to know what the star is leaving at. So it says, because the surface of the temperature of the sun is 5,000 degrees Celsius, if you want to believe that, it emits light in a yellow range of the spectrum. A star with a surface temperature of 12 million degrees Celsius emits light in the blue end of the spectrum. And one with a surface temperature of 3,000 degrees Celsius emits light in the red end of the spectrum. If star X at temperature 7,000 degrees Celsius and star Y at 12,000 degrees Celsius are the same distance from Earth, we would simultaneously be receiving light from X in the red and at Y in the blue end of the spectrum. The temptation here is to conclude that the light from the X is redshifted and the light from the Y is blue shifted. But that would be a mistake. The light from both X and Y is being attenuated, redshifted at the same time. It's only because the light from Y started out at a much higher frequency that is not yet dropped into the red yet. So do you understand what I'm saying? We don't know what the frequency it started at is.
And we know the fingerprint of the elements that compose the star, and they are redshifted.
Okay, do we see stars when they are composed or when we see them because the light has reached us?
We see individual photons as they reach our instruments.
Okay, so they reach our instrument. So now, how do you know what it started at, what frequency it started at?
Because we know from experiments conducted on the ground what the fingerprint for hydrogen is.
Did you just hear me read what that guy said?
Right. Do you understand that hydrogen has a fingerprint in a spectrograph? And when that fingerprint is shifted to the right, then you can know how fast away it is moving from you.
Was a pre-assumption of a gas ball burning?
Right.
Made
But
when any of
they
this
don't
was-
burn. They
Well,
don't
whatever
burn.
they're doing, whatever you
can I
think.
ask
Whatever
Brenda
they're
a
doing,
question?
it's
So
nuclear fusion.
you already had an impossible assumption of a
Right.
mass of gas.
They
or
can't be
hydrogen.
burning because we can
No,
detect
sorry.
neutrinos coming from them.
Okay,
Okay,
can I ask
so
Brenda a
you're
question though?
yeah, go for it.
Sorry, Brenda. Do you know that spectroscopy is done using a container, which you just conceded, and it's correlation based, which doesn't make it science? You can look at something which can be an optical illusion, but if you use correlation, it doesn't make it scientific. That just makes it pseudoscience because you have a belief that it's real.
How does correlation not equal science?
Science is causation, not correlation based.
Yeah,
Then you
but
don't need
correlation.
science, because if it's correlation based, you can correlate pigs flying because it looks like a pig flying. It doesn't make
But
pigs fly.
yeah, but causation is also correlation.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
There's a difference.
No, there isn't. Causation is simply the constant conjunction of A and B. We always see that B follows A, and we assume that A caused B. That's because they correlate.
But it could be incorrect, right?
No.
If my driveway is
could
wet,
be
then,
incorrect.
then it rained. My driveway is
it's
wet,
called-
but I actually used a hose to hose it off. So how is that?
It's Hume's problem of induction, which is why, Flatzoid here is wrong. Causation is an inference based on correlation.
But what if it's incorrect? Which it is.
It
sometimes,
could
right?
be.
Okay,
Right, it could
wrong.
be.
Okay, good. Well,
That's why
what
we
I'm
do experiments. That's why we do falsification like you did, Jaron. You falsified the flat earth when
Right.
you failed to see the light at 15 feet.
How
You
many times have you been on my
falsified flat
show?
earth.
How many times have you been on my show and discussed this? Why is it that Toon and FTFE both can admit that they lied about my experiment, but you're stuck on it? I'm confused.
I'm admitting that that it's not correct, that you did not prove that the earth curves.
Okay,
I'm taking a different point of view, which is that you falsified flat earth.
Oh,
You
sure.
didn't prove the curvature, but
Okay.
you did falsify flat earth
Let me give you an
by
explanation.
demonstrating.
Okay, tell me this how this would have worked. Imagine that we would have went out there and we did all these observations and we saw it at 17 feet and saw it at 24 feet and we saw all these things. And then I came back, we decided on the field, we're like, you know what? Nothing was proven here. So I came home and then I make a video. And in that video, I show one observation, the one where we saw it at 17 feet. And then I said, we proved that the earth's flat. Do you think
Right.
do you think that's nice to me? Do you think that's a scientific position to take?
The hypothesis
Hold on a
was
second. You're not answering my question, because if you're going to say, no, Jaron, you're not allowed to do that, they did the exact opposite. Do you understand?
if you had seen it, at 17 feet, that would be evidence for the earth being flat.
I saw it at 17 feet. She said it in the email.
No, you didn't.
I'll get the email for you.
You said you didn't see it at 17 feet.
In that particular,
Right?
we saw it in 17 feet many times throughout the night. We were trying to find actual evidence, meaning that we keep looking at it and we repeated it and we would get something. We couldn't do it.
You
We
said-
would see it at 17 feet, then we wouldn't see it. We'd see it at 23 feet, then we wouldn't see it. And in the scene in the movie, I'm saying, okay, we saw it. We didn't see it at 23 feet. So we're like, we're going to see it at 17. He goes down there. I don't see it. So I'm like, I don't know, raise it
Right.
above your head. Then he raises it above his head. I go, interesting. Why? Because that's the middle. That's 19 feet. So now all of a sudden we had evidence of it being 19 feet. I guess if you want to call it that. But again, that was
Well,
one observation. So
you not seeing it at 17 feet is falsifies the flat earth.
what about when I didn't see it at 23 feet? That doesn't
That's-
falsify the globe? You're such
Correct.
a dumb bitch.
Correct.
What do you mean? What do you? You're so fucking dumb.
Because
How is
that's
one
how
without the other?
modus tollens works.
What do you mean? Explain to me how if we
Modus tollens, right?
Explain.
Modus tollens works by its falsification, right? Right?
So if I say that we should see it at 23 feet when the Earth's curved, and then we go out there and we don't see it at 23 feet, why is that not proof that the Earth is not curved?
Because of modus tollens. Because modus tollens says, right, if it rains, the street will be wet, right? The street is wet. It doesn't follow that it rained, right?
necessarily
So if you've seen the street is wet is equivalent to seeing it at 23 feet. It doesn't follow that seeing it at 23 feet confirms that the earth is a globe, but not seeing it at 17 falsifies flat Earth because
So why
that
does
is
it not-
modus tollens.
So listen, why does it not seeing it at 23 feet falsify the globe?
Because that's how logic works. That's how the syllogism works.
Oh my God!
I'm
The syllogism is a one way. It preserves. It's a truth preserving, right? Right.
So explain to me. So kind of lay out the hypothesis of what you're saying, because I want to see why it can't just be flipped. Because we didn't see it at 23 feet sometimes. So
my understanding is your prediction. Your prediction is, if the Earth is flat, I will see this light at 17 feet.
We should see the light at 17 feet. Correct. That was my
prediction. And you did not. And you did not.
Right.
That falsifies flat Earth.
But we also say if the Earth is curved, then it should be at 23 feet, and we didn't see it.
Yeah, that doesn't prove that the Earth is curved, right? Because that's how modus tollens works.
I didn't say it proved the Earth is curved. I said it proves the Earth is not curving. Now, I would never make that claim because that's a ridiculous claim to be like, we went out there and we made some observations. We didn't see what we thought we'd see. So then the Earth isn't curved. And nobody would make that prediction. Nobody would make that statement. But yet you guys think that because we didn't see it in one scene in a movie, one scene. Do you realize how much
I would take
out there?
I would take an observation that is a prediction of the flat Earth, if confirmed. I would take that as evidence for the Earth being flat.
Right, but there was no evidence of that the night we went out there.
That's right. That's why you falsified the flat Earth.
Oh boy. You're so lost. And then again, like how is it? No. I'm a scientist that I'm going to be responsible for that. What you're supposed to do in science is you go out and make an observation like we did, right? And if it goes whatever way we think it's going to go, and then people have to repeat it. Who's repeated that experiment? Nobody.
That one?
Yeah, nobody.
That one was done in like the late 19th, early 20th century. That type of experiment was, and it's a modification of the Bedford level type of experiment.
Seeing a light,
right? So,
what do you mean?
That type. I'm saying that type. They didn't use lights. The Bedford level type of experiment.
But the reason nobody goes out and does it is because you guys would have to do what you did with Stephen Hawking, right? What did you do with Stephen Hawking? You faked a helicopter, okay? What did you do with Nat Geo? You used an optical illusion. What did you do with
I agree with Ruhif that Discovery Media fucked over that documentary. I agree with him.
So why would somebody lie? And why in a documentary, why would they have to lie about me? Why would Stephen Hawking have to lie about a helicopter? Why would Nat Geo have to use a optical illusion? Why would that have to take place?
I don't know. You'll have to ask them.
Yeah, well, me neither. But it kind of leans to the fact of maybe they can't prove it, because if they could, why not just go out to the fucking water and prove that helicopters hide behind 6 miles?
Maybe they just didn't have the money, or they were lazy.
Oh, for fuck's sake! That's the same thing they say.
I don't know.
We don't have the budget. You always got
I don't know.
Fucking wars.
You see, you think they had more budget than I did to do my experiment?
Jaron does.
Hold on. Did they have more budget than me? Because I certainly didn't ever dream of faking it. So explain to me what they did.
It would take very little. But
hey guys, let me let
the existence
here. Let me
the existence
in here. You had something to say.
And get rid of her. Oh, sorry.
So you had something. Go ahead.
But yeah. There's just two things. First, I want to make a statement and a question. The first one is, Brenda, if they have to lie to make it the outcome, that first of all doesn't make it scientific, because that makes it a lie. Pseudo-science. Science is based on correlation. It has
I don't think a documentary film is science.
It has nothing to do with a person's opinion or belief system. You are just testing what you observed due to the cause for the effect. The other statement I want to make is, you claimed that he was wrong because if you find, based on modus tollens, that the premise is wrong, therefore the experiment was wrong and therefore not scientific. This is exactly how gravity has worked. Why do you think Newton was thrown out and Einstein was replaced in Newton? Because it found it wrong. Why? Based on science,
to do with each other.
Sorry, why based on science did you guys not then say, yeah, gravity's wrong? Instead, you adapted it to your belief system, which makes it not
incorrect.
Science.
No, right. So to begin with, Galileo did his experiments on an inclined plane, which demonstrated the existence of gravity. Newton came up with laws about gravity. He had no theory about gravity. Einstein completed it with his theory of gravity.
What do you mean completed it?
Einstein completed
dark matter. So what is dark energy and dark matter? What are they for?
Einstein completed it.
Yeah, but why?
Right.
How come? What is dark energy and dark matter? Why are they there?
You mean non-baryonic matter? We don't know what it is.
Right, we don't know what it is. So why is it there? Well, that's science.
No, we don't know.
Didn't Feynman say that if something doesn't match the theory, then you throw away the theory? So
I don't know. No,
all of our
if he said that, he's wrong.
Well, that's what he says.
Yeah, if he said that, he's wrong.
Okay, probably one of the better known scientists in the world is wrong about his
main
tenet,
I don't care.
main point of science. Yeah, you don't care.
Yeah, I don't care. If he said that, he's wrong.
So here's the difference. If I told you that the reason that we didn't see it at 17 feet is because of dark air, and the dark air pushed the light down, and then I went with that and we ran with that as science. Is that correct? Is that a correct way to do science?
Well, actually, you lied, didn't you? You said it was the bushes. That was a lie, wasn't it, Jaron?
Here's how dumb you are. That movie.
You said it was. You said it was the bushes, wasn't it? That was a lie.
It was the bushes.
You lied, didn't you, Jaron?
You're talking about a different experiment. That's how fucking dumb you are. The bushes.
No, we're talking about the same experiment.
We're not. You're talking about the laser experiment.
You tried to explain it. First, you tried to explain it as bushes. That was a lie, wasn't it, Jaron?
That's the laser.
There weren't any bushes, were there, Jaron?
Are you listening? Are you listening? There was bushes. We're talking about a laser. Laser. When we shot the laser.
No. We're talking about your Discovery Channel experiment with the light.
That had nothing to do with any bushes. You're so confused.
You said it was bushes that were in the way. You said bushes were in the way.
This is what you're quoting. You're quoting the movie that they made where they took a clip of me talking about something and put it at the end of the movie and said, here's his explanation. But they took my explanation for the laser.
Yeah, you failed to find find the results. You falsified flat Earth. You killed flat Earth, Jaron. You killed flat Earth.
You say whatever you want. We showed you the laser on the backboard.
Yeah, you and Bob Nodell proved that the Earth is rotating, and you falsified flat Earth.
Sure. Why would you put any?
So leaving out information means false.
What? Sorry, I didn't hear that.
Say it again, Flatsy.
So people leaving out information, which is dishonest, means Jaron was now false. No, that means someone conned the explanation.
No, and I don't even how I expect anybody to know that, because every time I say it, you guys just talk over it. You don't listen. I'm trying to tell you that we did two experiments. We did a laser and we did the light observation. So when the light observation didn't work because the laser got stuck on the expander, if it melted on there, then the next time we went out, we did the light.
Yeah, that wasn't the Discovery Channel.
Let me talk. There's no Discovery Channel. You're talking about Behind the Curve.
Yes.
Shut up for a second. We did
not talking about your other experiments. You've been trying.
Behind the Curve, there was two experiments. Listen, in Behind the Curve, there was two experiments. They fooled you by putting the end of the light experiment, and then giving you the explanation that I had for the light, for the laser. Do you understand? It's all a scam. They scammed you.
Was one of them with the laser?
You can't even get it when I'm telling it to you.
Was one of them with the laser?
The first experiment was the laser.
In the Discovery Channel one.
There's no Discovery Channel one. I was in a movie called
Behind the Curve. Behind the Curve, wasn't that produced by and owned by Discovery Channel?
No. I don't expect you to be right about anything, so I don't know. No, not at all.
Jesus Christ.
Whatever.
Okay, whatever. Yeah. So keep going, because you're just wrong. This is what you don't understand. You're just wrong. And it's so obvious to me, because here's the thing. You are so desperate for proof that you want me to be responsible for it, because because Stephen Hawking faked it, and because Nat Geo faked it. And I mean, then you have to look at me and a hit piece movie. That's your guys' best. That's what you have. You're here tonight.
You think it's a hit piece?
Hold on, I'm asking you a question. Is that the best evidence you have? Why hasn't these people with money?
No, we have incredible. We have good evidence for the globe. All kinds of evidence.
Well, Stephen Hawking had a chance to do it. He had a TV show called Genius. He was going to show everybody the shape of the Earth, and they fucking lied. They faked
Stephen Hawking. What they did most likely was roll him into a studio and give him some lines.
Okay, so
he didn't have much to do with that.
Well, what about PBS? Did PBS have something to do with it? Did NASA have something to do with it? Yes, they both did.
I don't know.
NASA's their head of visual studios, their head of artist renditions was in that show.
My belief in the globe Earth doesn't rely on PBS. It's not science.
Of course not, because they lied in their experiment. It'd be dumb of you to say it did.
Counterfeit money doesn't prove that there isn't real money.
No, but if somebody's trying to show that, hey, there is real money, and then they say, here, I guarantee there's real money. Come look at my real money, and it's counterfeit. Is that suspect?
Yeah, that was for them. Yeah. It doesn't mean that the money in my pocket isn't real. The money in my
Why would you
pocket.
need to lie about it? Why would, if you're trying to prove something, why would you need to lie about it unless there's a problem with actually proving it?
No, I don't know. Ask them. The money in my pocket.
Here's the thing: you guys don't even
the
care. So
science.
a TV show that was seen by multiple millions, tens of millions of people. You have no problem that that lies about the globe Earth. You have no problem with that. But if a
No,
guy,
I do have a problem.
but if a guy fakes his experiment on a flat Earth video that gets 35 views, you guys flip the fuck out.
No, I do have a problem that they did that incorrectly.
Okay, so where's the uproar?
Yeah.
Where are people? Why are people not calling them out? Where's the?
I don't have any ability to do anything about it.
You guys have a lot of
Well, you
ability. You have a whole
certainly
bunch
got
of-
an ability to come out
And-
here and run your fucking mouth every chance
see
you
you in
get.
there.
And it doesn't change the fact that the Earth is a globe. No amount of bad experiments will make the Earth into flat.
Then
But
why
you're
are
going.
here? Then what are you
You're
doing?
going against your belief system, Brenda. You say to us that if you disprove it scientifically, therefore it's false. So you just said, well, they disproved it, so therefore it can't be a globe. But because you have a belief, therefore it's still globe.
The science
That means
doesn't-
it's a cult you believe in, mate.
Yeah, that was just gibberish. Science operates by falsification, the falsification principle from, right? You understand that?
Brenda, I have a life motto that I'm always willing to be wrong. Do you have that at all?
What happened here?
Are you willing to be wrong on anything?
Who's talking? Yes. Oh,
Greg.
it's this Greg guy. I was
Then-
wondering where that voice was coming from. Yeah,
Sorry.
I could be wrong. I can be wrong. I make mistakes all the time.
Based on
making
what?
making mistakes is a valuable thing. Right?
Yes.
learn from 'em.
Oh, of course. Then
Yeah.
what do you do with it if you find out you were wrong on one thing?
If you find out you're wrong, then you investigate it and find out how much of what you believe needs to change to fit in the new information.
I
And-
would
and
just
you also-
hope that is true. That's all I'm going to say.
That's what I do all the time.
Oh, boy.
All the time.
thank
I
you.
change my beliefs. I change my
let's
beliefs
believe-
regularly based
let's
on
just
new
believe-
information.
Unless she doesn't believe the person that's talking, then she just doesn't. So basically, anything that only fits into her
Right.
current beliefs would be.
Can I just say something real quick and I'll get off?
You're
and I'll
just
be
you're just
done?
being childish.
Go ahead,
No.
Greg.
I just wanted to offer my services for Jaron and Dave, and have offered to Dave before. I'm a civil designer, not an engineer, but I can model things in 3D, like topography and whatever. And especially with Jaron, with your new your trip to San Diego next
Yes.
month, I will be glad to try to model that San Clemente
I mean,
island.
there's really no modeling of it. I mean,
I know,
it's-
but I can do it. I can make a
Okay.
3D model if it helps at all, and just provide it for you.
that'd be good. We'd
Whether
take
it proves or debunks, I don't really care because I just want the truth for land where it is.
Hello, everyone. I'm just curious. Why do you need a model of San Clemente Island?
You don't.
This is
I was just curious. The Navy uses San Clemente Island. They do a lot of bombing there, and
Yeah.
my windows rattle.
from San Clemente Island to what was that beach? The
Coronado.
it was beyond Coronado, but it was like 67 miles away. I watched your stream and I was like, oh, I can model that.
Oceanside, you can see San Clemente Island.
Very good. Then I could model that and then give it to you guys in a 3D.
Or
model.
from Newport, what's easier is you can do Catalina. It's a little bit closer.
No, Catalina's too close. The point that Jaron wants to make is
Yeah, we're
beyond that.
trying to show we're going way beyond. We're trying to make sure that the island's way behind.
Yeah.
So
But anyway, I want to offer my services. I use Civil 3D, I use Map 3D, and I can do
nice.
that stuff, and I can provide it for you in like a 3D PDF or so whatever type of
Are
format.
you on Telegram?
No, Saab knows how to get in touch with me. That's
Okay.
that. I
I'll
don't.
show you the 3
Go ahead,
locations, and you can model out from those locations that we're going to.
Yes. Yep.
Put your Telegram. You don't have Telegram, Craig?
I don't have any social media. I hate social
All right.
media.
Yeah, I guess you could email it to me, Greg, or if you've got, I'll tell you what I'll do here. Well, no, I'll do it later.
I'll message you.
Yeah, you got me on Facebook.
I don't have Facebook. I fucking hate
Oh, okay.
everything.
All right, yeah, message me or something. You know, I'll get it to me. That
Brenda,
way.
can I show you something real quick?
Yep.
Let's see what
Bye-bye.
you guys do with this.
Bye, guys.
See ya.
See you later, Greg.
Tell me when
Thanks.
somebody
Bye.
says something like this. Like this is the video here that's showing the camera and the guy with the light, right?
Oh, I've seen that experiment.
Okay, and you see it's all lined up at 17 feet, right?
Well, the
So-
picture is.
Yes. No, they're drawing the experiment what it
Yeah.
was. And then they're saying, but now look at now it just dropped. They dropped me and they didn't drop the camera. So what's going on? The Earth curve only curves half the way. And then all of a sudden, look at, remember this was at 17 feet? Now he's going to raise it up and watch where they put it. 23. From his chest to his head is 23 fucking feet. This is how stupid you are, Brenda. This is how fucking
Those were your numbers. Those were your numbers. weren't they?
Hold on.
No,
Before you
but
call
we
him
didn't say.
stupid,
When did I say
Those
that
were
they
your
saw it at
numbers.
23
before you
feet?
call
When
him
did I
stupid,
say-
you
when
guys are
did I say-
disappointing me. You guys are. I was watching this debate in the background, and I was actually impressed that on this channel you guys were having like a real debate without resorting to calling people stupid. It was
No,
interesting.
it is
but
stupid. It
I
is
guess-
stupid because this is you don't know this person's been on my channel numerous times saying the same bullshit every time.
Yeah.
So how many times do I have to
Yeah.
repeat myself that lifting a light from your chest to above your head is about 2 feet, not 6. Remember, Brenda, when we talked about 6-foot arms? Remember?
Yeah.
But
That's a big
still show up
mistake I
and
made.
but you still you're making the same argument.
No, I'm not.
So let me ask you this:
Did you
during
did we see the light at 23 feet?
Hold on,
Hold on. Did we see
about the
light at
curvature
23
of the
feet?
Earth.
Let me ask Brenda. Brenda, did we see the light at 23 feet?
You did not.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
great.
you're
Then-
asking.
You
You're
saw it
asking
at 19.
I
You
think
saw
what,
it at 19, right?
I also find it ironic that Brenda wants to believe someone where she said they have invalidated their claims by actually distorting a person's information. So therefore their credibility is shot, and therefore what they present doesn't really necessarily
That
mean it's
Flatsoid.
true, Brenda.
Flatsoid,
I'm
good to
not
see you
distorting.
again. I haven't talked to you in a while. That's the other reason why I came on here. I like Flatsoid.
Yeah, shout out to Nick.
Flat side
Yeah.
is a con man.
Hey, look at here.
Well,
Brenda,
I
see that light?
I respect his show, what he's doing.
Yeah,
Brenda,
that's
Brenda,
true.
this is the end. This is the end of the
Sorry.
movie. And you're talking about them saying, "Oh, you said that a bush hit it." Look at this video. They're showing you the laser. This is the laser. See the blue light? That's the laser beam hitting the backboard 4 miles away. Now, because that beam is so fucking big and all blotchy, I said the reason it was blotchy is because we hit a bush. That's what I said.
Hey,
That's a different experiment.
not to be a neener. Is that THC's show live with the blue laser?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so I bought one of those. I have a 5-watt blue laser. I went to Costco to get my eyes done like 3 years ago. Your blink reflex is not fast enough before that thing burns what's called a laser scotoma in your retina. I have this big hole in my retina. It doesn't affect my vision, but my eye doctor was like, "What the frack is that?" Of course, my wife sold me out. It goes, "Yeah, he plays with lasers without safety glasses."
THC, just a note of caution. Don't shine it at your camera.
It'll destroy the camera.
Well, or it'll make little black dots. So you'll start getting little black dots. I did that one night. I'm sitting here with the bong and people are talking and I got this laser and I was like, I wonder what that looks like if I shine it at the lens, right? And I was like, okay, that wasn't so interesting. Then
no, that's a bad
after doing
idea.
it a couple times, then I went
Yeah, that's a bad idea.
of shows, I was like, what in the hell is out over my face? What's those black dots? And I thought, oh, there's something on my lens. Man, I cleaned that lens off and then it hit me. Then it hit me. I was like, God damn it, I know what I done now. I burnt the fucking camera sensors out.
I had to join when I started hearing Jaron talking about how they cut from one experiment to another. And no matter what you see on Netflix, no matter what fucking documentary it is, it's never one fluid shot. It's always edited. It's always to their own biased decision. It's beyond retarded when people can't see that, especially with that one.
So let me ask you this, though.
Agreed.
And again, I'm not trying to say the world is round. I'm just saying if it is flat, then we need to explain certain things. Starting back with the Napoleonic Wars, the reason why the British triumph over Napoleon is because they could shoot over the horizon. They had data tables which took into account for Coriolis effect and how to target their artillery over the horizon.
I feel like that's a lie.
Something we still do to this day. I mean,
no, Nick, I'm going to correct you on something historically.
Well, I was asking THC.
During the
ask me,
United
I just
States
believe, you know,
Civil
if you're
War.
going to use pseudoscience, that's really not a question I
Well,
can
I'm just
answer.
asking. I'm not saying it's pseudoscience, but then, you know, why
During
does
the
the
Nothing
military
that's
use
claimable or
weapons?
observable. There's no experiment yet.
But why does the military use weapons which they call over the
You're
horizon
just
weapons?
claiming something. You're just claiming that, so I wouldn't be able to
Well,
answer
it's
that
not me
question.
claiming it. I mean, it's the military claiming it. They could
Nick,
be lying.
have you
They
ever
could be
done
lying.
long
But
range?
that's what I'm asking.
French cannons
so
notoriously
the way
overshot their
you
target.
well, hold
French
on. Let me
cannons
finish.
notoriously overshot.
They
their
never
target.
once tanks, all that. I've looked into the artillery plans of all that. They've never once used Coriolis effect, and even if they did, it would be so minuscule that it wouldn't matter.
It depends on your range. It depends on the range.
Yeah, but Nick,
I
have
mean,
you
for short
ever?
range, you can just use simple two-dimensional.
Hold up, y'all.
kinematics. That's pretty easy.
I know something about this.
Well, what about like an intercontinental ballistic
Wait a
missile?
second. I know something about this.
And then you
all right?
talk about railguns, and it throws all that shit out the window.
Have
Well,
you guys
railgun
ever
is
heard of
just
a
a
guy?
different way of launching a
Have you
projectile.
guys
It's the
ever
same-
heard of a
it's the same
guy
thing.
named Thomas Jonathan Jackson? Have any of you ever heard of this guy?
No.
You might know him better as Stonewall. Stonewall Jackson. He was a mathematics, engineering, and artillery professor at the Virginia Military Institute in Lexington, Virginia. Okay. Now, I've looked through all of his writings, all of his teachings. None of his curriculum ever talked about using a Coriolis effect. Now, I'm going to tell you something between the British and the French during the Napoleonic Wars. The French cannons notoriously overshot their targets. It was a manufacturing
yes, they did.
defect that was, and it had nothing to do with Coriolis effect. It just had to do
not
with the fact
necessarily-
that
you
the
know,
British guns
yeah,
were better
not
than the
necessarily
French guns.
Coriolis
That's
effect.
all it comes down to.
But the British had it's weird to call them computers because we think of computers as being electric in this, but I mean, they had data tables where they could say, okay, here's a range. This is how much initial velocity we need. And this is the angle which we're going to launch it at. But basically using ballistic motion to hit their targets.
I can promise you this.
Yeah, but
they have fired
ballistic motion's
millions
not
of
Coriolis,
rounds
mate.
to know exactly where and how each round is going to hit. They go out to the ocean and fire bajillions upon bajillions of dollars of rounds to know exactly how that stuff works. Yes, they can data map. They can data map the distance of each round.
They don't even have to do that. It's the one thing about Stonewall Jackson. You're correct. There's no reason to use the Coriolis effect. And yes, he was great at artillery. But in those cases, I mean, you're not launching stuff over the horizon. You're not, if the range is not far enough, you're absolutely correct.
They're not shooting 3 miles away. They're not shooting
even at 3 miles. Even at 3 miles,
an 8-inch drop in 3 miles.
You wouldn't need
just shot
Coriolis
yourself-
effect even
you
within
just
3
shot
miles.
your argument in the foot, Nick, because
I'm not making an argument. I'm asking a question.
I know, but you have to understand that the Napoleonic Wars were before the United States Civil War, right?
Okay.
So if
But
they're
the-
not,
the
if they're
ranges
not
were a lot
accounting
further.
for Coriolis using even a little bit more advanced, not much, weaponry in the Civil War, then why would they have been accounting for it before that?
Because
They're not
if you're
shooting
launching,
nearly
if
as
you're
far.
launching
You
it
also have to
greater
take into
range, you're
consideration that
assuming that
these cannons had a multitude of different munitions that they used. They would shoot some things that were called canister shot. They had
all
another
of
thing
that, all
was
of that is
called
irrelevant.
grape
All of that
shot.
is irrelevant.
They
I mean,
shot. Yes,
well,
it's not.
No,
The
everything you're saying is
projectile has
correct. But
the
I'm just
projectile
talking
has
about.
everything
I'm
to
talking
do with
about
it due to the air resistance.
basic Newton's
So we
laws
can
of
use
motion.
shot,
That's
grape
it.
shot.
All that
cluster
matters is
rounds,
mass and initial
ball,
velocity. That's
Sorry,
it.
we can use.
Go ahead, Platzoid.
So I was going to say we can use the Japanese and the kamikaze as a rebound to what you just said, because why would they need to sacrifice people's lives if they just could shoot far away over the curve if they needed to? Instead, they used people to fly their planes and do
culture.
Well,
submarines
I mean,
and things.
if I could answer that
themselves.
question, the primary reason was we destroyed their industry. If you can't make shells, if you can't make artillery, then you have to resort to
That's false as well, by the way.
divine wind. But you bring up a great point. I mean, the Japanese Navy, prior to them, as we say, awaking, the sleeping giant, was great at naval warfare, and they had essentially a battleship is artillery on the sea, and all of those they have to use Newtonian ballistic motion calculations. Which then my question is, how does that work?
No.
How far away is the target you're talking about? What are you talking
They
about?
literally committed suicide to bomb something. They flew or they
Yeah, no, I know
drove
that.
into it with a
I'm talking
submarine
back
to
about
blow it.
artillery.
Why did they need to do this if they could just calculate for Coriolis
Because
and
they didn't
shoot
have the
far away?
Because they didn't have the equipment.
Wind would make more of a factor of a variable than anything else, and that's the only thing that's unaccounted for because you can't. It's an ever-changing variable.
Yeah,
that's the only difference. And all artillery shots on the plane, not one can calculate the weather. That's the only variable that can't be calculated.
Well, it can be calculated. If you know the wind speed, then you enter
The wind speed at what? Where you are over the distance, you could never calculate the wind speed, which is always changing.
Well,
you can't say that I'm wrong. You cannot say that I'm wrong.
I think you're being a little bit naive here. The way they used to calculate wind speed until we could do it electronically or with what do you call it? One of the things with the
for an instantaneous measurement. It's not.
They looked at trees. They looked at how much they blow. Now, granted, I agree with you. It wasn't exact. Definitely not exact. Not like it is today. That's not my question, though. That's not my question. My question is, for example, let's just stick with the idea of gravity. Gravity is one of the main constants in a two-dimensional ballistic motion shot. Without that gravity, how does artillery work is what I'm asking.
Nobody says that gravity doesn't. Nobody's saying that things don't fall generally at 9.8 meters per second squared. I mean, big deal. So that's not, you're applying a reason for that, and we're saying prove that.
Well, some do. Some do. Maybe I misunderstood. That's what I thought.
I was going to defer to Flatzoid here.
Flatzoid, I don't know if
on the Coriolis. I was going to defer to Flatzoid here on the Coriolis, and he done left out.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about the Coriolis.
Okay, well that's you saying it, but you tuck your wiener and wear a dress, so I don't have a whole lot of credibility.
I emailed the guy.
Nice job there, Sovereign. Nice job.
I emailed
for
the guy
example,
who has the record.
the weapon system.
Hold on, I emailed the guy who has the record, 4 miles, the longest shot ever.
Credibility,
4-mile shot, and he says, "I said, what were the Coriolis?" He said, we didn't calculate it.
Wait, I'm sorry. The longest shot ever was 4 miles.
4.25 miles.
Yeah,
we can shoot bullets further than that.
Obviously not.
Bullets also follow ballistic courses.
The farthest shot ever, look it up right now, is 4.25 miles. Just happened
for
2 years ago.
artillery.
Bullets.
Okay, bullets. Okay,
Longest,
sorry. I'm talking about artillery.
Okay, well,
you are correct. Bullets also follow the same. You could use the exact same equation for bullets. But what I'm saying is, then why does the military say we have quote over the horizon weapons? If there is nothing over the horizon now, if your answer is they're lying to us, then okay, then that's what I wanted to know. I'm just asking these things. If you say the world is flat, it's not a matter of proving that it's flat. It's a matter of having other facts align with it.
Right.
For example, the weapon system, which is my picture right now, is an over-the-horizon cruise missile,
right,
which
but there is no horizon.
Uses calculations for the curvature of the Earth to hit its target, or so we're told.
Right, because you're just shooting something that's actually there. Now they need you to believe that it's over the horizon, so they call it over the horizon. That's it.
Well,
so you're just fabricating a conspiracy theory.
Sure. What do you mean? It's, of course, it's a conspiracy. It's a lie. It's a deception.
What's your evidence for the conspiracy?
Many
By the way,
things.
Jaron, I love your studio. It looks cool.
Hey, thank you. Some people think it's CGI.
No.
Fake bricks, but it is there.
Okay, so a lot of times I set up my rifles, right, depending on the caliber of the rifle. And if I'm using a scope, I set it up. I use a 25-yard target, and I zero it in at 25 yards. Which gives me 1 minute of angle at 100 yards. Now, if I'm shooting at anything 25 yards or closer to me, I'm going to put it dead nuts on the scope, right? If I'm shooting at anything beyond that, then what I have to do is use my mil dots. Why am I doing that? Because that bullet begins dropping to the ground the moment it leaves the muzzle of the gun.
Absolutely.
It begins dropping to the ground. And so what I'm trying to do is give it more hang time, if you so to speak. Okay, what's that?
Yeah, let this sniper explain, Paul. I mean, especially when you're shooting past 1,000 yards, you have the Coriolis effect, which you've got the curvature of the Earth.
The Earth isn't flat. So you have to learn how your bullet's traveling, and they all have a right-hand twist in them. The rifles are all right-hand twisted, so when that bullet comes out, it starts to spin to the right over a period of time. So you have to factor that in, take into effect all the different winds, and then the rotation of the Earth, because nothing you shoot is actually a static target. Everything is moving. So if you're shooting a target that's in the east, you know, is it moving east to west? Is it moving west to east? Or is it depends on where you are on the. A lot of math involved.
He has no idea.
Right.
No, actually, that one of the going back to the Civil War, one of the reasons why the North.
No one could ever calculate that on the fly. You'd be missing shots left and right.
But that was an excellent video proving our point.
They don't calculate. They have electronic devices that do all the calculations.
Correct.
Yeah, but not, I mean, even in the past, for example, during the Civil War, it was the North who started rifling their bullets or their guns to cause their bullets to spin. And if a bullet spins, it has a more direct course. It's forward, you know, forward velocity momentum stays constant.
Minay developed the conical shaped round for a rifled barrel. I think in 1858 or 59, somewhere in that vicinity. And then the military started refurbishing all their 62 caliber muskets, taking the flint mechanism off of it, replacing it with a cap lock, and then breaching out the holes, filling it in and breaching out the bore down to a 58 caliber from 62 or 12 gauge. Okay. Now, where that size comes from is if I took, a lot of people say, well, how come it's bigger rounds, the smaller the gauge, right? Well, the bottom line to that is if I took a pound of lead and I make 12 even size balls out of it, one of those balls, that's 12 gauge. That's the size how it was determined. Same thing if I take it down, make 16 balls, they're going to be smaller. If I make 20, then they're going to be even smaller. So that's going to give you the gauge of your barrel. But
is that where they came up with gauge?
Now, yes, it is. So when he's talking about that twist to the bullet, you over long distance, depending on the caliber of the rifle, you may have to consider that to a point, and you can adjust your scope. You pretty much guesswork, but you're going to adjust your sighting based on that at a really, really long distance. I personally have never done that. If I see that my first round's hitting right, I move left accordingly. But if I gave them an H&K, a Heckler and Koch, I'd fuck them all up because it's got a left-hand twist. So that's not really that's not a real big time factor.
I would disagree with him that they have to spin right because of the Coriolis effect. It's like we don't have guns which are made for the northern hemisphere versus the southern hemisphere.
And then north south's going to fuck you all up.
But the way I understand it, that the spin has a lot more to do with keeping it on target. It makes it more accurate. It tends to less wobble to the left, to the right. It will stay on course.
Bullet ain't wobbling, bro. That motherfucker.
Yeah, no, they're not going to wobble.
Carrying the mail, bro.
Do you know how fast?
Going faster than the speed of sound.
Do you know how many times like hunters miss because of that damn wobble of the earth? Oh,
do you know what? Do you know?
No. I'm saying like the bullet
36,000 feet per second, man. 36. Yeah, man. 36.
Yeah, no. The M4 carbine,
second, man. That's a lot right there, and then you can only go up in velocity from that.
A bullet from an M, according to this calculation, spins at 314 RPM when it leaves the muzzle, traveling at
but when volcanoes go off, Nick, when volcanoes go off and the smoke plume is exactly symmetrically straight up in the air, is it because the wind is just going exactly the opposite way as the earth is spinning so that the smoke can stay perfectly still while we're spinning at 1,000 miles?
You know, one of the bad things about living in California is like if I lived in Florida, I would have studied the weather, like how that's.
Come on.
I don't really know. I don't know the answer to that.
Yeah, I know you don't. I know that's why I asked.
Because it's not my field of study, and I'm not a.
It's not a study. It's not a fucking study.
I'm not a meteorologist.
It's plain common sense. It's not. You don't have to study anything. Just look at it. Just look at it.
Here's what
I understand based on your simple variables, it shouldn't do that. But I would just argue
on your variables, it shouldn't. It shouldn't do that. It should do that on mine. It should do that because it's sitting still like it's supposed to.
Max, you had something you wanted to say.
What do you mean it's sitting still?
Yeah,
so polite.
according
He's so
to, and
fucking
I
polite.
may,
I love
I
it.
may be wrong. Yeah, thank you. I try to wait and give everyone a chance. Yeah,
You're awesome,
thank
dude.
you. Thank you so much. According to my understanding, the reason that the smoke goes up is because as everything within Earth, the atmosphere included, it's all having the same rotational speed. So it's
I thought
not
it was
like
just because the smoke is less dense.
So if it's all having the same rotation
I'm
of
talking
speed,
about,
then
I'm talking about the
You
trajectory.
know, it comes back down. The smoke.
It maintains the straight up and down because of conservation of momentum. It goes up.
So,
because
so
it's
you're
hot.
saying that at some point in the atmosphere, at the very tippity top, that it just becomes nothing, and then all of a sudden it becomes no atmosphere. Like, where's the boundary for that?
Well,
When-
that's a good question. If you look at photographs,
You'd be saying that we're in a Star Wars dome, then that there's
It
some
will go
kind
to
of
a certain
barrier
height.
holding all of this in, spinning at the exact same rate. How can the very height be spinning at the same rate as the bottom?
I think you're jumping to a conclusion there, but
no, I'm not.
But the other problem with looking at smoke is objects, events which are that large. When we look at them, we actually don't see them in 3D anymore. We don't have any depth perception. We would actually have to see what's going on with a 3-dimensional model, and then
Using a helicopter provides a 3-dimensional model. It's not like you're staying still. I'm saying there's plenty of video evidence of it. You're not taking it from one point of view.
You know, maybe I'd have to watch a video, and maybe
But
I'm misunderstanding what you're trying to
have
say.
you ever seen a helicopter taking off from a carrier while it's
Yes.
moving?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I was asking a THC show.
Yes, for sure. Yeah.
I don't know your name. Sorry.
Yeah, go
But-
ahead. No, THC is fine.
All right. So we have the carrier moving, and the helicopter takes off, and it doesn't get like the carrier doesn't move below it. The helicopter takes off, and then they move away. But since the helicopter is carrying the same momentum as the carrier, it doesn't shoot like right below. You know.
So
And,
so I can quickly explain that the helicopter has an auto leveling system which would allow it to sit still and hover while the boat went underneath it. It's not going to fly with the boat just because it took off straight above the boat.
Not all
It's-
helicopters have
It's
auto level.
conservation of momentum. It's conservation of momentum. That's what it is.
Yeah.
It still has the same motion that it had when it was on the.
That's not
aircraft.
true. You cannot explain that by a train. That's
literally
not
how
true.
physics works. It's literally how
No.
physics works. It's the conservation of momentum. An object.
The difference
that
between
has
a smoke plume from a train engine and a smoke plume from a volcano perfectly explains it without any further detail.
So explain to me how friction plays a role in that. Like, let's go with the
This is what I
train. How
mean.
does
Where's the friction for the wind that's pushing against the smoke while the train's moving, but the entire atmosphere is moving with the volcano
Well, no,
smoke?
when it comes to unless there's wind. In this case, we would be talking
The
about
reason this doesn't work is
static
height.
friction.
It's simply altitude that this doesn't work for you guys.
No,
it's
no,
altitude.
I totally missing the point. I don't understand what you mean by that. You got to explain
He
it
has
to me.
no idea because he doesn't understand basic physics.
Here we go.
The density of air is different as you rise in altitude, right?
Yes.
Or no? Yes or no?
Yes. Yes,
And
there's
so
a
you're saying
gradient
that
of
it's all lockstep, right? It's all in coherence with each other. That it's all moving together.
no, it's not in lockstep. There's wind and everything else. There's thunderstorms, all
It
kinds
doesn't
of
move.
things.
It doesn't move together. In fact, there are many demonstrations. You put a bunch of liquid like in a sphere, and you spin it, and you'll see that the bands of liquid spin at different velocities.
So wouldn't the smoke go along with that? The smoke height is like I just said. It has to do with altitude. It's
No,
it's in
again,
all
I'm asking
layers.
you, but that's what I'm asking you. Where's the friction in your demonstration? Because if we're talking about something in real life, we got to add friction too. So how does friction affect the plume of smoke coming out of a steam train?
I don't even get the question.
Well, you're not accounting for friction. Okay, let me see if I understand what you're saying. You're saying so when a train goes down the track, the smoke comes up. The smoke doesn't go straight up and stay at the same velocity of the train. It flows behind the train. Is that what you're saying?
We've got a volcano which is stuck to the earth, which is static with the earth, right? It's connected. And then we have a train which is moving at a different speed than the earth. It's moving faster than the earth.
Or slower. Could be going the other way.
Correct.
Okay, but okay, interesting.
Hold on. We got east winds, right? Yeah, we got east winds. We got west winds. Wait, what?
If you're standing on a train next to the smokestack, you'll feel a wind. The reason the smoke goes behind the train is because of wind.
Yeah,
Right.
it's for example, have you seen a semi truck? We've got the smokestacks pointing straight up. When it's standing
talking to
still and it pushes the
3-year-olds.
gas, the smoke goes straight up.
Well, what about when the train?
Or when
is
the truck is
sitting
driving,
still?
the smoke
What about
goes
when
behind
the
it.
train is sitting still? When the train is sitting still, the
It goes straight up.
smoke isn't
Yeah, it
trailing.
goes straight up.
Why isn't it?
Well, what I'm trying to
trailing
talk about
back?
is you're trying to use Coriolis. You're trying to add in
No, I'm not. I'm
mathematics
trying to
the
use
spin of
it's
the Earth
friction.
to objects that are in free flight. Smoke would be in free flight just like the bullet, except it's just sitting still.
So let me ask you this: does the smoke touch the air? Does it
Yeah.
interact with the air at all?
Yes,
So there's friction.
just like the bullet.
Yeah, it's friction. You're not accounting for friction. I think if you account for friction, it will easily explain why, when the train is moving, the smoke flows backwards, and when when a chimney is still, the smoke goes straight up. Unless, of course, right above the chimney, you've got strong winds going, either east. or west.
Correct. What I'm talking about is on a calm day.
Yeah, let's say
without
0
any
winds,
wind,
0 knots. It will go straight up.
and all the way up to the very height of until it what? And what happens? Continue
Well,
this
as it goes
conversation with
up,
me. What happens to that smoke?
Well, the smoke is made up of particulates. As it goes up, it will just sort of dissipate. So
When? How high?
Well, it depends on the volume of particulates.
A guesstimate. Give me
for
a guesstimate
example-
at the altitude at which it stops
Well,
rising.
When you take a match, you see a plume of smoke come out of it. How high does it go in the atmosphere?
My match?
Yeah,
Yeah, only a few inches. Only a few inches, right?
That's not true. Whatever gas is lighter than the rest of the gas around it is going to rise and rise.
Well, hold on. Smoke is not a gas. Smoke is made up of solid little particles of mostly carbon.
Correct.
And so when you light
And
your
the
match,
upward exchange of heat, the rise of heat is carrying those particulate with it.
there would be some heat to it. Plus, for example, in the case of a volcano, it's not just sort of floating up because it's denser. I mean, it's launching out huge rocks. So it initially has velocity in the y direction, which you got to take account for. It's just taking a baseball, throwing it up.
See, even the
It's gonna go
chat's
up
at
for a while
least giving
before
me a
it starts to come down.
guesstimate. Quasar says approximately 20,000 feet which is where you can't breathe. Is that where you think maybe the
It's
smoke
about
stops
10,000.
rising?
10,000 feet. 10,000 feet. Above 10,000
10,000 feet.
you're in trouble. Yeah.
Okay.
But 20,000
and it's completely static with the volcano. Like on a no wind day, the smoke rises and sits there. It
Goes
just
straight up.
stays right there. The top of it's not moving faster or slower than the bottom, right? It's not moving left or right or forward or backwards off the top of the smoke, which would happen if the Earth were spinning. And as you raise in altitude, the air gets denser.
What do you think volcano smoke is made out of? Like what do you
Ash? Obviously, we all
Ash,
know what.
not just ash, pumice, large stones.
Oh yeah, lots of shit.
That's where you get a pyro. So it's made up.
The
of
question is, why is it the smoke static?
Well,
If it is
would be
static,
disingenuous to just call it smoke because it's not just smoke.
well, you can call it whatever you want.
Whatever.
Well, ash and large boulders are two different things. But let's how about this? Let's forget about the boulders. Let's just say it's just ash. Okay, fine ash. The stuff which destroys your engines when it comes falling. So
I can do an experiment right now. Okay.
Well,
do an
Sovan's going to
experiment.
explain it to us, so never mind.
I'm going to do an experiment right here in front of your very eyes.
I'm going to do one too.
Okay.
I think.
All right. So what we're
I
going to
have a
witness
volcano in my
is
garage.
What's your IV and your TV?
phenomenon. We're going to witness a phenomenon, and I want you to, in the chat, tell me what happened. Okay. So
It's like a magic trick almost.
What's
Now, this
your IV and TV?
Pay close attention, everybody, because it'll go quick.
Yeah,
Very
what's
good.
your IV and
You get a
TV?
lighter.
all right. I want
What's
you
your
to tell me-
hypothesis?
All right. So I'm going to tell you that the smoke is not going to remain. All right.
No,
Watch.
it dissipates. It dissipates.
Mike, if we
There
could
you
go
go.
back in time when we were like 18, can you imagine being told that, when you're just a little bit older, you're going to be on a live stream on YouTube, you're going to be smoking weed and everything's going to be fine?
No, it's too funny.
You know that Uruguay was one of the first countries in the world that legalized marijuana.
Yeah.
Did you say Paraguay?
Uruguay.
Oh,
Nice.
yeah. Okay.
Years ago, I had to do community service, and the guy that took it, go pick up trash along the highway for a month, and the guy that ran our bus that took us off and dropped us off at these locations, he was from Uruguay. His name was Pablo. This guy introduced me to mate, and I'm like, oh this
yeah,
is awesome. Yeah,
mate is delicious. It's late at night, so I'm not drinking, but yeah, I regularly drink mate on stream, and
Is
everyone
that like highly energetic?
Yes.
Yeah, I've had that a few times.
I'll bring
I don't
mine
like
over.
the. I don't like
caffeine.
I
Is it
prefer
caffeinated?
Rockstar.
No, I don't. No, it's not caffeine.
It's a great
Oh, no,
alternative to
something else.
coffee.
It's
Yeah.
Is it alcohol or no?
No.
no. It's some
No.
herb. Here, let me look it up.
It's tea. It's a leaf.
Yeah, you use a straw and drink the liquid. There's a whole bunch of that crap in the thing. You don't want to drink it like that. See, like it's like a mush kind of thing that's in there. And the
How do you correctly pronounce it, Matt?
Mate.
Mate.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mate.
But do you have it in what is that, a bombalia?
Bombisha.
Yeah.
Bombisha.
Oh, that's
yeah.
tight.
Bombisha.
Yeah. You need one of those.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool stuff, man.
That's
No,
cool
but I
that
mean,
you know that. I'm kind of proud that you know that. That's awesome.
Nick,
Yeah, you know,
won
the
that
word
one.
is
He
French,
said
though.
Dissipation. He said dissipation. But you guys carry on about your gradient all the time, and no one denies that there is a gradient. But is it just a pressure gradient? Is there any other kind of gradient that you can think of that we
Temperature.
have from the ground?
Temperature.
That's right.
Temperature.
And do temperatures affect gas and their behavior?
Yeah, temperature is
Absolutely.
proportional to density.
And the humidity.
Absolutely. Yep. Do
Yeah,
we
and
lose
humidity, of course,
humidity?
will affect it as well.
So you can kind of see where Boyle's law, or I'm sorry, where Dalton's law would start to come into play, where you have, the sum pressure is the result of all the individual pressures. And if you've changed that as you go up and lose temperature and lose elements like moisture for one, and do all these gases react the same way when exposed to the same temperature? No. Some of them react.
Also,
quicker
the
than
speed of
others,
light in different gases is different.
So some gases react quicker
Hey, Dave.
to heat and
Dave?
temperature, and others don't. So
Dave?
it's really interesting, man.
Dave,
Yeah.
would you change my name back, please? Dave, would you change my name back, please?
What's the name?
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, who done that shit? Somebody you
You
guys
did that.
have.
You did that.
I didn't do that.
I thought it was hilarious. Before I came
No,
into the chat, I
so-
was actually laughing out loud.
Some actually
So
got
this
my name
just shows. No. That just shows the childishness that you're at. And
Flat Earthers like to have fun, man. What are you talking about? This is the cool side, bro.
And how weak your position is.
And I'll
And
tell
you
you
know
why.
it.
No, it's because
No,
you
you
come
know
on
it.
my show. No, shut
Change
up.
it back.
Sensitive.
No, I'm not changing
Change it back.
Fuck off. Well, no, not
No,
since
change
you
it back.
demanded it. No, not since you demanded it. You've
No,
come on
change
my
it
show
back.
100 times.
Don't be a
You've been
child.
on my show.
Don't
You've
be a
been
child.
shit.
Just
Every
change it back.
time you've come on my show, you've been a
Hey,
shit.
hey,
You've called
Sovereign,
me
Sovereign, I like
Okay.
my name.
You've been
Just
Sovereign,
change
I
it
like my
back.
name.
fixed.
I like my name.
Dave, just change it back.
yourself. Change it
Be a
yourself.
man.
Dave,
Be a
Dave, give
man.
him- I
Be a
like my
man and
name. Give
change
him
it
something
back.
like that.
Change it
You know,
yourself.
be a man and change it back, Dave.
Brenda, can I ask you a serious question?
No, you may not.
Why do you
can't. I
follow
doubt it's gonna
Jaron
be
You
around?
may not.
What? Do you know where he
You may
lives?
not. Shut up.
You don't know where Jaron lives, do you?
I have no clue where he lives.
Okay,
She didn't
good.
accept the McToon offering $100 for anybody to get my address.
Oh, shit.
I couldn't care less where Jaron lives.
Why do you follow him
Wait,
around then? Why do you
stop,
love
stop.
him
No,
so much?
Hey, what?
Oh,
Who
wait.
gave that bet?
Did you even watch the fucking documentary? You're talking about how it's on the Discovery Channel and shit. I mean, like, you're coming up with these
wait.
arguments and you say shit like that. It really fucking hurts your side.
How much for $100?
It what? Yeah, that's what Toon put out a video saying if somebody could get my home address from the video.
Oh, he
where
wants
I
to
did
dox
it.
you.
Well, he made it sound like it was different. He said, "Get my home address from my ISS observation," but
Yeah.
he wanted
Oh, I see.
me $100 for it.
Yeah, he wasn't trying to dox you, Jaron.
I
He was
didn't say
trying
that.
to
He's going
point.
to give you $100?
Did I just say
He
that?
was trying to point out, right, that by being able to get your address, that shows that the Earth is a globe.
But do you realize he
So
was wrong?
if you split some of the earnings, I'll help you do it.
But there is no help.
No,
in
some
doing
of
it.
the earnings, I'll give you $100 if you need some money, man.
Somebody would argue.
No, it'll be fun.
Somebody would have done it. Somebody would
You
have
don't
done
need
it.
to track down Jaron.
See, he was under.
Well,
the false
unless he's
assumption.
challenging, then it makes it fun.
What? Yeah, but you can't do it. So that's the whole point.
He's the
Somebody
gingerbread
could,
man.
somebody
You can't
won
catch him.
So even though
Jaron-
Sovereign will totally disagree with this and say it's impossible, but one of my first jobs out of college was analyzing satellite photos. I'm fairly good at it.
High altitude photographs.
Did you work with Robert
There's a lot of
Simmons?
them going on. They
Of
did
the
I
that
don't know who
back-
that is.
They did
Robert
that back
Simmons
in
is an artist.
World War II. They did that too. They had high altitude photographs, and they would have people analyze those too and find air bases and enemy positions.
Yeah, that's this was for a private contractor. Now we were supposed to look for like changes with air base and stuff. What they did with those photos, I don't know. We send them
And they
analyze.
could have been high altitude balloons at all. Could they have?
What?
Could they have
Answer
been
that
high
question.
altitude balloons?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Could
I
the
assume it's for
photographs
both
that
Brenda
you-
and myself, since
Could the
I have a
photographs that
feeling
you-
that Brenda and I, Brenda, or whatever your name is, I'm sorry, have some knowledge of physics and probably on the same page on a lot of the stuff.
So I just asked, could the pictures that you said are satellite photos? Could they be?
Here, I
high-
got something to show you. There you go.
I have just a,
Oh, no.
I have just a high school. I have just a high school education in physics, but I can walk rings around these people.
You came on my fucking show and said that satellites had to be 1,000 miles away from the Earth. Remember that? You said that
Yeah,
people's arms could be
yeah.
6 feet long. You don't have any knowledge of anything.
No, that's not true.
But THC, I know a discount physicist, which maybe you and him should have that discussion.
I have discussions with fucking idiots all day, man. He's not.
And in fact, with a high school degree in physics, you would have covered ballistic motion.
Cool. You mean he'd
temperature
be further
intensity.
indoctrinated into the
We
lie.
measured gravity by ourselves. We did Galileo's inclined.
I got
plane
one
experiment.
better. I got one better. My junior high school physics teacher conducted his last experiment on entropy in my classroom. This is no kidding.
Sweet.
We thought he had just taken a nap and he was kind of a cranky old bastard, so nobody bothered to wake him up. Right. And the next class came in, and it was about halfway through the next class, and somebody went up and tried to get his attention, and wake him up. And he'd gotten a little cooler. So he had demonstrated entropy, but it was his last physics lesson. No shit, that guy died right in the middle of class. Everybody thought he was just sleeping, man. It was a long time. I mean, I think it was like 2 classes before somebody even woke him up or tried to. Because he was like a mean old bastard, and nobody ever wanted to have to deal
Let me
with
just
him.
take it through. Stop bringing up
Physics
Galileo.
professors can be either mean or
Hold
they
on,
can be
stop
cool.
bringing up Galileo and the inclined plane. He's been proven to be a fraud.
I mean, that's anybody.
Proven to be a fraud.
Galileo wasn't a fraud.
He's been proven to be a fraud in the inclined plane experiments. Go look into it.
No.
Yes, he has.
What are you talking about, dude? Where
His
are you
numbers
getting
are
this stuff
completely
from?
wrong. His numbers are wrong.
Actually,
talking
okay,
about?
wait, hold on, Jaron. Let's go with your logic. Let's say Galileo was wrong about that.
He wasn't wrong, he
However,
faked it. He faked it.
however,
You
Newton's
missed the point.
equations of motion still work.
Right,
So,
but he faked his experiments. So
okay, so
stop
he
bringing
faked
him up.
it, but that
Good.
doesn't invalidate the equations.
It does. His
What
numbers were
is
way
what
off.
is what
His
Jared?
numbers
What
were
the
his
hell are
numbers
you
were off.
going on
We're not
about?
talking, when analyzing stuff, we don't talk about
Luckily, I
numbers.
luckily, I've saved shit because otherwise,
Jared, what the hell are you going about?
Here it is.
Gravitational,
Here it is.
gravitational
I can't get away.
acceleration.
I'm gonna read it to
RAM.
you. I'm reading it to you. If you shut up, I'm
Hold
gonna
on,
read it to you.
Jaron. Let me show you how easy this
Yeah,
is.
it's just
to show.
bullshit that you found on the internet. It doesn't mean anything, Jared.
No, here it's from this.
Well,
How
at least
about
let
this?
him read it anyway.
It's from the podcast Opinionated History of Mathematics, and they had this to say about Galileo's experiment. He gives specific numbers for this, exact measurements of how the slower ball lags behind the heavier one. But this is fake data. He cooks the mathematics and the numbers to sound more and more convincing in favor of his theory. The actuality of lag or difference between the two bodies is more than 20 times that greater than the fake data Galileo reports in his published so-called masterpiece. In no
Jaron,
case. Hold on,
Jaron,
I was still reading. Hello. Thank you.
No, I apologize.
case-
I was reading a text. Can you just go back like 4 sentences?
Listen.
Don't get triggered. I wanted to hear what you said again.
Yes. He gives specific numbers for this, exact measurements of how much the slower ball lags behind the heavier one. But this is fake data. He cooks the numbers to sound much more convincing in favor of his theory. The actual lag or difference between the two bodies is more than 20 times greater than the data that Galileo reports in his published so-called masterpiece. In no case could Galileo have consistently achieved the results that he reported, as one scholar says.
Who's the scholar?
Yeah, one scholar. Right. This is again, Jaron cherry picking, right?
No, you can go do
stuff
this,
that fits with his explanation. That you're just cherry picking.
Cherry picking. It's not cherry picking. If somebody faked data, if somebody says that it goes down a certain speed, and then we do it today, that's not cherry picking.
But
yeah,
Jaron, the equations still work. You can run the
dumb.
experiment yourself.
Yeah, but did he?
And I think so. For example, they say this about Charles Darwin. Like Charles Darwin wasn't a nice person.
Charles Darwin.
Newton actually was a horrible person.
Newton never had sex.
And Galileo wouldn't be the first physicist to sort of embellish their data to make themselves look more important.
What about Copernicus?
Unfortunately, it goes with the field.
Copernicus gave his report on his deathbed, right?
But it doesn't change the fact that
no, but we're told
mass is invariant when it comes to gravitational acceleration.
That's right. Let me ask Nick. Hold on, everybody. This is for Nick and for Brenda. Okay, or anybody else who wants to jump in on this. All right. So this is regarding the Cavendish experiment. What did Cavendish? What did he establish in his celebrated experiment? Now, you're going to like it. It's multiple choice. Okay. Found the mean density of the Earth, measured the gravitational constant, calculated the mass of the Earth, or all of the above.
He was the first to calculate gravitational constant.
Max.
Yes.
Are you using Ableton?
Yes.
Gravitational constant.
That's what I thought. It looks like it.
Okay.
Nice setup.
So that would be the most popular answer.
God.
That would be the most popular answer. Okay. Well, the correct answer is A. Okay. I'm going to put
the correct answer is all of them.
No, it's not.
He had to, in order
the website says it's not. So therefore, this Word document says it's not. So therefore, no. It's
no.
Yeah,
this is from the European Journal of Physics Education, Volume 2, Issue 3, 2011. All the shit's right there. All the shit's right there.
Can you go to the first page and just copy paste it and put it in the text so I can look it up?
I'll give you the link to it in just a second. Okay?
Well, I have access to the European Physics.
Great. What did I just say, Nick?
I want to see it. I want to read along with it.
I'm going to hold on to your fucking balls for a second or something. Play with yourself. Just relax yourself. I'm going to go back.
I lost that one. It was going to take me 10 minutes less to get you to lose your temper, but I'm feeling kind of chill today, so it took like an hour.
So it says the most popular answer was B, while the correct answer, A, was not chosen by anyone. That was found the mean density of the Earth. That situation at first sight might appear very strange because the essence of the Cavendish experiment was described widely and well enough in popular books, with most important writings from physics history, and it gives in a few articles and educational journals. He gives a citation in one specialized journal of Falconer, 1999, in one science education book, and in a recent guide on history of physics and astronomy. All right. Namely, according to
I would have answered it.
I'm not done.
So,
Nick.
No, you're correct. You're absolutely correct.
Done.
A is the answer.
Nick. Shh.
I'm agreeing with you.
I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. Shh.
What about the people at home, Nick?
Yeah, the people at home.
Namely, according to these publications, historical facts about the experiment of Cavendish are that Cavendish did not determine the mean density of the Earth. Cavendish did not determine the gravitational constant. Cavendish did not calculate the mass of the Earth. Now, here is the
wait. Let me answer it. So before we look at so I know it's not gravitational constant because that was Newton. He did not calculate the mass of the Earth. He never did that. I don't know who said he did.
In order to calculate the density of the Earth, he had to calculate the gravitational constant.
What the fuck are y'all smoking?
Newton got the gravitational constant. He used.
You couldn't do either of those.
Never.
You're so stupid.
I mean, we don't even know the materials.
I did Galileo's experiment in high school.
Gravitational acceleration right now, if you want. Just grab a heavy object, drop it, time how long it takes,
I put
change
the
the
paper in
height,
there.
graph it, the slope
Yeah,
of that
we
line.
did it in high
gravity.
school.
That's an effect. That's an
We
effect.
did it in high school.
That's an effect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's an
and
observed
effects-
effect.
Effects can be
Nobody's ever
causes.
observed-
Dave.
Nobody's ever observed.
Okay,
mass
okay, so it's an
attracting
effect.
mass.
So it's a fact. It's still.
You never determine the density of an
Newton
object
is the
without
one who
completely
calculated
dissecting
the
it.
gravitational
That's
constant.
retarded.
I don't know what we're arguing about. That was Newton, not Cavendish.
Yeah, but the thing is this, listen to me. An observed effect is not the cause. Okay. Observing just listen to me. Observing something happening and then ascribing something to it without any proof of that. Nobody's ever seen mass attracting mass. Nobody's ever seen two big objects.
Yeah, no, we have. We have.
That's literally
We
what
haven't, Nick, and I'll
Galileo
crush
saw.
that one.
Dude,
That's
I've
literally
seen it.
Galileo
I
saw.
see it twice a year. Twice a year, I see it when
Let
I
me
run
guess,
that
some
experiment.
shit that you're looking at in the sky and you are believing whatever you're told about.
Let me
this bullshit in
please
the sky.
let me
Shut
please
the
say
fuck
one thing on that, because I love talking about this mass attracts mass bullshit. If you were to have mass attracts mass in a Big Bang cosmology, then there would only contend one super object, because it would just eat everything smaller over and over in time. There would just become one object bigger than the rest, and it would eat everything in its path.
Do you want me to
Can you
answer
show
why that's not the case?
I don't need to
know
hear
why
it.
that's
That's
not
just
the case?
how physics work. Gravitational pull, all that bullshit. You're fucked.
Well, if by definition of the physics you're talking about, the very sort of fundamental theorem of it is gravity, or actually
Right.
force equals mass times acceleration.
That's
and
what
then
I'm
it's
saying.
But gravity is a very, very, very weak force. Very weak. For example, that's why the objects in your room right now, you got books over there, and you have higher mass than your books. They're not coming crashing into you because we have
Gravity's a constant. It doesn't exist differently in the universe for you.
I don't understand what you're saying.
A black hole doesn't
First of
have a
all, are we
stronger
talking about
gravity than Earth.
gravity?
What are you smoking?
Hold
I can't
on.
with you.
I'm eating. I'm eating. If you want to know what it is, it's
Yeah.
strawberry something.
No.
But are you talking about gravity or gravitational acceleration? Two
Can
different things.
something, let me just ask something, can something that changes be constant?
Is that a serious question?
Yes, you can have constant acceleration. Yes. Yes. you
Here
can have
on Earth,
constant
right? It's a
acceleration.
constant measured acceleration here on Earth. What about your fucking moons and your fucking different planets made of gas and ice?
What about them?
Doesn't it have a different gravitational acceleration or pull?
Yeah, I mean that's why on different planets you weigh less.
Right.
Weight is a force. It's your
So why are you
mass.
trying to explain something with the gravitation here on Earth about something in the universe?
Well, I don't. You were saying something about why isn't the whole universe one giant sort of clump of mass?
If it were mass attracted to mass, that's what it would be.
Yeah,
there would
that's
only
what I'm
exist
saying.
one super object in that theory.
That's
So,
not true.
but
You
what
have
I'm
to
saying
show-
though,
show you what-
gravity is not that strong of a force.
It's not a force.
That doesn't make any sense.
For
It's not a
example,
force, Nick. It
take your
creates a
keyboard
force.
and lift it up off of your lap.
I
Nick,
just
you're gonna
crushed that
correct.
whole theory with just a small
No,
little sentence.
we experience it right here on Earth. Gravity is a very, very, very weak force.
That's the gravitational pull here on Earth. It's different
And-
everywhere else,
and,
right?
Hold on, and the
magical
gravitational-
force.
the gravitational of two between two objects follows the inverse square law, so it dramatically decreases with even just a short amount of distance. And
Gravity
it
follows
increases-
inverse square law.
Yeah, basically y equals 1 over x squared.
Okay.
Okay, so first off, man, it's if something changes and the 9.8 meters is a average, it does not always consistent.
No, it's
Okay,
not.
so-
It is not
All right,
always
so then it can't be a constant, can it?
Well, it's okay. So I see what you're saying. Gravitation. We call it the gravitational constant, but I would argue that it's not. It's probably an unfortunate name, like unlike saying Planck's constant or like Avogadro's
Well,
number.
all right, what I'm getting at, though,
are
is
hard,
also-
which
Nick.
are hard constants. However, you're absolutely correct that gravitational acceleration on Earth fluctuates. In fact, in the middle of the Indian Ocean, there's basically a place where gravitational acceleration is a lot less. And scientists are trying to figure out why. But
is that something you read somewhere? Do you have some documentation of that?
Yeah, there are scientific journals just like the one we're looking at on the screen, which have published on this. So now I totally forgot what your question was, Sav. Why doesn't
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
It doesn't really matter.
So here's what I was talking about Galileo.
You weren't going to believe my answer anyway.
I'll put that paper in there for you. You can read
Well,
that.
I just want to correct Nick on something. Let me correct Nick on something. Then we'll go to Jaron, then we'll go to Max. Okay. But I want to correct you on something, Nick, and you're going to get your hand smacked by the dean. I'm telling you right now, you as a physics professor should know that gravity is not a force. Gravity creates a force. And you should also know that it isn't mass attracting mass. It's the bending and warping of space-time. Okay. So they discounted this whole mass attracting mass thing like 100 years ago. And this is why they brought in Einstein to come up with another fairy tale.
Not even based off of what I said, they canceled that shit out. Your scientists have already said that shit's not working. That Newtonian gravity is not right.
Right.
No, you're absolutely correct. You are
right.
100% correct.
Jaron,
Newtonian equations are not correct. I'm not going to agree with you on that.
Jaron's turn now.
Yeah, I put that paper in the chat there for you guys. The projection argument in Galileo and Copernicus, the rhetorical strategy in defense of the new system. This is from the Annals of Science. This is a scientific paper that you would accept if it was in favor of your model. It's just not, or I'm sure the person believes your model, but I'm saying what he's saying about Galileo is what you need to point out and stop using him because he faked experiments, or at least what he wrote isn't what really happened. So here it says, Sagredo reports confidently on an experiment which shows that a cannonball of 100 to 200 pounds will fall through 20 or 200 brachia, which is 360 feet, in essentially the same time as it will a small musket ball, the latter lagging by only 2 inches or so. See the Two New Sciences footnote number 53. According to modern physics, the lag of a 200 brachia ball fall is 13 feet. For 100 brachia, it's about 3 to 5 feet. See the equations developed by Gerard Feinberg, Fall of Bodies Near the Earth, American Journal of Physics, page 33, 1965. In such cases, it would be noted time lag is slight, and small inaccuracies in time of release can wipe it out. But in no case could Galileo ever have consistently achieved the results that he reported. So, or else he couldn't have come up with the theory that he came up with. So stop using him.
Where did you put a link to that?
In the chat there.
Oh, the private chat. Sorry.
Yep. So yeah, and it goes on and on from there. I mean, there's more. It's interesting to note that the result is incorrect, but it's also pointing out that in the Two New Sciences is a fictional dialogue. Sagredo is a fictional character claiming to have performed this experiment himself. Says Sagredo, but I Simplicigo, remember he called himself that, Simplicito, I forgot what he was saying. But I Simplicigo, who have made the test, can assure you that a cannonball weighing 100 or 200 pounds, or even more, will not reach the ground by as much as a span ahead of a musket ball weighing only a half a pound, provided both are dropped from a height of 200 cubits. But that is impossible. It's impossible that ever happened. So, I mean, again, he's lying. Now, again, it doesn't mean that I'm not saying that his numbers or whatever he gave aren't somewhat correct, but it's clearly that he didn't create these experiments. If he did, then why is he lying about them? He basically said he consistently got this result of 2 seconds difference, and now physics says it's 13 feet.
Are we just trying to make an argument about the character of Galileo and not necessarily?
I think all your ancient characters are storybook characters. Okay, Galileo.
Well, of course. I mean, that's how we tell history, by stories.
Right, but you lie about the people that are involved. Like, for instance,
people like you repeat it, not knowing whether it's verified or not. You know,
you don't know if that's the case.
Well, you say Galileo was put on home arrest, right? Because of his defense of the Copernican system. He was put on home arrest because he was blind and he lived in a castle. So that's another thing. How about Copernicus? We were all told, everybody was told that Copernicus gave his book on his deathbed because he was so afraid of the Catholic Church. Then we find out for 10 years before he died, he was presenting on the Copernican model.
That's the history.
So why don't you stop lying? That's what I'm saying. Stop using those people that have been lied about.
Speaking of the Catholic Church, one of the best in the world institution when it comes to astronomy is the Vatican.
Yeah,
they publish
because they're Jesuits. The Jesuits whole role. Let me tell you something.
Is that what it was? You know, if I was religious, I would be a Jesuit.
Listen, they brought the Jesuits in. Do you understand this oath that they've sworn, right? And why they were even created was because of the Reformation. What happened at the Reformation? That's right. Their Bible was translated into the language of the common man, right? Which challenged the authority of the church. Nobody was allowed to read the Bible. In fact, you get burned at the stake for even having one unless you were an authority of it.
The priest would face the wall away from him and not
Yes.
the people.
So they would have to actually just go by whatever the church said. Well, people got a translation of the Bible. They started finding out that the shit that Rome was saying was nowhere in this Bible. Okay. And so now they had the authority to challenge the authority of the church. So what they do, they set out to make the Bible look like it's untrue, so then they can have the authority of the church. And how do you do that? First and foremost, deny the very first creation of God. That's the one first and foremost thing that you do. And their oath even said, even when they were formed up, they said they'll infiltrate the schools, the colleges, all of the sciences, every facet of your daily existence, your socioeconomic life. They're in there, man. They're in there.
Yeah, Nick, have you researched that topic, Nick?
Yes.
Yes. The Catholics are the one who spread all of the astronomy that you guys believe in. Even though you hate religion, you all believe in what.
Well,
the Catholics taught.
it actually was during the golden age of Islam, and they recorded all of that. And of course, the Catholic Church got to it.
The Jesuits went around and every observatory, all that stuff was put up by the Jesuits.
At least on it.
Yeah. Max had something. Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, Jaron, I sent you a question in the private chat. If you could just take a quick look at it. And
Sure.
What I wanted to ask, and maybe it's kind of a tangent, but do we think we could, among the people that are here today, could we come up with something, an experiment that we could all do, maybe together, maybe separately, and say, okay, if we make this experience, if this happens, the Earth is a globe. If this happens, the Earth is
yes,
flat.
we can. We live in different places. We can measure shadows.
I actually came up with an experiment myself. If
That's what the guy just said. Though. You just said that we live in different places and we have different shadows. Yeah, and if I put things on like
if you want to show that the Earth is not flat, that's a very easy experiment. All of us get a meter stick.
Okay, so my desk
we
is
all
flat
point in a certain direction.
My desk is flat.
And
my desk
we
is flat
all
here.
measure it at the same time.
Max, my desk is flat here. I can put two items on it, and I can put a light above one, and there's going to be different shadows. Is my desk now a sphere?
No, but I was
asking. Jaron, then let's do the experiment. Then let's do that experiment.
Why are you treating me like that? I was asking like a serious question. Like,
yeah, I have a question for Nick.
Confused, though. I thought we could do that. We could test the shadows, and we could know whether or not.
No, I didn't say that.
I said that. I said that.
I asked
Max was asking for a simple experiment that we could do and get real results.
Don't you think that was possible? That would have already been shown.
Yeah, so we can recreate the experiment
Nick,
with.
Can you hold on for a second? You've been speaking like for a long time, please.
How about let's all decide if we're right now flying through space 1.2 million miles per hour, 800 times the speed of a speeding bullet. Let's feel.
But Jaron, I think the idea of the question that I was posing is let's agree on something that we all can do that doesn't cost like $500,000. Then let's try to think something that we can realistically do to see if we can do this experience and weigh out all the lay out the experience of the experiment and do the predictions and see if we can come to some sort of agreement on something that we can realistically do.
Sure, but do the test that we do you also get to add magical refraction where you say there's a standard refraction that we have to adhere to that actually takes the Earth and makes it 20% bigger? That's how you guys, when we say we see too far, you're like, oh no, you didn't.
No, I was thinking of something more along the lines of, okay, let's do something that we can all agree, we can all measure, and we can all do like it realistically. I'm honestly asking this question.
No, Matt, I think what you're asking is perfect.
Does that
let's measure the height of a shadow at different places at the same time, facing in the same direction.
Stop it, Nick. Stop it with the shadow shit.
We just told
they don't like that experiment. I'm trying to get to an agreement.
The experiment only works if you have the distance to the.
See, here's the problem, Max. They're not going to agree to any experiment which works.
Yes, I will. I have my own experiment that I've come up with that I will definitely work.
I'm going to tell you why, guys.
I would like to hear that. Yes,
I'm going to put Eratosthenes the fictionalized character that was presented in Rockefeller textbooks in the 20th century, and his faithful assistant Feces, whom he communicated with over 500 miles for some reason. Maybe had a Nokia brick phone, right? Where'd you go, Jaron? Lost you, bro. Hit the link back again. Anyway, here's this guy. He did this experiment, but here's the thing. It was based in assumption. It was gone into with a bias. He already, without any reason, was checking for sphericity or convexity of the Earth. The reality of it is that this will work for both conditions. So it's not proof either way. Okay. It works on a flat plane with a local light source, but could also work on a ball with a long, way far away light distance, as long as you assume the light rays are parallel. Okay. So it's not proof one way or the other. I wish people would stop evoking this damn Eratosthenes crap, because I mean, we beat it to death. It's inconclusive. Move on to a good argument. Okay. So yeah, we can do some experiments. We can do some tests, and some of those revolve around the very fundamentals of physical law. Okay. And this is the level of water, the containment of gas, how the various gas pressure laws work in conjunction with one another. Once you realize that you're in an enclosed dynamic fluid pressure system, and the word, of course, dynamic means that it's working. What's happening? We always have temperature changes happening, not only regionally, but daily and nightly. All the time. It's constant. We have to take all of these things into consideration. The postulation that gases, for some reason, because of someone's cockamamie theory, developed an idea that because air has mass, therefore it must be attracted to the mass of the Earth. There's absolutely no proof of that whatsoever. No one has ever demonstrated air having a downward acceleration. The pressure you feel is not because of a column of air on top of you or the weight of the air on top of you. It's 14.7 psi of displacement at all points of your body that's displacing the medium. There's no weight. So then we have to go to the root of it, the heliocentric model, the postulation of somehow a ball of hydrogen, one of the very lightest elements, somehow had gravitational pull to coalesce into a mass in a vacuum, no less, regardless of anywhere. I mean, in a vacuum. No one has ever seen gases behave this way. There's no way you can make a gas behave this way unless you have it contained. So right from the get-go, the whole postulation starts falling apart of a globe Earth. We don't even have to get into movements or anything else like that. All we have to do is, if we don't see any convexity and we have air pressure, that means that this thing is flat and it's contained. Now, I don't know what the container is. It's obviously somewhere above us. But if I'm sitting here with a T-bone steak, I don't have to see the cow that it came from. I don't have to pet the cow that it came from to know that that T-bone steak came from a cow. It had to. So the very fact that we have air pressure at all, and there is no evidence of a downward acceleration of air due to gravity, we can only conclude that the system is indeed enclosed.
Okay, but
taking back, hold on one second. Go ahead, respond to that, and then I want to give it to Taking Back Eden. He's been sitting back waiting.
Yeah, he's been waiting. So let's give him. Yeah, I'll wait.
Right.
I will. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I just wanted to say.
After that, though, I do want to tell you, Max. I want to explain one to you that I think you'll like.
Yes, I'm interested in hearing that, please.
Yeah. Same with me, THC. Thank you. And I just wanted to say hi to Sovereign Soul and Jaron and Max and Nick. We hope everyone here is serious as we are, because time is precious and we want to consider all possibilities, but we want to get right to the root of the matter so we can speak about where we go from here. But yeah, thank you, Sovereign.
Right on. I want to kind of like put this on a little bit of a different footing. We've got an event coming up for the 8th of April. Of course, I'm sure everybody's aware that we're going to have a solar eclipse, and there's people making preparation and everything to go to various locations to witness this, film it, and everything else like that. Now, what I've seen though is that there's a lot of these areas that are in the path of totality that have actually issued emergency orders, you know, and emergency warnings for these various areas, telling people to stock up on things and make sure they have batteries and backup food and things like that. And I'm wondering, what do you think would be behind something like that? Why would they have to issue warnings? I mean, you would figure, I've heard the excuse that people are saying, well, it's because it'll run out of food because of all the people that come and the gas won't be able to be in the pumps and this, that, and the other. And I'm thinking, wait a second, man. Where I live, our biggest time of year is tourist season. People come here to the mountains, to the park and stuff, right? And so you know what the businesses do? They know there's going to be an influx of population, so they prepare for that. You would figure these people would say, hey, this is going to be great. We're right in the path of totality or near it, man. We can make a killing on rooms. We can make a killing on our restaurants. We're going to bring in so much revenue. Do you realize what this is going to do for this town? But no, they're calling out national emergencies like in these areas.
Well, I think it's all for economics. I mean, it's a great thing to do to get people to go to the store and buy more shit, and that keeps the economy.
Oh my gosh,
love that.
Yeah,
I've been seeing nothing but ads for that. Like, oh, come to our campground, stay here. You know, it's like it started months ago. You know.
Do you all want me to take a picture when the solar eclipse happens?
Sure. I'm going to Ohio. I'm going to
I have a
Springfield, Ohio, and it's going to be in the path of totality, and hoping to get some video on multiple different devices. So this ought to be pretty good.
I'll take it. I have this. It's called a hydrogen alpha filter on this telescope, so it allows you to see directly the corona of the sun. It looks really cool. And it will look even cooler when the eclipse happens. So I'm doing some practice shots because it's actually kind of difficult to photograph.
You pay attention to this, you'll always notice this. Whenever somebody scientific is talking about something, they always have to say something's really cool, even though it's the least cool thing you've ever heard in your life. They always say it's really cool. Really cool.
But
really cool.
You don't think eclipses are cool?
I guess. What do you mean? They're not cool. Like I'm going to say, oh, but you don't have to tell people when things are cool. I don't have to tell you guys something that say it's really cool. It's really cool to convince you. I don't ever have to do that. If it's cool, it's cool. You don't need to tell us. Watch any science documentary and they always say, it's really cool. It's cool this happens. It's cool that this happens. You don't have to tell us.
Yeah. Also, they want to get us emotionally attached to it. And also, Sovereign, to add to your point and your question, I also believe we're under constant trauma-based mind control. So whenever they have an opportunity to, Jaren raised a great point, drive the economy one way through getting us to action. But it also keeps us in this state of the dialectic that we're looking for our leaders to provide. But the exciting times are ahead for the eclipse. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Here, THC, I'm really interested in what I would really like to hear.
So listen, it has to do with the equator.
Okay.
If we're on a 33-degree tilt and the sun is in line with our equator, that means that it never enters if we were on the equator on a ball, it would never enter our vision from the left or right azimuth. It would always be on the exact same track per se, or longitude, whichever one. I forget which one is left, east and west. But if it were on a flat plane, then you would notice it come in at a curve, at a slight angle from when it passes over your head. It would not be in line ever on the flat earth model. It would enter and exit your entire line of sight in a straight line if you were on the equator on a ball. That wouldn't happen if you were on a flat earth. So you have an experiment that proves one way or the other definitively.
But
Right there.
I think THC, he was asking for us to do an experiment we could do ourselves. I think I don't think us going to the equator.
If somebody lived on the equator, they could do that themselves.
Yeah, but between the three of us, we couldn't do that. What I'd like to do.
Wait a minute.
I would like to do an experiment that shows the world is flat.
And let's just talk about that for a second. Don't just shoot it down right away. Let somebody else say it. Yeah,
I
go
might
ahead.
live on the equator. I might live on the equator because my toilet flushes down one way and my sink just across from it goes down the other. And that can only.
Oh, you're on the hemisphere then.
That can only mean that the equator runs right through the middle of my bathroom.
Or an Indian burial ground.
What we expect, and then we see it, and then that proves it.
Yep.
What we expect.
Yep. As long as you see it, it's definitely proof.
So let's do an experiment, which all of us can measure for ourselves in our different locations, that shows why the Earth is flat.
Like what, Nick? Give it to me. Hit me.
No, I don't know. I don't know any experiment. I don't know. I'm asking.
You haven't thought of a single thing? You haven't used your brain?
Yeah, flat Earth
You
is
give me
over
the
10
experiment
years.
you use. You give me your
I
experiment.
just did.
I can't fly to the equator this week.
That sucks for you then.
So
I'm
let's
pretty
do
sure
something
we.
simpler. Let's do something simpler. You
You want to do
rejected.
you want to do my laser experiment that we just need about $10,000? That's it.
That's all.
Can you acquire that? Yeah. That's it. I mean,
Well,
that's how much
the
the laser will
logistics
cost.
of it might be. That still requires a little bit of forethought. We got to build the barriers. We got to find a location.
We have a location.
Well, the idea is for all of us to conduct. I mean,
Lake
that's how
Michigan's a
science
perfect
works, is
location to
Not just
conduct
one
an
person does the
experiment like that.
experiment. Multiple people will do the experiment, and we
Yes,
should all
it's
get the same
repeatable,
results.
yes. Right.
Or Erie, Lake Erie. Yeah.
But we could
Lake
send you the,
Sup-
we could send the
Whoa,
laser
hold up.
around, right?
I just came up with a great idea, man.
It's 60 miles plus.
Go up to Lucky Haskins' cabin.
Where's
Up
he
on
at?
Lake. He's up on Lake Superior, right up there in the Keweenaw.
You could travel
Where-
to Erie then.
Oh, dude, I'm telling you, man. Have you ever seen the Keweenaw? You know, the Upper Peninsula of Michigan kind of looks like
It's
a
the
rabbit.
perfect experiment for flat Earth.
That right there is it's like the little rabbit ears that come out into the lake. That's where he's at on the Keweenaw. Yeah, man. That'd
Maybe
be
the
perfect.
pyramids were old school lighthouses.
Oh, they got lighthouses all around Michigan too.
So, are we rejecting doing a flat Earth experiment then?
Let me show you mine, and then you tell me if it-
Well, we didn't. The purpose of the show, we can come up with something, and maybe somebody leave a comment in the comments tonight. I'm sure we're not gonna, change the focus of the show to picking out an experiment that we're all going to do together.
It's just what
tonight.
Max suggested. I thought it was a great
I'm
idea.
doing the laser experiment here at the Chesapeake Bay as soon as I can get another hands on deck. I finally got all my equipment.
He's over
Sorry,
there.
I didn't mean to derail the show. Like,
Oh, that's no
You do
biggie, but that's a good idea. Yeah, maybe we can figure something out. Possibly, somebody's got an idea or whatever. There you go.
So
There's
I
one.
tried this one before. Again, we couldn't do this because the laser didn't keep the beam. You need about a $10,000 laser to do this. But if you have a $10,000 laser, then it's a very simple test. What you're doing is trying to see if you can thread the needle and see where it hits the backboard. On a flat Earth, you would shoot your laser, and it's going to hit this backboard at a certain height. It's going to hit the backboard at the height that it is above the water. So if we measure 10 feet above the water and we cut a hole, measure 10 feet above the water, cut a hole, and then wait to see where the laser hits the backboard. On a curved Earth, it would be impossible to hit the post at the 10 feet mark. Curved Earth would cause you to hit it higher, 10 feet higher in a 4-mile distance. The problem with this test is you need the beam to stay smaller than the holes, and that's we cut them at 6 inches.
So you're saying that the laser that you were using dissipated or whatever it
expanded.
Can I ask a question? Is it $10,000 to buy the laser, or
Correct.
could we somehow rent?
No, I think I would argue that the laser which THC has would work just fine, especially if you do it on a night.
That's something that I noticed actually. That's actually something that I noticed is as I focal point this laser, there's just a certain point where it doesn't actually
get any smaller.
It spreads. And
Yeah, it
and
spreads.
I can see it spread within my room, which means that over a mile, 2 mile, 3 miles, it's going to spread into a fucking size of a flashlight.
Well, yeah, ours was actually the size of about
But
10
even if it does come as
With
a
this
sat-
kind of laser, Jaron?
There's also something but there's also something called a beam expander, which we bought, it's a weird idea because instead of the beam coming out small, it comes out big and gets small, and then at a certain point crosses itself and then comes out like this, and supposedly it keeps a tighter beam over distance. But we put that expander on the laser, and it melted onto the laser.
So this is why the theodolite costs so much money. Is you could use one of those as well. You could use this same experiment and not have the one piece of survey equipment receive the signal because it didn't make it through the boards.
Yeah, that'd be good. Like a
Why wouldn't it
microwave.
make? If you make the holes big enough, it will go through the
Theodolite-
boards.
Yeah, but if you make
I
the holes
don't-
big enough, then you could thread this needle. Technically speaking, if the holes are big enough, you'd still be able to hit the 10-foot.
And
The
that's
smaller, the more accurate the experiment, but you could have it to the size of, depending on the distance that you set the boards at, it could be up to 3 to 4
Here's
inches.
the thing. If we saw it at 10 feet, every globe believer would say that the light is being bent to the curvature of the Earth.
Because the
No.
gradient of the.
Yeah, no. If anybody says that, they don't know what they're talking about.
Thank you for
Now
saying
that's
that.
what they say, though. That's what the collective says.
Yeah. No, Earth is not big enough to have any effect on a laser.
That's
beam.
what I said. It won't
Hold on a
bring it
second.
back
Hold on.
into.
Not going to matter at all.
Hold on a second. But that's what refraction is. They expand the Earth to the size that the light bends with the curvature of the Earth. So what are you talking about? That's
Well,
what refraction
refraction.
is.
No, that's not what refraction is.
That's
not
why
what
we
refraction
see things
Yes,
that are
it
too far.
is.
That's your entire explanation for why we see too far. Is
Yeah,
because
the light doesn't bend, like
That's
it doesn't go around a curve.
Oh my
instantaneously changes direction.
That was my
because-
entire episode with Craig Fight the Flat Earth. Is that refraction is going to bring the shortest line of sight of that light travels in the shortest line of sight, and that it's going to bend with the curve of the Earth to bring it back to my level perspective.
do
Listen to
with
me
the
for a
curve of the
second.
Earth.
Listen to me for a second.
Oh,
That light
you're
is going to
wrong.
curve around from the bottom. That I'm actually not seeing the sunrise. I'm actually seeing a couple minutes before the sun rises because the light is bending up over the curve of the Earth, and I'm seeing the
bending,
sunrise 2
no
minutes
bending.
before the sun actually rises. Are you saying that that's not true?
Yeah, no, that's not true. Light. Oh, first of all, light doesn't bend like that because of
Oh, then it's
refraction.
flat. Welcome to Flat Earth. You're a flat
Refraction-
earther.
refraction is an instantaneous change of the
No,
angle of
there's
incidence
hundreds of
light.
videos out there that explain this and say that,
Yeah, okay,
and
but
it
it's
calculates
not
the curve of the
bending.
Earth into this.
It's not
Hey,
bending.
T, are you
The
talking
reason
about
it's
when he was showing
refracting
that?
is
Hold on.
the
Hold on,
reason it's
Nick.
refracting is because the speed of light is changing because either density or the medium is changing. That's all it is.
No, it's one medium. We're looking through one medium. I'm talking about it, and we're talking about a couple miles away. It's one medium at sea level.
But there are temperature differences in the atmosphere, so it's not just
Well,
one
that's
medium.
why
And
it's also
refraction,
important to use
refraction will
Are you
happen.
crazy? It's one medium at sea level. I'm talking about sea level, like when we're looking at an object, like for his experiment. That would be one
but
medium.
we're not just seeing through sea level. Like I think you're not thinking three dimensionally here.
I'm way beyond.
You also got to
You're thinking
look
two-dimensional. You think
I'm
we live
gonna
on a
tell you
paper?
something. I'll tell you all something too. Now I noticed in your thing you was using a green laser, right, Jaron?
We used a blue.
Okay, because
mean,
there's,
am I
there's
drawing?
the thing. Well, the thing is that temperature can greatly affect the different frequency of laser that you use. The color that's for sure.
Correct.
I had some green lasers that I had on my rifles, but I found out that they weren't worth a shit in the wintertime. When it was cold, I couldn't get no distance out
Is
of them.
the
at all.
notion that we can shine a laser on the moon true? Do we have any video of that?
Absolutely not. But it looks like it. I mean, if you shined yours up at the moon, it looks like it hits the moon.
It
But it's
fucking
not.
looks like it goes really goddamn far. I mean,
It does look like it goes and hits the moon. But I mean, it's just, I think, an illusion. But obviously, I don't think you can hit the moon.
Well,
you ever see those laser beams in Hawaii that all traject at the same angle and they don't continue on? You know, like it's hitting the dome or something.
They stop. Yeah, they did it at 9/11, right? They had a 9/11 display that was beams going up and stopping.
Yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, but
it's-
those weren't lasers. Those were lasers are coherent beams of light of one frequency. Those were like very
yeah,
powerful.
but a laser still, even though it's a concentrated beam of light, use like a cavity magnetron that they get this thing to focus down into a beam of light. It still is subject to attenuation and the things spreading out. It's going to be bigger. You can test that out. You can look at the size of something coming out of the laser beam, and the further away you get, the bigger the dot down range is going to be.
And for $4,000, we had them say that mathematically it would hold a beam divergence of less than 6 inches over 4 miles. And then I said, "Oh, can you guarantee it? Because I'm not going to spend $4,000 on a laser and get out there and it doesn't work." And they said, "No, because we're giving you the mathematics of it, not the real world use. You're going to be dealing with atmosphere and particulates."
What brand of laser was it?
It's like
And the refraction clause is based on the hypothetical fact that the Earth is a ball anyway. It's all hypothetical because when you put it on a flat stationary plane, everything works out just fine, and you see everything in the physical reality just the way it is.
Except for maybe refraction could lift water and maybe cover
What laser
buildings. Who knows?
this?
Max,
Yeah,
you had something? Max had his hand up. What do you
Yes,
have,
I
bud?
had a question and that it didn't get answered. You said it's $10,000 to buy it. Is there any way to rent one of those that
Possibly.
might be more
That's a
accessible?
good question.
Yeah, anybody can start looking. You need for that experiment, you need 4 miles and you need less than 6 inches at the 4 mile mark, because that would keep the beam under the. And what happens is if you shine it and it hits just part of the little circle, the whole beam becomes incoherent. It causes an interference pattern, right?
Yeah, it diffracts around the hole. It starts to diffract.
And it
the
affects
opposite
whole
of
light. It's not
refraction.
like you just have to get some light through. That's what I thought originally. I thought you could get some light through and it would go to the next hole, but it doesn't. The whole beam gets destroyed because it's
Also, THC mentioned that the theodolite, and those I know you can rent for like $35 a day. So that would also be a little more feasible.
I guess, but the problem with the theodolite is then you're going to be talking about putting a light at the other end and trying to pick it up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because the theodolite, all it does is pick up a signal. You know, it's got one tool that's picking up the laser being shot from one. It's basically, that's what it is. It's the survey equipment that is doing the same thing we're doing, but we're just trying to keep the laser within. We're trying to make sure that the laser is not curving, right? We're basically testing whether this laser curves or not.
Yeah, and
whether
it gets rid of the idea.
I guarantee you, it doesn't curve.
Right, we know it doesn't curve. That's the whole point. That's why we're using a laser.
You don't even have to test it. I can tell you right now with authority, it's not bending. It's not bending.
Well, the laser's not
saying
bending. That's
that
the
is-
point. That's why it's used in the experiment to test
You
whether the
understand
Earth is
that's
curving
their-
or not.
That's their excuse for everything. When we see a laser too far, that's their excuse, is that the laser bent with the curvature of the Earth.
No, but that's why I in the proposal of this question that I made, and I'm sorry if I derailed this again. I'm so sorry. That we would try to agree on like everything beforehand and try to make something definitive that that we can all verify and do it and say, okay, if this happens, the Earth is flat. If this happens, the Earth is a globe, and kind of like put an end to the whole thing. I know it would be hard, but I think that would be something cool to look into and try to go about that experience. We can maybe get some people who live together near and like do the
It's all about getting it published to enough people, like Jaron did the experiment. Or if I go out and do the experiment and I tell 100 people about it, it doesn't matter.
No,
that is correct. Yes,
that's the
Also,
problem.
Max-
The chances that you guys had to reach millions, you chose to cheat. You chose to fake a helicopter. You chose to use an optical illusion with Nat Geo. Never have you guys stood up to the plate. Like, imagine if you said, Jaron, we're going to put this experiment out to these millions of people. So do it really, structured experiment or something. Would we go out and fake it? Imagine doing that. What kind of dirtball do you have to be to do that? And that's what they've done.
I
That's what
thought
you
there
guys have
was
done every
already a
time.
video of this
I'm
experiment.
not familiar with that whole controversy about the
It's not a
experiment.
controversy.
So
It's not a controversy. Stephen Hawking has a video out where he's proving the curvature of the Earth by he sends some people over in a helicopter. The helicopter lowers behind 6 miles worth of water. Then it comes back up. Great. We've proven that is a fake helicopter. There's the two scenes are identical. What?
Yeah,
I'm sorry. What I'm saying is I'm not familiar with that.
Wait, why are you
and
laughing? Are
I'm
you
not-
laughing because you think that I'm lying?
You know exactly.
I'm not
why
laughing.
I apologize.
Yeah,
I'm trying
Nick,
to
hold
respect
on.
your
Jaron
opinion.
was talking directly with Max, so if you can let them finish, thank you. Because this is a serious point.
I sometimes giggle, but I didn't laugh.
Nick is laughing, and it's a verified claim what Jaron's saying. Let Jaron finish.
By the way, real
And
quick, this
again,
is,
what I was saying was that I'm
I'll
not
show it, but
familiar
here's the thing.
with. They were discussing this with Brenda before, and I'm not familiar with any of
Yeah.
that, so
Yeah,
I can't
yeah.
make an opinion. And
Yeah.
I got a lot of about 2 papers, 2 links that I got from you. One I got earlier from Flatzoid about the whole gravity thing and Cavendish. I didn't have time to go through all those today, but I'm more than willing to look at anything that you send me and try to see what
Well,
I
this is the
can
laser. Just,
interpret out of
this
that.
is what happened. This is what happened to our laser at 4 miles. It turned into this giant blob.
Hang on. Let me bring you
Uh-huh.
full screen.
It's not coherent. It's not. There was no way to test on this. Some people said, "Well, couldn't you take the middle of it and see where the middle was?" This looks incoherent to us. So
Yeah.
and again, the marks are. I think you can. You can't really see the marks. They were about here at 17 feet and here-ish at 20, whatever. But you could say somebody could come and say that's the middle of the beam there. No, it's a mess. And then we explained it by saying it could have hit a tree. We couldn't figure out what it had done. The guy in the middle said he thinks it hit a bush, but we think it hit the middle circle. Anyway, that's that. Then you said, what was the other thing? Oh, you want me to show you the Stephen Hawking faker? Wait 1 second. I'll find that for you.
Yeah, this is very important.
Go ahead. Oh, what? What now?
Oh yeah, I was just referring to this video for Max to see, and I also had a follow up from Max on his question on possible experiments.
Go ahead.
What I recommend, Max, is you get an Excel sheet. You list the number of experiments that are rejected by globe defenders and accepted by flat Earth proponents, and see how many are rejected on one side and rejected on another. And then maybe that will give some sort of visual indicator of one side denying experiments over another. Just an opinion.
Yeah, that was part of like the premise. Let's find something that we can all agree on and that would give us some definitive answers. I know it will be hard, but I think if we don't try, we'll never get it.
You guys always want to use trigonometry. Let's use that to get the distance to the sun, right? We can figure that out. But when we do, then we realize that the moon is the same size in the sky. So guess what? They're the same size. They're the same distance. So way to go on that experiment.
Yeah, so that would be discarded, for example, because you don't
Right, of
accept
course,
the
because
premise.
it doesn't match your model. So of course it's discarded. That's what you now put that one down. Number one, can't do
Discarded.
trigonometry to figure out the distance because the globe decides that it's not allowed. They just
Yeah, and then we should tally. We should tally the number of experiments that we have to reject, and then. But I totally get your premise, Max, for sure. We should.
Can I add into the Occam's razor? You know, anybody that believes in the ball, you would have to agree with me, correct? That flat Earth sits on the side of Occam's razor's theory. That it is the simpler process, correct?
No, I would not have to agree with that.
I would
Why?
not agree with that. No.
All of the things that would have to work in the Big Bang cosmology and line up exactly perfect for all of this to happen. You're saying that it wouldn't be more chaotic in the heliocentric model than the geocentric model.
Yeah, let's do that test. Let's crash a plane 1 billion times and see if it ever builds a world. Because I bet you it doesn't. I bet you explosions cause damage. They don't.
And I mean, if you can't agree with that simple concept, and there's something not clicking right. You know, you at some point, I have to put up a limitation on what I'm allowed to accept from somebody speaking to me. Like, you got to be able to realize, like, some of this is just way out of the ballpark for it to work, right?
Yeah.
Hey, let's show this since that guy wanted to laugh and say that we're making it up that Stephen Hawking.
No, I'm not laughing in a disrespectful. I'm not laughing at you.
No, but you're laughing because you guys think you don't fake things. Only flat earthers fake experiments. What about these people speaking to multiple tens of millions of people and none of you guys care? None of you guys care.
Like I said, honestly, I find it humorous.
Let's watch.
But let's do an experiment. That's how we show things are correct or incorrect.
They tried to do an experiment. They sent this helicopter over there, and they're supposed to be lowering the helicopter. Watch carefully.
Can you make it full screen? Because I
sorry.
don't see
Sorry,
Jack.
here we go.
I'm sorry.
There you go.
Hang on one sec.
Does it have sound?
One sec. What are we?
Dave.
Hang on. I got him. I was bringing something up for you too. Hold up.
Does it have sound? I don't hear this shit.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's fake, and we'll show it right now. We'll prove it to you. Now listen to this. He's going to explain to you exactly.
Well,
why
looks like a Bell helicopter. Okay.
Now watch. Listen carefully. Watch carefully.
The sound for the video is not.
Hey, I have that same telescope. That's
sorry.
That's a Celestron.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I'll put up a sound. I didn't think about that. Wait, you're not hearing the sound?
No sound.
Hold on, let me check.
One of those, I think you have to click like always include my audio.
No, but I'm not sharing the screen. I just changed my.
That's
you are using the video thing. Yeah, gotcha.
Let me make sure this. Oh, it's this one. Speaker.
Put the
communication.
Put the closed captioning on.
Now it should work. You hear it now?
Time code of the full.
Yes.
Okay, good. Here we go. Ready? I'll rewind it just a little bit. Let's go back with a J.
Yeah, go back a little. Let me pack one up while you do this.
Look at a lake the same way. I'll never look at a big body of water the same way. Now that I know it's following the curvature of the earth.
Now watch this.
We synchronized the liftoff and landing at the exact moment the helicopter crosses the horizon. Nothing has been altered, and the official time code of the full program is given.
Watch carefully how dumb they are to do this. You notice anything?
The helicopter here is about to descend below the horizon, and the helicopter here is about to crest the horizon and enter our line of sight. The waves of the lake, both scenes are identical.
How the fuck does that happen?
The
Right.
helicopter is not
Watch the waves. Watch the water.
It's identical.
Oh, we're saying this is filmed at different times.
Yeah, it's supposed to be different times. They're supposed to be.
Oh, shut the fuck up!
That's the worst fakery of all time. Look at these birds. The birds come across.
Scenes
Oh my gosh!
And not true recordings.
Tens of millions of people have seen this.
Yeah,
This is
the birds are not 1 second behind because I think that's what it's supposed to be.
What do you mean they're not 1 second behind?
Well,
No, this is where you just go, yeah, you're right. I can see where they're faking it. They admitted they faked it, so there's no reason to sit and defend it. There's no reason at all. They've already admitted
I'm
they
not
faked
defending it. I'm actually somewhat agreeing with you here. Based on the time code up, this should be 1 second behind. But then when you look at the video, when you look at the video, they seem to be at the same place at two different times. That
The
can't
minutes
happen.
is 13 and 14. Okay, so the water is the same in both scenes, but one scene is supposed to be telling you when it took off, when it went behind the water. One scene
minute
is when
later.
it came up. This is the time code of the movie or the
Yeah,
show.
there's something wrong here.
How can you have two scenes that have one has no helicopter and the other one has a helicopter? The reason is it's been faked. Period. There's no arguing. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Both the director and the editor, all of them were involved in faking this by putting a fake helicopter there. That's tens of millions of people saw your science people fake this, and they all believe it.
And why would they need to fake it?
Yeah, why not just do the experiment? And the reason why is because it's ridiculous to think that in 6 miles a helicopter would hide behind water. It's
Wait.
stupid.
Can you do me a favor? Can you go back? Okay, so go back to the birds.
Okay.
And can you go one frame until the birds get into that circle thing in the middle?
But what difference does it make? The helicopters.
I just want to see. I just want to see it. Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Okay, so there. See, this is a problem because those two birds are absolutely in the exact same spot.
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. This doesn't make any sense.
They faked it.
Yeah, there's I'm trying to think of a reason to explain that, but I can't.
And there's no
It
flat
doesn't make
earthers
any
out
sense.
here faking the non-curvature. You know, like, oh man, there's so much curvature, but let's pretend like there's not.
Mike, if they did and it hit 40 people was the view count, these guys would hang them. They would hang them. If a flat earther faked an experiment, they would hang them, and yet
Yeah,
they
look
let
at
this
that.
go. They let this go. Like, no big deal. It's not a big deal. We don't pay attention to TBS or CBS. And
Okay, let me
PBS.
ask you this, Jared. Is
Yeah.
that an unedited video? Like, what's the source of that video? Are we getting it directly from?
The original is on PBS. It's called Genius by Stephen Hawking, episode 6. Where do we live?
Okay,
I'll try and get you a
so
link to it.
I'm gonna pull that up while I'm going to bed tonight. I'm gonna see what it looks like.
But here's one more thing. Just so you know, this is another fact. Right at the end of that, this girl says, "Oh, it worked. Watch this. This is great. Watch this." Girl says,
It worked. I'm not a scientist, and to be able to just do that off a whim and it just came to me, that was incredible.
Okay, so she said, "I'm not a scientist, right?" This video on the right is taken before this video was made on the left. This is what her job is.
My name is Kat Bobineau, and I am a scientist. It worked. I'm not a scientist, and to be able to just do that off a whim and it just came to me.
So I've seen people like that before, and what they're called is actors.
Yes.
And liars. Liars,
Yes.
right? And you imagine somebody handed her a script. Imagine that you're a scientist and somebody hands you a script from PBS, says, Jaron, read this. I go, okay, I'm reading through the script and it says, I'm not a scientist. And it might be like, excuse me, this says I'm not a scientist. I am a scientist. And if they told me, oh, you're going to say that on this fucking program, I'd say, you're going to kiss my fucking ass. I'm not
Right.
I'm a scientist. Why would I lie of all fucking people? I'm the unbiased scientist. I would never lie on a television program for children or for adults or for proving something. Yet this bitch.
Of course, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to verify that that video came out
Do
before.
it. I've already verified it. I've already showed it months before. But months before it was filmed. Not months before the video came out. Months before it was even filmed. But I'll get you that. I'll get you all the information. Yeah, end of story.
Thank you, Jaron, for showing that, and
Yes.
thank you for watching, Max.
And you've seen the Nat Geo do the optical illusion?
No.
Let me
Sorry.
show that one more thing, because this is your two chances. When you have PBS do it, you have Nat Geo. Why is it that when you've had an opportunity to prove it, but hold on,
I
this is
can
the problem.
certainly
You're asking-
agree.
Hold on, but you're asking for an experiment for us to do. None of us have any fucking money. There is people in this world that have a shitload of money. They're the National Science Foundation, NASA, all these motherfuckers. They have money.
They have our money.
PBS has money. The Discovery Channel has money. Nat Geo has money. So why, when they were given the opportunity to do it, did they fucking lie to the world? Why? Explain.
I don't know. I can't answer that. I'm sorry.
Well, the first thing we got to do is verify that this video is authentic. That's all.
But
It
to
is
be
100%.
fair, you don't really accept anything from NASA. So why would we ask
Because they
them?
fake it. What are you talking about?
But
Why
that's
would I
what
accept fakery.
that was the point of me asking.
Oh God, this one.
This is classic.
This
Watch
one's
this one.
great.
These guys. When we find where they show you the board from right there, you can see it by, and we can actually
they're
look.
and they're using a lady here to attract all the males.
Of course.
But that part bothers me so much, the way they do that.
Yeah, watch this though, because you know they did this on purpose. They're going out there like, oh, if we see the thing disappear, now watch this. Okay, look at this board right here. Notice how they painted it: white, red, white, black, white, red. Now, the reason why is because when it gets out into the water, they're gonna all of a sudden start talking about it like the black line is the middle. Is the black line the middle of that sheet? You're missing the other white square. Why would anybody paint it like this? Nobody in their right mind would ever think this is a good way to paint a board that you're about to send out to the water to verify whether or not it's being blocked by water. Now listen what happens.
Even number of lines. That's the problem.
The line in the middle is the middle.
Yeah, not the black line. Yeah.
Out into the water here.
Between the black and the white is
No,
the
but
middle.
look at-
Wait till you see what they do. Wait till you see what they do.
It ends in red. You saw it.
But
there.
listen, but what? Yeah, we all see that. But watch what they say. Watch what the producers of the fucking show say. Watch.
Yeah, it's not asymmetric.
Okay, so watch.
One way that Aristotle
No, it's
proved
not symmetric.
2,000 years ago that the Earth is a sphere was with a boat test, very similar to this one.
I haven't heard of this test.
As the boat approaches the horizon, it appears to slowly dip down into the water before disappearing completely. That's got everything to do with the curvature of the Earth. If the planet
my
was
God.
flat, the entire
Oh
boat.
shit, they're showing field of view right there. It's not because of curvature of the earth, it's because
They
you're
showed
looking at field of view.
The curvature of the earth.
And what's really interesting is that some of the flat earthers, including Mark Sargent, are actually going to be here for this test. They want to see it for themselves.
Oh, I've seen this.
What do you think?
Yeah, but do you know that they watch what they do?
Appreciate the scientific group coming out and trying to do this test. Great. Appreciate the enthusiasm. But you
Oh,
cannot.
Mark Sargent.
Can I watch this?
I'm ready. I'm ready. Bring it up.
So it's starting?
They're starting.
Okay, so the test
just
is starting.
zoomed into it.
Starting
Watch
right
this.
now.
At first, all the stripes are clearly visible.
At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. We agree.
White,
Sure
red,
enough,
white.
as
Now listen to this.
Black.
What she said.
the boat reaches the horizon,
She just said when the boat reaches the horizon. Is that the horizon, guys?
No.
Or is back here the horizon?
There's water behind it.
Yeah.
You can see.
Okay, now that's what. Listen what they say now. Remember, that's not at the horizon, so there's certainly not water blocking the board that is the horizon. Let's listen.
the stripes begin to disappear. One
Oh, they're going
by
to disappear one by one.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red
Okay, so white, red, white, black.
completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle
What?
green stripe.
How many stripes have disappeared, guys?
None.
Okay.
Yeah, no, now it's white, red, white, black, white. We're missing the red.
No,
You're not missing the red. You can clearly see the red. I can see the
No,
red.
no,
You
the
can't see
red on the bottom. The red on the
Yeah,
bottom.
you
The
can
red's
see
on the bottom.
But hold
It's
on.
touching the water.
Could the water of the curve of the earth be blocking the red at the bottom? Look at the water's behind the boat.
Yeah.
Remember that. Okay, so
The
let's keep
water can't be blocking anything.
Now listen.
Lost about 1.5 stripes.
Now he just said we've lost 1.5 stripes. Well, guess what? For an optical illusion, you're right. It looks like 1.5 because you lied about the middle. Now listen.
So this can only happen why?
I think she just misspoke.
Well,
I
you
mean,
just- she didn't misspeak because he said it. The guy who's
yeah,
in
no,
charge
but
of
it's
filming.
and the middle of that rectangle would be somewhere around there. It's not exactly at the black line.
And they've already propagated the quote curvature of the earth like 8 times in 6
Listen.
minutes.
And listen to him
But
say he
it
says that
doesn't.
it's,
But I don't see
listen to
what.
him. Hold on. Listen to him say how many stripes are gone. Pay attention. Listen. Do not talk until you listen to what he says.
It's pretty amazing. You can actually see it pretty clearly with this camera here. And you see that the red
Okay.
stripe that was at
Listen.
the bottom has completely disappeared, and it's now getting closer to sort of the middle.
Now listen what he says.
Green stripe, that is.
So we've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen why?
Okay, can you go back to the first?
Fuck, why do you guys not listen? Why do you keep talking?
No,
Can you just listen? You keep talking over what he's saying. He
No, I don't
said-
care what I'm saying. I'm looking at the experiment.
Okay, so you clearly see that nothing happened with the curvature of the earth.
Well, I don't know that. That's why I was asking. Can you go back
Excuse
to the
me?
first time they show it?
My fucking God.
What do you mean,
There's
back here?
horizon
Right
beyond
here,
the
right here.
boat.
Push play, push
Okay.
play. So, and then she'll say blah blah blah, middle. and then they'll show it again.
Hold on. Okay, just right here, just so you know, if you just dip that board in the water a little bit from the shore, you're going to see half that red gone. There's waves. There's surface waves, right? Okay, now listen.
At first, all the stripes are clearly visible. But sure enough, as the boat reaches the horizon,
It hasn't reached the horizon.
stripes
They reached the horizon way fucking behind that.
begin to disappear one by one.
Now remember, she said the stripes disappear one by one. If anybody says that, then there better be at least 2 stripes that disappear, or else they're not disappearing one by one. So tell me when 2 disappear.
You see it pretty clearly with this camera here, and you see that the red stripe.
There, the red goes under,
There.
and then it
What do you
hits
mean
the
goes
black.
under? Okay, hold on a second. The horizon is behind the boat, dude.
I'm just saying what.
When you said it hits the black, you're
Look,
lying right now. You're lying. It's
You're
not
lying.
hitting the
I
black.
didn't say
Nobody
it
sees
was
it.
black.
Real
They're
quick,
clearly
real quick.
lines disappearing.
What
Real
lines?
quick, yes,
Why they're
Nick,
disappearing, I don't know.
I can tell you why. I can tell you why. It's a little thing called foreshortening, Nick, and we've talked about this before.
Yep.
Okay. And it's like this. It's due to your perspective. The distant object changes angular size. The other objects in the foreground have changed angular size as well, but they are closer. Just a real good demonstration of that real quick, Nick. I'm going to bring me up real quick.
Yep.
You notice that my thumb does not cover my face at all, right? But as it gets closer to you, it appears bigger. So if I have waves in the foreground and I'm using a zoom lens, I'm only zooming in on what's in my field of view. And so the smaller objects in the foreground, like the small waves or even ripples, are going to have an effect on the distant object.
And if you noticed, his camera was only like a foot off the fucking sea level.
Yeah, so let's keep going because again, here's what you have to remember too that these guys are meant to go and show you on a television program the curvature of the Earth. So far, they've said when it reaches the horizon, which it's not on the horizon. Now they're saying that just stripes are going to disappear one by one. Then the other guy says we've now lost the guy who's in charge of it, the guy who's got the camera, who's the one that they're depending on his footage, says now we've lost 1.5 stripes. Unless he's so retarded that he can't count stripes, then it was done on purpose. Listen.
And it's now getting closer to sort of the middle green stripe, that is.
We've lost about 1.5 stripes.
Right. So this can only happen why?
It never lost a half a stripe. And he said it's lost 1.5 stripes.
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Because of the curvature of the Earth.
Who's saying we just saw it? Nick, is that you saying we just saw it lose a stripe? What did we just see? You're seeing something different than everybody else in the world?
You know why? Because he doesn't see the optical illusion. He doesn't even notice the optical illusion. The black line is the middle.
I'm not saying that I know the cause.
I mean, the black line is
I'm
just middle, right? Look right here, though. If somebody saw this,
how many stripes are missing, Nick?
Look at that.
Okay, so we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Go back to there should be one white below the red, right?
This is what they just showed, saying 1.5 stripes are missing. The Jaren just rewound twice for you.
Well,
here's your
There it is. Look at it, Nick.
I just saw it.
There it is.
Where's the white on the bottom? There isn't one.
Was it designed that way to be purposely deceiving?
Obviously.
Yes.
So far, Stephen Hawking's faked it. These guys used an optical illusion. There's no way that the guy recording it didn't know what the stripes were when it got out there. He's like,
The stripes are
we're missing
disappearing.
1.5 stripes. What?
They're disappearing right there
Where?
in front of us. I don't know why they're disappearing.
You keep saying you don't know why they're disappearing, but they're not, though. They're not disappearing, and you're just saying they are now. Just like the video, just like the guy behind the camera. He's just saying it, even though he's not showing it.
I don't understand. This guy doesn't
Do
pay
you
attention.
see
Are you
more
looking
than
at
one
the
red
screen?
stripe right now?
Wait, which screen are you looking at? Do you see right here where there's no
we
white
can
down
ask
here?
Max. What,
Do you
what
see there's
he
no white
sees.
down here?
Oh, hold on. I'm an idiot. So I'm watching a live stream, but I just realized
Don't
I'm
do
like
that.
6 minutes behind.
Oh, you're watching a fucking different thing.
So yeah, I was seeing something totally different.
Good.
Right now,
Now
what
I'm
That
caught up.
explains that.
Okay.
I
1,
get
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so there's 6 stripes.
Right. So this where
Therefore,
my
this
mouse
green
is.
/ black, whatever it is, I'm going to keep calling it black because that's what it looks like to me.
Yep.
Is not in the exact middle.
Not even
But do you
close.
see where his mouse is? That is the exact middle.
That's the middle, right? Okay, so what
Okay,
they've done this
that's
for is
fine.
because nobody would ever paint it like that because what are you trying to show other than they knew that when the thing got out there that the black would appear to everybody to be the middle. So that's
It
why
would
they're
just have a fucking measurement. It would be in inches or feet, man. It would be numbers if it was scientifically done.
Right.
Horizontal stripes. We're going to launch a small boat out into the water.
Think about that for a second. Your scientists are using a flag that's not even symmetrical.
No,
Yeah,
if it's six, yeah, well, yeah, it's not. There's no.
It's fucking dumb. You can say that. It's okay to be like, hey, this one's kind of a flop. This one didn't quite.
And if boats go over the curve, they go over the curve because that's the end of the physical horizon. You can't say it's gone over the curve when there's still water left to be seen. That's not the curve. So you can't even claim. They said when the boat reached the horizon, now they start to lose stripes. They should have been smart enough to go, bitch, there's water behind there.
Wait.
Oh,
I know. Like a real scientist is going to
hold on.
be like,
Do you believe the horizon is like some tangible object?
no, it's in an apparent position. But you
Apparent.
guys
Yeah,
are
it's
doing
an
a
apparent
test.
position.
You're
Okay,
saying that
so
boats go
I'm not,
over
I'm
the
not
curve.
following you, but okay, whatever.
The Earth is a sphere. Was with the boats.
What I would have suggested for this one is why didn't they keep sending the boat
Right.
further back and keep
Exactly.
on filming it?
Because they're faking it. That's why.
Yeah, pause it back there. Back that up just a little bit, Jared.
One go here. No, press
Well,
play.
no,
Tell me
no,
when.
no, no. Where
Yeah,
they're
tell me when.
showing that guy with the telescope.
Tell me
The
when.
boats test.
Oh, the
Very
picture.
The
and
drawing.
look,
of the
that
telescope.
propaganda right there. They show the guy holding the
guy.
globe and everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So what I want to point out here, forget the ball that he's supposedly standing on, and I want you to equate that to your own observance. Okay. What you see is in that cone. I've spoken about that. That's your field of view. In an upward position, stop right there. In an upward position, it's unlimited. But from your standpoint, about 3 miles out, that's about as far as you can see. That's where
Why is he
you're-
leaning forward?
Wait a second. That is your apparent horizon. Okay. Other than that, anything you see from that because of your field of view is going to appear to disappear, quote unquote, from the bottom up. And it's merely because your field of view is obstructed by the horizon. Now, if you rise in elevation, you'll get a clear view of the object that's distant. Why? Because you've increased your field of view.
And Nick, let me just explain. You guys are the reason for flat earthers that they keep coming and more are going to keep coming because people watch you and they're watching you deny reality right in front of your face.
I'm not
because of
denying
your-
reality. I never said that. I'm not going on this
But
that
you're trying to
you're
make
wrong because the
excuses for
Earth
it
is a
rather than
globe.
just. But let's just.
I don't
rather
know
than-
what the shape of the Earth is.
Okay,
I
so
don't
what
know,
I'm
and the
saying
only
is,
way I'm
why
going to
not
find out
just-
is by asking questions.
Why not just be an adult and look at it and go, oh yeah, this is clearly an optical illusion. Like, why try and fight it
Well,
so
basically,
hard?
what you're saying is, why don't I be an adult and just listen to what you're saying and say it's correct instead of trying it
No.
out for myself?
No, but
No,
why?
but this is
Then I
what he's saying is this is why we're all flat earthers is because we saw one piece of evidence like this and it raised a few red flags and then we kept looking into it. We
Right,
didn't
and
just
then-
keep
yeah.
defending it and defending it and defending it and defending it.
I could do that. If you want me to do that, I could be a glober. I could take everything that flat earthers bring and I could make up some stupid excuse. It's very easy. That's what you guys do.
Yeah,
And you
maybe
lie.
we made some progress. Oh, sorry, Jaren. Maybe we made progress before today. Nick, were you more certain of the globe than you are now?
No, I mean what I know the Earth to be is not. I'm not questioning that. I'm just interested in. I mean, one
you
of the
said you
problems
didn't know
with
the shape of the
science
Earth
is
is.
we
You
do a
said you didn't
very
know what the
bad
shape
job
was.
of explaining it. You know, we do stupid stuff like this if we're doctoring
Faking shit.
videos
Yeah.
just to make it look good because it's too hard to do the real experiment. Yeah, I totally disagree with doing that.
It's not too hard. Like he said, they have billions of dollars. They had the chance to do it. They
They can
had
do
a
it. It's too
fucking
hard for
free
us.
chance to do it and prove us all wrong and shut us all down.
All
They're
you're
never
doing is
going to.
wasting-
They're not able to.
All you guys do is come to me and say, like, why don't you do this experiment? Where's your map? Why haven't you mapped the Earth? Guys, every single coastline that's been mapped, every single continent that's been mapped has been mapped by military. That has
But,
been
but
sent by
what I'm hearing
government.
from you is you want us not to find any experiments that corroborate the flat Earth because why?
Who said
We should
that?
just
Where'd you
accept
get
that you've done them and so therefore they're true.
I did not say that at all. Where'd you can't just make up shit that I said. I didn't say that.
Well, I mean,
I
I
agree with that.
misinterpreted
I
what you're saying.
said that they shouldn't fake experiments because if science is what we've been taught, science is the unbiased scientist, then they wouldn't go out and fake it when they had the opportunity.
These people very well could be wrong. Doesn't invalidate the theory. It's just these people don't know what
There
they're
we go.
talking about.
See, but if a flat earther said that, you would hang us. If somebody faked
Yeah, I
an
wouldn't.
experiment, and then if somebody faked an experiment, you go, that guy faked an experiment. I'd be like, doesn't matter.
Have
if he
I
faked an
hung any
experiment.
of you yet? No,
Doesn't
I
change
wouldn't do
anything.
that.
Doesn't change.
It
the
would
story.
ruin our credibility, but you guys keep sucking them off. It doesn't make
sure.
sense.
This is Stephen Hawking's program. Stephen Hawking, supposedly one of the smartest men in the world. He wasn't smart. And guess another thing that they do. When the helicopter rises up and they're like, how high are you that we can see you now? He says 24 feet. This is how dumb they are. Yeah, 24 feet is the drop in 6 miles when there's 0 observer height. That telescope was 3 feet high. So you know what it actually is, the observer height? 10 feet. So that means now we have to believe the helicopter hid behind 10 feet of water. But they're that stupid. They don't even know their own models. They don't even know their own math. It's like when Neil deGrasse Tyson asked, what do you think about the curvature, the drop of curvature 8 inches per mile? He's like, what do you mean, the gravity drop? No, the curvature drop. I don't know what that is. He has no idea.
Yeah, but these stupid, the people making the documentary could be total idiots.
They're
not the authority on physics.
Let's take a look at this thing, the video you've got right there. They're relying on and I'm going to call them fictitious credentials of this meat sack in a wheelchair that somebody was talking through a speaking spell. I'm going to go ahead and say it, man. But
he had a translator.
They prompted me up as a front guy. Who's going to ask him? Who's going to interrogate him? Nobody. Nobody can get near this guy. Only the people at work is speaking spell.
It's just like everything else. It's a story. It's a storybook character. Here's this guy who can't talk, and look, he's so smart. He uses his cheek to speak. I mean, it's just amazing.
Well,
he had a translator.
It always points to that too, because these nerds are usually physically unfit people in the first place. And so these geniuses, if you always look, they have some kind of a bad malady.
Galileo was blind.
Even in these movies,
Newton didn't have sex. Newton never had sex.
Got a limp. He's fucked up. Because of my physical abilities, I could not play ball with the other children, and so
he was basically Professor X.
Right. Check this propaganda. Check out this fucking propaganda if you want to see something. Stephen Hawking. This is actually kind of sick, really.
I met him once.
They took this guy.
You didn't talk
to him. They took this guy up and tossed him around like a sack of fucking potatoes up in there.
I have talked to Kip Thorne.
Oh, you're looking at him doing and then he was not on the ALS website. I did a video about it saying, how funny is this? This guy's lived 50 years with ALS and he's not on the ALS website list of famous people. 2 days later, somebody messaged me. They're like, why'd you lie in your video and say he's not on the website? He is on the website. I'm like, no, he's not. We go look. He was added to the website since my video. How about that? So you don't think they'd watch? And you can watch my video where I show that he's not on the website. So it's like these guys change things. They're watching what we're doing. Here's what scares me is that everything we're doing by exposing this, if there ever is a reset, these guys are learning from us. And the next time it'll be better. It'll be better. So let's
come on, y'all. That's just kind of sick, really.
It was kind of weird looking, dude.
That looks fun. I want to do that. I really
doesn't he already feel like he's in space? He can't feel anything.
Yeah, is that a type of abuse?
Yes, it should be.
Yeah,
well,
I agree.
How would your vestibular system even work if you were in a 0G environment?
They strapped a parachute on him and let him out at Epstein's Island.
Here's one of the tells. If you ever see these photographs of these guys and they'll have like one of them floating, like he's floating sideways, right? The dude, if you look, he's turning his head so that it's you can't help it. It's his vestibular system. He turns it right to the center of quote unquote gravity, right? So that he's level. It's just our natural inclination to
like
want
a chicken head.
Otherwise, we'd see people sitting sideways during a ISS interview. Why
a cat lands on their feet? It's the exact same reason. Natural gyroscope of your brain.
Yeah, the hairs in your ear do it, everything. And then just to tell us that we're going all of a sudden, I mean, how does anybody believe that we're moving right now 800 times the speed of a bullet? Why would you ever let men tell you that? Why would you give that to them?
Why not?
I think we're confusing velocity with acceleration.
Why not believe what other men tell you, even though you don't experience it in your physical reality? Listen to yourself. Listen to yourself.
I wasn't done with my sentence. I wasn't done with my sentence.
So here's the thing that you recognize, though, if some guy came forward tomorrow and like, oops, we made a mistake. It's actually 75 quintillion miles per hour. You couldn't say shit. You realize that? You've already given your belief away. You've already told that man that you're going to suck him off no matter what he says. So congratulations.
Well, again, we do our own experiments. Which ironically, none of you want to do. Max came up with a great idea. I mean, that's what testing is. Let's all do an experiment. We should all get to the same result.
Everybody's had that idea. I mean, that's not a new idea. What's the experiment?
I'm asking you. What should we do?
I already told you my experiment.
You want us to go to the equator?
I'm already one up on you on that. I already came up with my own fucking experiment. I mean,
see,
I have one more question for you. No pressure. if that's okay. No
that's
pressure at
fine.
all. Thank you for your consideration. If we and others are correct about flat Earth, do you think there are any other? Do you think there are any other dangers that you are unaware of that come along with your globe belief to you and to others?
What I know the Earth could be doesn't
Immediate
scare
dangers to
me.
your health.
It's not dangerous. I don't find it dangerous.
You couldn't imagine one possible danger to you or to anyone else? The globe idea?
No.
Okay,
How
well,
would
thank you for your consideration. I really encourage you to think about it over 24 hours. I'm sure you're very creative and you have a great
I'm
imagination.
thinking about it right now. I like what would be dangerous about being on a sphere?
Maybe
Interesting. Let me
crashing
think about
into
that.
another sphere.
I've
Well-
gone through this with many people,
Well,
globe defenders, and
that's kinda
we've come up with
dangerous.
many
Yeah,
ideas.
no, we are afraid of asteroids. You know,
I don't have my
wanna-
seatbelt on right now.
I'm not. I'm not afraid of asteroids.
Me neither.
No.
What
Especially
I
an
was
asteroid, especially an asteroid the size of 33 sheep. Now that one had me there for a second, but I was like, no.
You called me.
come
You
on.
were a little scared. You were a little scared of that.
What kind of
Jaron, I have some breaking news. There's an asteroid coming, and I have to tell you, it's the size of 33 sheep. I'm so scared.
There's supposedly a comet coming in the next few weeks. It's going to be really
Ooh.
bright.
Oh, is it going to come right past Earth and never hit us? Is it going to get so close that NASA almost didn't know about it? Is it
No,
going to
no,
fucking?
we've known about this one for
Oh,
a while.
is it? Oh, I can tell you all the great headlines. Trust me.
And if it's around a holiday, they'll say it's colored or shaped like whatever holiday it is, like the
It doesn't
pumpkin
change the
sun,
fact that
the
there's going to be a
skull,
comet in the
asteroid.
next few weeks. So
Did
we'll be up
you
there.
see the Vagina Nebula last week and the fucking ball sack nebula?
No, that sounds kind of funny.
Yeah, I've seen these. They're getting about half ridiculous. And this is why I'm saying it's like they're not even
Beyond
trying. They're not even
That
freaking
was beyond
trying.
ridiculous.
I think it's because they know that it's just like
It's too late.
All right. So as Nick mentioned, I've heard tell that this comet's going to be coming too. And then we've got this eclipse. And I don't know, we look at it from another standpoint too. We are told in a lot of prophecies, not just in Christian, that these things that happen in the sky, that they're harbingers, that they're actually omens and signs, and if we're thinking that these are big rocks flying through space and that shit, we've lost the knowledge of what these signs really mean, because I mean, let's just get dumb. That's just dumber than hell. There's just rocks flying around all different
At Mach
fucking
10
directions
and more.
Like, what are you talking about, man?
Have you ever played Minesweeper? It reminds me of the game. Max, sorry about that, but just let me finish because it reminds me of that game's Minesweeper. Like you hit one bomb and whoopsie daisy, game over. Because guess what? It chain reacts all these other bombs and bing bang boom. By the time you know it, the whole fucking screen blew up.
But not Saturn.
That's what would happen in the night sky if one fucking supernova happened. You would see a fireworks display like no imagination could possibly offer.
What about
Well,
the
that's
rings of
even
Saturn?
just-
The rings of Saturn. If one rock hit another rock, the whole thing would be destroyed.
It would. Oh my god, the sparks! And don't forget, it has 86 fucking moons.
Yeah, and some of them go the wrong way. The moon's going both ways. It makes a lot of sense.
Oh, but gravity and Newton's Newtonian law.
And the great thing about Saturn too is when you look at it, that each of the layers have different colors because the rocks it's not just gravity, it's also the color of your rock. That's why you got to have black rocks get together, they go into a certain orbit, then
Blue
white
rocks are heavier, but they don't get hurt by the red rocks.
No, it's not.
Right.
Beautiful.
Exactly. That's the whole thing. They're all like on this
And the
merry-go-round.
paper rocks with the scissor rocks.
I noticed that the fat kids got thrown off of the merry-go-round before the skinny kids. So
like when we were all
I
in
was
the
able to
Gravitron.
understand the rings of Saturn just by playing on the playground. See,
Yeah, or the
And you
gravitron.
wonder why
remember?
some flat earthers are arrogant assholes. It's because, like, don't you use your brain? Like, why wouldn't we be arrogant assholes when all you do is regurgitate bullshit?
Right, we were told you guys were smart. I mean, you know what? We gave it to you. I gave it to people. I was like, you know what? That guy went to college. He's smarter than me. And then I got to a certain age when I started realizing, wait a second, that guy only knows what he was taught, and he refuses to look outside that. That's stupid. He's not smart. He's stupid.
Yeah,
that's it. So people have a degree now. Some of them are smart, but most of the ones I run into can't even think for themselves for 1 second. They need to have numbers to plug into formulas that they didn't come up with. They were just taught how to do them. And you give them the numbers, they're like, look, there's the answer. They're very smart as far as that goes. The second you ask them to think outside the box, good night.
Yeah,
and they paid $100,000 for that sheet of paper that hangs up on their wall in their little man cave. And if it wasn't for that sheet of paper, you know, they wouldn't have the nice car in the garage. They got to defend that piece of paper by saying everything that they taught, everything that they told them, and they're never going to let that go because that's part of their life now. They spent their entire life working on that.
And it's an ego.
There's a few that do, though. To their credit, like James Tour, he's now challenging evolution.
You know how rare that is? Do you know how rare that is, though?
Absolutely right.
He's taken abuse for it, right? There's tons of scientists that have come out against evolution.
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
impossible. It's impossible.
Well, it's like this,
Great
dude.
point.
It's like this, my dudes. It's like it's right in your face. We all have seen the Wizard of Oz, I'm sure. I don't know if Max has seen it or not. Maybe it's just an American thing, but the Wizard of Oz, the scarecrow, that dude gives him what? He gives him a piece of paper, and all of a sudden that made him smart. You see what they're telling you there and mocking you about? You're still just a dumb straw man. We just told you you're smart. We gave you this certification that you're smart. And so therefore he thought he was. Bam, I have this piece of paper that verifies it, given to me by an authority.
And think about it, if we all got together, let's say we all had a ton of money and a ton of power. We're sitting around a table and we're like, okay, we have all these people coming up in schools that, the population's gonna be growing. Would we choose to be like, we want everybody to be the smartest possible so that they can take our money and take our power? Or would we say, how do we make all these people coming up be the biggest slaves possible, think they're smart, and not be able to ever take our money or our power? That's who you guys are.
Yeah, they would give us, if they were going to use that method, they would give us the 180, the complete opposite of what the truth
Absolutely.
is.
And
To
now
get
look,
us as
nothing's been
far away
discovered.
from the truth as possible.
Like since the education system got taken over by Rockefeller, all of a sudden now everybody's just spinning their wheels and nothing's getting accomplished. Think of what humanity has accomplished along the way up until, I don't know, 1910, 1920, and then all of a sudden you're just kind of stuck. All that's happened now is technology has grown, but that's not inventing things. People have invented cars that need run on water, things like they get killed.
Invented lasers.
Sure, okay, coherent light.
The only thing that's happened is that technology has caused
invented,
the movie Idiocracy to become true. The movie Idiocracy is happening right in front of our faces right now.
We invented integrated circuits.
Yeah, and we've also introduced many
We
dangerous
invented transmission
dangerous
like
methods to
Advanced
introduce.
technology, you mean? Technology advanced? Is that what you mean?
So what are you talking about? We invented a crap ton of things after 1910. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's found more efficient, maybe, and
turbojet.
But I'm
talking about more efficient. Turbojet.
We've already known that we can transfer.
Oh, so all the stuff we invented, we already knew. Okay, that makes sense.
We can transfer and manipulate energy between 2 points of electricity. We've known that for a long time. The only thing that's happened is that they found ways to do that on a smaller scale and more efficiently. That's not really a new thing. Electricity is not really a new thing. We've known about it for a long
turbine
time.
engines?
What's that?
What about turbine engines? Are those new things?
And I want to add something too about technology,
turbojet
man.
or turboprop.
Based on already established principles.
The point of living.
All
So check this
inventions are
out.
based upon established principles. That's what science and technology is.
Right. But as far as like coming up with something new, I mean, we really haven't come up with a whole lot.
Newton came up with calculus. Newton created a math. When's the last time that happened?
Sovereign, like you said, Sovereign, like you said with that movie, Surrogates, right? Could you imagine? Answer this question like a poll for me, real quick. If you had a robot that could literally do anything you wanted it to do, and you could sit in a chair all day and do nothing. All you had to do was have your robot do everything for you. Would you do that? My guess is at some point in your life, let's say if you were from a baby, you could have this robot do anything you wanted. At some point, that would just suck because the whole point of living is creation and doing and being a part of it all. And so we're going to get to this point where robots are just going to take over, right? They're going to do everything we're fucking supposed to be doing, like growing food and being interactive with our family. And we're not going to be doing anything, just like that movie Surrogates. And at some point, what's the point of living? What's the point of all of this if we're just having something else do it all? So technology is causing the human lifestyle or the human way to go in like a remission.
And then you look at the people that didn't go to college, and they're all the ones who invented everything. How the hell is that possible? From
Right.
Tesla to Leonardo da Vinci to William
Elon Musk most definitely went. I'm sorry, Tesla.
Charles Darwin.
Another one would be Faraday. Faraday
didn't go to college. Thomas Edison didn't go to college.
I don't know if he didn't go to college, but there's an equation called the Faraday equation, and sort of the joke is Faraday wouldn't have had
Faraday
the
had no education. Faraday didn't even have any public
calculate the equation that's named after him because he was a tinkerer.
I can
He was
even
also
tell
like a
you,
no
my
Christian.
grandfather,
Right.
he was born in 1907. And in those days, you only had to go to school for 8 years. 8 years was all school was, all done. Right now,
that
if
was
you
just
wanted
reading,
to go
writing,
on to high school, you could choose to, because if you had the brains for high school, and most people did, and wanted to go on and get a higher education, people with a high school diploma, that actually kind of meant something, right? But here's the thing: I've seen my grandfather's final exam for 8th grade, and I defy college students or professors even to try to pass that. There ain't no way. So the whole thing is they have dumbed us down by teaching us a whole lot about nothing.
Go look at
and we can't really advance. I mean, one of the things I've asked, and Jaron has too, we've had this flying house trailer up here flying around with people bouncing around and chasing each other in gorilla costumes and playing bagpipes and singing songs and all this other nifty shit, doing somersaults. I never see no cartwheels. That's interesting. But they're all these doing. What have we gotten back out of that?
They show you how to make pizza and take a shit. They literally could be showing us how gas works in a vacuum and how science do experiments for us, but they do nothing.
Yeah, they could even walk us through the construction, the very beginning of the construction, over and over until it is drilled into the children's mind. But where are these videos?
No, and that's another thing. We live in an age with drones, little teeny field point of view drones that you can have a goggles on your face while they're flying around. And we've got footage of everything you can think of, except for anything in outer space.
Right.
And we can have a 360-degree tour, a real tour of the ISS, the outside of the ISS, a 360-degree full fucking tour, and we got nothing.
Astronauts can't even decide whether you can see stars in space. How is that possible? How do you have some astronauts who say you can't see stars in space, and some other ones say you can see millions of pinpricks of light?
The consensus, you're right, Jaron. The consensus on so many levels is just very interesting, but obvious to us.
And I don't know if you guys heard, but it's very clear. If you think we went to the moon, you're out in left field. They've even we had a linguistics expert go through piece by piece of Neil Armstrong, and he pointed out Neil Armstrong never says I did this, I did that. It's always one would. Well, how did you feel when you got off the thing? One would feel like the ground was soft and of powder. He never says I. Why?
Oh wow!
That's only done when somebody didn't go where they said they went.
Yep.
It's like an interrogation, like the psychology of what they say.
When you watch it, it's like he refuses to say I, and I don't know if they were brainwashed. They might have been, because think about, you can do a lot of things with hypnotizing people.
Yeah.
Now look at the fucking idiots that are called astronauts. First of all, they tell us 1 out of 4,000 people is accepted to be an astronaut. If I went out on the street and grabbed 4,000 people and picked the best one, that person will talk a lot of people under the bus. He'll just talk great. He'll be very smart, right? 1 out of 4,000 smart people. Look at the people we get. Don Pettit. Don Pettit is 1 out of 4,000. No, you know what he is? He's hypnotizable. They can get him to say whatever they want. So that's where your astronauts are. They're people, and you know what? Maybe Neil Armstrong kind of realized after, like, I don't even know if I actually went. But
Don't forget the one which got arrested trying to, like, they had that love triangle between
trying
the
to
three
kill somebody or
astronauts.
something. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just
how did that person become an astronaut?
And none of them can speak right. That one girl, Ira always plays, I forgot what her name is, Katie Coleman. Every single presentation she gives, she just gets up there and she goes, and now I know this doesn't look real, but it's really real. I know this video looks fake, but it's really real.
But it is real. It is real.
Well,
I did that one, that compilation.
It's real. Listen, guys, just not to disappoint you or anything, but I already applied to NASA.
Nice.
And there was no space. So
that's the best joke of the year. That's the best joke of the year. I'll take it. I like that one. That's good stuff.
Max, can I ask you real quick? Since I haven't seen you before, and I know you had like questions kind of both ways. Like, what is your belief there? Where are you coming from? What's your deal?
Yeah, I'm on the globe side.
I kind of figured, but like, are you skeptical at all, or what? You're on the globe side, like you can prove it, or are you just following what your teacher said?
No, I got into the whole debate thing, and I'm a host at Matters now. So the reason I'm so diplomatic is because I'm used to hosting. So we have people from both sides.
But tell me about your views. Tell me why you think it's a globe.
Well, I don't have a reason to distrust NASA, and I don't align with any of the.
What is your reason for trusting them? Shouldn't you start with why you should trust, not distrust? Do you just start by trusting anyone and everyone? Is that your theory?
Yeah.
That's shit.
No, I trust everyone until they give me a reason not to.
That's horrible, bro. So you can get scammed 1 million times in a row by different people?
No, I have never been scammed in my life.
You're just lucky. But you believe in NASA and you've never been scammed. Is that what you're going with?
Yeah.
Okay. Max. I'm sorry, bud.
I mean, Max, I want to say, man, I like having you on here. You're good. You're a good dude, man.
I try. I think that a lot of the things that are happening in the debate space of flat Earth and the globe, and when it's atheism versus Christianity, a lot of the aggressiveness and a lot of the calling people insults, I don't agree with any of that. I think that when the conversation becomes more chill, we can get somewhere. We can maybe pull ourselves together, because even if we disagree on the proposition of whether the Earth is a globe or the Earth is flat, we can certainly come to agreement about some other stuff that might be also important. And we may never settle that difference, but we may get to basically accept that we have different views and just embrace that is
the only thing that should be accepted is factual based evidence science. Why? It's not about opinions or views. It's not a belief system that the surface of water is level. It's not about an opinion.
Yeah, that's why I thought that my debate show.
This is what brings me to the point that I was getting ready to make, is that it seems that most of your, and I'm going to say belief,
I don't have a problem with belief. Yeah.
Okay. Is based on consensus, or at least your perception of the consensus. It's more consensus based than it is actually taking into account what's going on. Because like I've said, the physical impossibilities, these are things we have to consider. They're postulating things that are not physically possible as reality. And we have to look beyond, where is this actually coming from? That's what I'm saying. Never go with the flow. I mean, it's cool to be chill and hang out and that kind of thing. But when you go with the flow, there's only two things that I say go with the flow. And that's dead fish and shit. Those are the only two things that go with the flow. You have to be able to swim upstream, challenge your very own belief system, and ask yourself this one question. Do I experience this, or is this actually because of what's been beat into me from day one? And let's face it, they do present this to you at a very, very early age. At least the first day in school, you're going to see a globe, and kids are going to want to spin it if they haven't seen one already. And a lot of kids, they grow up, they're brought up with a damn mobile of a solar system right over their head.
And I wouldn't have a problem with that, right? I wouldn't have a problem if they would actually, if when we got old enough to look back at it, then they showed us the science. We're like, oh, at least, okay, the science matches. But when we got old enough to look back at it, all of a sudden we found out there is no science for it. So you cannot teach children something that doesn't have science behind it, because what's going to happen when we get old enough to realize that?
And Max, the deeper you go, the deeper and deeper you go, you just find out who's actually who's behind. And then you start to wonder and understand maybe why they're hiding it.
The greatest question you can ask yourself, Max, is why do I believe what I believe? Why do I even have a belief system in the first place? And how did I receive this belief system? Was it from my teachers from school? Was it from my parents? Did I stumble across a book in the library and now I believe this? Challenge yourself, challenge your brain, and to prove your own belief system is the hardest thing you can ever do. But it's the most humble thing. It's the most humbling thing you can ever do.
just to
I
show
agree. We
how
went over with Daniel. We went over some things in the earlier stream with Platoid, and for example, when he mentions the physical impossibilities, I am a layperson. I couldn't go to college. I study English and music. That's my field. So I'm kind of like out of my depth. I'm still, when I got into this whole debate thing, I try to study and but I do have to follow what the consensus. I don't have because I don't have the ability to make.
Hold on, but you saying that? Just listen. Do you understand that sets you up for deception? Do you understand that
you're admitting you can't think for yourself?
No, but it sets you up for deception. If anybody wanted to fool you, if somebody wanted to fool a group of people, all they need to do is convince that group of people that they're smarter than them. That's the whole. That's what they've done. They convince
it's not about smart. It's about that I know I have a high school level of physics because I did finish high school, but I couldn't go. I don't have a higher level of physics.
Okay.
So
I don't
when I
either.
read the papers, I understand the gist, but I don't understand the technical aspects of it. But
Sure.
I have gone back when I got into the debate about the flat Earth. I have gone back and I have checked what other people have made as experiences, and I think it's 2 or 3 pieces of evidence that I consider like my favorite for the proposition of the globe, and I'd be willing to go over them at some other point.
Have you
because
done
it's
anything
like
on your
almost-
own though? You just keep saying like, I found this other thing from somebody else and that's my favorite. Like I sat at the beach and could see more than 3 miles. That's my evidence. I have personal experience that shows that I was lied to. I didn't just fucking believe somebody because they came on television.
Max, do you know the story about how we got the distance to the sun? Like when you hear these stories and you find out somebody guessed that Venus was the same size of Earth, and that's how they figured it out. And then when they went up there hundreds of years later, they figured out that they were right. And you have to realize the science was built off of a guess. Why would you ever believe that? Why would you let them lie to you?
It turned out to be correct, though. It turned out to be correct.
I can't believe people say this shit. It turned out to be correct, though. It turned out to be correct. Yeah, no shit. That's what they say. No, my God.
What you call a guess?
How could you look up in the sky?
I mean, do you deny that you don't think Venus and Earth are similar in size?
No, not at all. You fucking.
How could you even tell? How would you even be able to tell?
Not even close. Not even close. Venus is a tiny light in the sky. How the fuck is it the same?
It's a fucking luminary for a reason. It's called luminary for a reason because it's just a luminescence.
You believe men. That's their problem. You believe men what they tell you.
And who should I believe then?
Listen, Max. Listen, Max. Nobody's telling you to believe anyone. There is a major difference between what's called primary evidence, secondary evidence, and the third party evidence. You have to have what's called primary evidence in your hand to believe that an orange is real, right? Have you held an orange before? That's called primary evidence. You've held the orange. You've eaten the orange. You've smelled the orange. You've touched the orange. You've tasted the orange. You've done all your senses. You've made sure that it was within your reality to accept that the orange is real for you. You believe that oranges exist because you've done all those things. Does Mount Everest exist for you? Yeah, sure, because you believe somebody, but you haven't touched it, felt it, tasted it, seen it, and measured it, and done any of that. But you believe a secondary evidence. There is a difference between what's factual and what's not based on that.
And then you have to
no, because I haven't seen Mount Everest, but I know it's there because
How come? How? Prove it.
I have seen people go to
okay,
Mount Everest.
But does that change your actual?
Evidence is good enough.
Is your point?
But here's the thing: you can accept that. You can accept that.
Exist.
Hold on, but you can accept that it does exist because it doesn't really make a big difference in your life. You're just like, no, it could be there.
Yeah, and the globe doesn't make a difference in my life.
It does make it. Listen to what I'm saying. It does make a difference when you realize that they're using it to trap people. They're using it for control. Think of everything. I just told you that Hollywood.
No one controls me, dude.
They do control
your beliefs are controlling you. You believe in things that you've never proven.
You just
That's a
said
control
you
system.
believe what they say that they control you. They know exactly how you act in every moment.
Why are you so
you also you believe in God and you haven't.
I didn't say that.
No,
I don't believe in God.
Change him.
I mean, talking in the general sense, not you specifically.
Right.
And you
You're
haven't
kinda
seen
doing
God, and that
I agree. I agree with that statement. That's the same argument I would use with religion. It's the exact same argument.
But in the case of science, I do have to trust the science because I don't have the
What?
capability of doing some
Listen
of these
to
things.
yourself. Listen to yourself. I must get down on my knees and let other men run my life because I'm not capable of using my own brain.
And this
No,
goes
I
back to
didn't
my
say
point
that.
of hidden
I didn't say
dangers,
that.
because there are many people unaware of the dangers to themselves and then to the people around them, including their family. This
Right.
is not a joke. Many people are actually suffering because of this belief.
Right,
We
because you
can
guys had
go
such a
right
belief
into
in
the details.
science that when they told you to trust the science and go get that thing in your arm, many people from your ilk got on their YouTube channels and said it's perfectly safe, everything's fine.
But here's the problem: are you not doing the same thing to us?
What
You're just
thing in
telling us
my
to
arm?
believe
This
us
No,
one
no,
or
what
I'm
we're
not telling you to
saying,
believe me. I never said believe me one time.
because
No, I never
what
said
you got to
believe.
come with some evidence.
What thing in my arm?
Aaron just showed. Aaron just showed you an experiment that you can do. He even told you that you need a $10,000 laser to do it. Do you have
Again,
$10,000? You
because
can go do it yourself. You can go do it yourself.
Jared told me.
Yeah, but I don't have $10,000. That's the point.
So come up with a different experiment, or come up with one that proves it's a ball.
And don't expect
Yeah,
us to have all the answers to what we've been lied to about. That's the most ridiculous thing ever.
I-
We've been
I-
lied to like everybody else. So when you come to say, well, how does
physics
the
is
sun work?
wrong,
How does this
but
work? How the
you
hell would
know
we
that
know?
physics is wrong, but you don't know what's different.
What's wrong with that?
I don't understand.
What's wrong with that?
You don't know your own theory.
What's wrong with that? What do you? I
It
don't understand what
means
you're saying.
that
Let me give you this. We always give you this
you're
example. Let me
not
give you this.
qualified to speak on it.
Let me give you this example. If I found evidence that I was adopted, I looked in my parents' drawers. Here's a document that says the date of my birth, the doctor signed it, my parents signed it, says I'm adopted, right? So if I come to you and say, look, dude, my parents aren't my real parents, my sister's not my real parents, I mean, my sister's not my real sister. Look, I was adopted. It'd be the equivalent of you then saying, then who's your real parents? I'd be like, I don't know. And you'd be like, then I'm not believing you. I'm not going to believe you until you tell me who your real parents and your real sister are. I'd be like, dude, I was
No,
lied to.
that-
How the
that-
fuck
that's
would I know?
correct. That's not a correct
It is. It's the exact same thing.
analogy.
It
but-
is.
Oh,
It's-
sorry. Again,
It's the
again,
same
with
as being
authoritative-
told that,
again,
like
with being authoritative. When I question it, you just go, "It is. It is." Just accept
Nick,
what I'm saying.
Nick,
I don't
it's
say
the same thing as being the same thing I said earlier. If somebody tells you for your entire life that an orange is an orange, and then all of a sudden some guy comes to you and says, actually, it's a fucking pear.
Okay.
The name wouldn't affect.
So who's telling the truth?
Now it's a
You're,
pear.
you know, a
Oh,
lot of your own
It-
perception
you-
is your own truth. You can
you not
believe what
understand
anyone
that
says, right?
all you've done is change the name of the object. It doesn't change the
It
object.
doesn't change. Yeah, it would still be a citric, and
Oh,
you would still
logic.
taste the same. It doesn't. The name doesn't really matter. You could call it whatever.
No, you can.
What I'm saying is that you're just susceptible to believe what anybody says and to do what they
No,
say.
I'm not.
Now you can start calling it a pear because the guy came along and told you that it's
Well,
not called an orange
You're
anymore.
right. No. When it comes to the English language, that's how we learn. I mean, for example, you're speaking words which you were just forced to learn and use.
You're right. I speak English because I was forced to learn English. You're right.
Yeah. So okay. So what? What's the harm?
That's not the point I'm trying to make. But
Yeah, but I'm
sure.
saying your analogy is exactly the same. It's
Sure, and if
doesn't
it
make sense.
didn't hit home, that's fine. If it wasn't the best analogy, go ahead. It just sucks to hear someone like Max say, "I have to believe what they say because I'm not capable."
But that's what you sound like.
Hold on.
You want us. You just
on,
said
can
that
I-
you know physics better than other people.
No, he said that. Why do you? You're the straw man king. I've heard you straw man people about 10 times in the last 5 minutes.
I noticed that as well.
I'm good at it.
Can
Yeah,
I
you're terrible at
clarify? Can I clarify what I said?
Sure.
It's that okay. It's not that I blindly accept. I've gone and I've checked these things, and to me, it does make sense. The model that we have right now for the globe does make sense.
This
The
is what I
same
said.
way-
You've gone and checked these things. What experiment did you do to check the things?
Consensus.
No, I don't have like the means to do experiments.
So you're
but
literally proving what I'm saying. You just made sure that a bunch of other people
No.
said it.
But if I was able to finish my sentence, then I would get my whole point across. Please hold on, and then let me finish the sentence, and then we can address it if you want. I've seen the videos of people doing experiments. I've seen the videos of people taking the reciprocal zenith angles. I've read the paper on measuring the salt flats in Bolivia, which turned out to be not flat. So I've done a bunch of these things to satisfy my criteria that
Yeah, but it's because you don't listen. You don't listen to other people. The reciprocal zenith angles are not measured. They assume that because the thing is lower, that it's leaning. They don't measure the leaning. They measure. They
no,
just assume.
they measure the thing. That's what the theodolite does.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
THC brought up the theodolite, and I think it's a good thing because it's a good instrument. And before we had like laser technology theodolites, we had optical and like mechanical theodolites with like a spirit level
Okay,
instead
tell me
of
this.
an
Do things
electronic
get
one.
smaller in the? Do things get smaller in the distance?
Yes.
Okay, then does the theodolite take into account the fact that things get smaller in the distance? No, it does not.
I'm not sure. No.
Yeah, it doesn't. Oopsie.
Yeah, but you don't. If you take 3 points, you put them at a distance that you can still clearly visualize them.
Things
and
in
you
the
use the
distance because
reflectors.
light has to attenuate. Light has to get to you, and if it's being hit by atmosphere, it's going to bend down. It's going to bend down. You see things lower, but that doesn't mean that those things are lower due to curve. You guys just assume that. You don't measure the angle. You just assume it's lower, therefore it's curved.
No, there's no assumption.
We don't do
There's
that.
measurement.
Oh,
In the
so-
theodolite, there's measurement.
Talk about straw man.
That's what you believe. What are you talking about?
Don't tell me what I believe in. That's not.
I just told you what you believe in, and I'm saying what I believe in is that if you're
Yeah, again,
aiming
why are
that
you
down,
telling me
it
what
gets
I believe
smaller.
in?
You don't believe in your model?
You're the one who's sounding all authoritative, like you don't believe in. It's like no.
Well, a lot of the times, the people who have
I mean,
actually
you
done
want
the
us
research
to-
and looked
you
into it
want
know
us-
your model better than you. That's a
want
big problem too.
you
Why
want
is it
us
that we know the fucking heliocentric model in and out?
Then
Because we've studied it
explain
to
it.
make sure it doesn't work before we go on to say that.
And go explain it.
I
Explain
know it pretty well too.
I mean,
Pretty well is not, in depth. I'm talking about.
Study.
Yeah, I know it in
model.
depth. I was trying to be.
You
like
know it
someone-
in depth, and you can explain the 3-body problem with Saturn having 86 moons. Like, yeah, you don't know it in depth. I'm talking.
No, we can never know the 3-body problem.
Right.
All right, let me ask you, Max. I just want to ask you
physicists
a
can't have
serious
threesomes.
question. I just want to ask a serious question. I asked this to everybody. I was going to ask you a while
I
ago
didn't get a laugh for that one.
because I remember back as far back I can remember kindergarten. I remember my entire childhood. This is no shit. I've talked about it on my show. I mean, all the way back to little baby, everything. And I can remember when this thing was introduced to me. Okay. Up until then, until going to school, I'd seen maps in the encyclopedia. Right. And I understood what a map was. So I got to kindergarten. And that's when it was first introduced to me. We saw this thing. And of course, it was a dumb time to do it because it was right after recess. But what I'm asking is that if no one had ever told you that you live on a ball, that the earth was a globe, any of that nonsense, the only answers you've got ever, if you, of course, you're going to have, what is the sun? And somebody just says, well, it's a light in the sky that warms us and changes through the seasons and stuff, whatever. You're probably just going to accept that like most children do, right? So as you're living your experience in your life, whatever would give you the idea to pursue whether the earth was a sphere or not? What would ever make you think in the first place, like you're bebopping along down through the streets, whatever, and you just go, hey, man, I think that where I'm standing is actually a great big ball and that it's turning. So that's what I would ask. What would make you think that if you
And to add on to that, let's say you're born on an island and you're experiencing your whole life lakes and you're putting water in bowls and cups and you're experiencing what it's like to have a barrier around this water, right?
Well,
and like he said, what would make you just all of a sudden?
I'm only adding the hypothetical that I'm using right now in the context of outside of anybody having ever told you your everyday experiences and everything. What would
Are
ever
you
make
asking
go,
what motivates people to become physicists? I don't get the question.
I'm asking Max, what if no one had ever told him that he lived on a globe and that it was turning? What experiences would he have had in his life that would ever make him go toward that idea that I must be on a
Seeing
ball
ships
that's turning?
disappear over the horizon.
I ask people this about religion. It's the same question. Did your parents make you believe it, or did the school make you believe? How did you believe? He's asking. How did would you come into a belief that you're on a sphere if nobody told you about it? If nobody gave you the notion that you were on a spinning water ball flying through an infinite void, how would you come up with that theory?
Yeah, would you be the first to invent it?
Well,
no, I mean, what I'm just saying.
These questions
What
already.
makes you think that you're
They've
doing
already
that?
explained it. Like, why would a kid have to do it? We've known this stuff for thousands of years.
Hold on, Nick. Hold on,
people
Nick.
did
The question
look up at
was
the
for
sky
Max.
and go, "Gee, I wonder
The
if the
question
world
was
flat
for
or if
Max.
it's round."
The question was for Max. Okay.
To be honest, I can't possibly know. I can kind of talk about what THC said. When I was 5, I came to the problem of God at a Catholic kindergarten, and I talked to my mom. She's a believer. I talked to my dad. He's an atheist, and they both gave me their viewpoints. And I decided that being an atheist made more sense to me.
Okay.
I think if I was put with without knowledge of a particular situation and I was giving 2 contrasting viewpoints, I think I am capable enough to evaluate the evidence and make.
But would you come up? So you're saying that you needed evidence from both sides, right? What if you didn't have any of that? Would you have come up with atheists and all that? You wouldn't have any knowledge of that. Your brain is only working in that fashion because you're having different viewpoints from other humans. What about if no humans were involved in that scenario? What if it was just you in a fucking room by yourself? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's making you think you're on a spinning ball?
You don't know that Max's experiences were that.
Oh man!
I mean, what are you talking about?
Hey, Max, maybe that's a great question. Maybe we could reframe it, Max.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding
without any involvement on news, radio, or television, text, how would you come to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball?
But
how are you, like right now, even right now?
I can't possibly answer that without, like, if I don't know, like, anything.
So is it your experience to walk outside and think that it's flat, or to not have any experience at all? What does it look like to you in your personal experience right now today?
Let him answer it. He was just about to answer it, and now you're like changing the question.
He said he didn't know how to answer it. He did answer the question.
No, because I conceptualize that it's a sphere because of the stuff I know that I've learned over the years.
That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm
when
saying.
you ask me if you didn't know anything that you know right now, what would you think? I can't possibly answer that.
Why not? Like I said, if you walked outside, what would you say to yourself?
I would definitely not think that it's flat. Probably
Why not?
Hold on, because let me finish the sentence every time I get interrupted. I would definitely not think that it's flat because I come from a place where there's streets in Uruguay that are like way down, like those streets that you have in California.
Sure.
So that would give me the indication that it's not flat. And the second part of that sentence,
we don't believe that there's no mountains.
Hold on,
Do you have equilibrium and lakes?
Hold on.
Let me finish the sentence, please.
Let him finish, man. I know where he's going.
I don't think that with just me looking at the world outside and not knowing anything I know right now, I don't think that I would also come to the conclusion of a sphere.
Okay, that's what I was going for. And you answered exactly what I was saying. So the only thing that makes you believe this is what you've been told. It's not any experiences that you've had. It's basically what you've been told by other people giving you experiments and shit like that. That's part of my point. Okay. Now, at that crucial age of 5 years old, when they send us off to the public indoctrination center that we mistakenly think are there for knowledge, I remember clearly in my kindergarten class, Mrs. Gardner, who later became Mrs. Day because she got married during the school period. So she was Mrs. Gardner, then became Mrs. Day. This is how detailed I remember this. But there was a globe in there. And I can remember everybody always going up and wanting to spin it. Now, they didn't teach us world geography or anything. And I asked the teacher, I says, does the world, I says, this is the world, right? She said, yeah, this is the world. And I says, does it spin like that? And she said, yes. And I said, well, how do we stay on it? And she goes, because of gravity. And I says, what's gravity? If it's spinning around, she goes, well, it works like a magnet. And I said, but I'm not magnetic. And so, I had just come in from the playground. They had this thing out there, all the kids would get on it, it'd spin around, and it would try its damnedest. The faster it went, it would try its damnedest to throw you off of it. And I was like, well, that's kind of like backwards. She goes, yeah, there's gravity because it spins. And that was so ass backwards to me. Well, then later on in life, I'm still not buying this. I'm like, I don't understand this gravity thing. And so they want to tease you about it. And I'm like, no, I don't understand this. And so the teacher, I think it was maybe 3rd grade, he says, look, if I put water in this bucket and I swing it around on a rope, that water's going to stay in the bucket. So that's gravity. I said, no, take the bottom of the bucket out. I said, that's not. You're just slinging the water against that by spinning it around. I mean, I do have a washing machine at home. I know how the spin cycle works, for Christ's sake. You know, and he really got mad because I wasn't buying his explanation as to how we're sticking to the outside of a spinning object. But eventually you capitulate because you're tired of hearing this shit and you're supposed to be passing. This is the problem with school. If you don't go with the prescribed curriculum, you're punished either through failure or they're going to repeat you or something else. So it's just best to give them the answers that they want, whether they're correct to you or not. You're conditioned that way. So they go on and they teach you 12 years, a whole lot about nothing. Fill your brain with useless garbage. And that shit, that's the fundamental thing. Because if I can make you believe something is physically impossible as being on a spinning water ball in a void, spinning around at unfathomable speeds.
Mach 10.
You know, I mean, we're talking about you can't
hypersonic.
Fucking crazy shit, right?
There's no sound in space. There's no sound in space.
Listen, Max, I just want to add in one more thing on what your reply was. Now, if you were to walk outside and you said you wouldn't think it's flat, I want to rebuke that by saying your whole life has experienced nothing but flatness in your cereal bowl that you've put on your table. Yeah, it has. So let me just finish. It has. The equilibrium inside your ears. Okay, the everything that you do is based on levelness. Everything you do and experience in your life is based on everything being level. The reason that your cup is set on the table and it doesn't slide off is because it's level and flat. You've experienced it your whole life, and the only reason you think it's a ball is because somebody told you to believe it.
That's a false equivocation. My table has no bearing in whether the planet is a globe or that's a false equivocation, and you know it. Come on.
I'm talking about if nobody had influence on your thought, you would experience those kinds of things. So you would have no. Hold on. You would have no reason to think it's a sphere because you would be experiencing level your whole life.
I also told you that I from the place that I come from, I have no.
The place that you come from doesn't. You don't have a table. You don't have a bathtub. You don't have.
Again, my table doesn't have anything to do with the shape of the planet.
Yes, it does.
Where I live, I gave you my most honest answer. From where I live, the topography here is so crazy that I couldn't.
Yes, topography is not the shape of something.
That's what I wanted to point out. That's what I wanted to point out because I was just thinking you're in Uruguay. There's a lot of mountains and things in Uruguay.
No,
and I mean you can get
the
up
mountains succumb to levelness. I mean, the top of the.
Saying is you see a topographical plane, is what you end up seeing. And that's why I'm so careful not to say flat. I say that the Earth is a level, stationary topographical plane contained.
I say the surface of water,
but yes. System.
Yeah,
it's contained within a dynamic fluid pressure system. We experience.
I know the claim of the flat Earth. Yeah,
but I'm saying that's what my experience is. That's what I experience.
And that's what I'm trying to tell you, Matt, that you've experienced, Max, is that you've experienced level and your equilibrium.
If I could finish my sentence. Okay. The table has no bearing on whether the planet is flat. Okay. But the reason I do think that if I were in that position that I didn't know anything is that there's such a crazy, ups and downs in Uruguay, and we don't have mountains. The highest hill here is 500 meters. So
that's what I mean. It's like it's not flat. If you go even further south, man, it's even worse.
On the city,
just because you see a hill doesn't mean that you don't feel level.
That's right. The foundation of your place right now is
finish
very
a sentence.
Level. Yeah, let him talk, y'all. You guys keep talking over him, man. Let Max talk.
The only thing I would have to extrapolate the shape of the planet would be the topography of my city. If I were in that situation that I didn't know anything. So I told you my most honest answer. I wouldn't arrive at the conclusion that
I
the whole
just-
planet is flat, and I wouldn't arrive at the conclusion that the planet is a sphere. I have no more information to go on.
I don't think
but-
you took into consideration all of your life experiences that you would have. Is my whole point is that we all used to be globers, even though we've experienced level flat plane lifestyle our entire lives. It's
don't
just the
agree.
way
I
it
don't
is. That's a
agree.
fact. That's a fucking
No,
fact.
I don't agree with that.
You don't have to agree. It's a fact.
We can disagree, but because to me that is not a fact.
Okay, Max,
Yeah,
I have one serious question, but no pressure. You agree that cults have existed?
Yeah.
Are you aware of some of the most dangerous cults that have existed?
Yeah.
So in those dangerous cults, many people went against their senses and went against obvious reality. Would you agree?
Repeat that. I'm sorry, I got.
Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Thank you. In the most dangerous cults that you may be aware of, do you think they went against obvious reality? The cult believers.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment.
Okay, thank you. In our assessment, we believe this is what's going on with the globe belief. We can go very deep into the details, and we really appreciate your patience here and sharing your point of view and your time. But yeah, thank you, Jaren. Thank you, Soul and THC for everything you guys do.
Right on, Eden.
Yeah, it's a psychological hold they got you under, Max.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to get. It can
not
go very
really.
deep.
No,
Max.
Not really.
And that's what
No,
somebody
I
who's
don't-
brainwashed would say. Like, we expect you to say that.
Showed me proof, incontrovertible proof of the flat Earth, I would change my mind. I have no problem in saying that.
Well, that's
still
why
have
I
no-
say your physical reality is the incontrovertible proof.
See, here's the point, and this is what I bring out. And this thing,
Sorry,
you
dude.
gotta go with this. This is for real. There's a lot of psyops and truths that I get into. Okay, and one of the biggest things that we have, you notice the second half of my name says unchained mind, and what that means is most people's minds are chained to the thoughts they've been given and the ideas they've been given. You have to break that chain. You have to explore. You have to look into things for yourself. Now, what I found is that because I'd already been into, fake of the moon landing, that kind of thing, right? But I wasn't on to flat Earth yet. I was into the JFK thing, but not flat Earth yet, right? I mean, I go back a ways, the shit that I've been looking into, right? Ever since I was a kid. Stuff like this has always fascinated the hell out of me. And I've gone down many rabbit holes, UFOs, reptilian people, all this other kind of stuff, right? And what you do is you explore it, and then until you find where, nope, this doesn't work, blah, 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 blah. But the point is, I explored it. But when I came down to it, I knew that there's always something amiss, right? Things are not as they appear to be as far as our political structure is concerned. The world geopolitical structure is an illusion, right? But when you come down to the idea that you realize that where you're at, and you find out that they've not only lied about where you are, they've lied about when you are and who you are. Okay. What happens is, if you can imagine this tower of so-called lies that looks like a Jenga tower. You ever see that game Jenga where somebody's got to keep on a tile? Okay. That one is the critical tile. Level Earth is the critical tile. When you pull that, the Jenga tower of deceit falls right in front of your eyes. You start losing all of these things where you go, holy shit, they lied about where I am. And then you find out, oh my God, they've lied about when I am. This isn't even the right fucking date. And who I am. Man, absolutely. And no wonder they can, if they keep you in that paradigm, they keep you as a happenstance of random cataclysms, and you're insignificant on this little tiny little blue thing that nobody would notice from across the galaxy. And how could there be a creator when you realize this thing is created? God's favorite number, I'm going to put it out there, it's phi 1 to 1.618. Okay, just going to throw that out there. That's the Fibonacci. That's the golden ratio. You see it in everything. There, when you realize that you are created, you're more powerful than you believe. That you manifest your own reality. That you're a co-creator with God. It gives you a greater sense of purpose with yourself, just on a personal level. You realize
Wake up to the truth, Max. Woo-hoo-hoo!
That's what you wake up to find, is that I'm not just random. I'm not just an accident. I'm here for a reason. I'm not just on this living organism, machine, whatever.
What reason is
I am
that?
part of it. I'm part of it. I'm part of the earth. I'm not on earth. I'm part of the earth. And I'm a sentient portion of the earth.
I agree that we are part of the earth, that if when you get buried, you go back to being part
Yeah,
of
but
the earth.
here's the thing, Max. This isn't you. Really?
Yes,
Okay.
this is me.
No, it's not. That's your avatar. That's your meat suit. That's not you. That's not you. That's
Well,
your
I'm a
meat suit.
naturalist, so yeah, this is me, and this is the only me that will ever be and that has ever
Well,
been.
that's your meat suit. I agree with that. The genetics.
We're
are
all
quite-
you, though. It's all energy. We all share the same thing. We all share one thing.
What
It's
is that
not
spark
blood.
of life? What is that
Life
spark
force.
of life? That consciousness? Where are those thoughts that you have? Are your thoughts
Life
actually
force.
coming from your head, or are they
Yes.
actually coming from somewhere else into your head?
No,
From a
it
higher.
is from my head. If you do something to my brain, I'm no longer me.
Right. Well, wait a second. No, not necessarily. Not necessarily. You just broke the avatar. That's all.
When
You
you
just
figure out
broke
that
the
you is
avatar.
me and I'm you and you're the trees and the bees and the birds and the sea and everything else, when you figure out what me means, you're right. You're almost there, man. You're almost there.
Thing is that
No,
you have
not
to
really.
have a physical incarnation. Listen, you have to have a physical incarnation in order to operate in this 3D reality, if you want to call it that, or in this world. We live in a 3-dimensional world, and we have to have this 3-dimensional avatar in order to operate here. Okay, but the whole thing is that this right here is no different than my car. Okay, if my car breaks down and it won't be fixed again, boom, it's DOA, dead, gone. It goes off to the junkyard. I can't drive it no more. It's dead. Did the driver die? No, the driver didn't die. The driver's still around. You can even look at it like this. There's people that will recognize you across town based on your car. They'll say, hey, there goes Max, or hey, there goes Dave, or there goes Mike. They didn't actually see you. They saw your vehicle and they recognized it. They know who the driver of that vehicle is, but they recognized you by your vehicle, by your avatar.
You're a
That's
naturalist,
how we
right?
operate.
Yeah.
What's the same thing that you and a tree have in common? Like, with the main thing?
The fundamental molecules like the carbon, the oxygen.
You're
and
both
so on.
alive.
Yeah, that too. But I mean, on a most fundamental level, yeah. If you want to go,
So in the spiritual world, that's fueling your life. What do you think that might be? What would be your explanation?
I
of what
wouldn't call that spiritual. I would say that when I eat the lettuce, I get the natural processes that keep my body going.
the tree didn't eat any lettuce?
No, the tree has a natural process that gives the photosynthesis.
So what's giving it the power to stay alive? How is it becoming alive and staying alive? Don't you think you have that in common with the tree, that you're both alive? You have some
It's,
type of energy?
No, it's natural. It's all natural processes.
Yeah, it's natural. We're all natural. We're all nature. I agree.
But there has to be something driving that consciousness. And it's not just movement based on need, because we're very thoughtful in the things that we do, the things that we're thoughtful while we're doing other things. I mean, we have complex emotions, we have complex thought patterns. We're really, it's not just a stimulus and response type of a situation. So we do have this consciousness that's not derived from just some chemical process or some other nonsense like that. It's derived from that spirit, from that
There's an
soul.
orchestra being played out. There's this energy that's fueling everything on earth. Everything that's alive and moving and biological is being fueled by that same exact energy.
I disagree with that. Can you give me 1 second? I need to take my contacts off. They're really killing me.
Gotcha,
Yep.
buddy.
They're causing you to be blind.
I see. I know.
Maybe
Yeah.
Mac can check him out. He'll have all the answers finally.
Great talk so far. Thank you, guys.
Hey, you know what? No
What's
problem.
up, Greg? Live music. What's up, Taking Back Eden? What up, y'all?
Happy to be here.
Good
with you
evening.
guys.
What's going on, Greg?
Not much, man. Wanted to come on here and ask Max a couple questions.
Let's hear it.
For a Glober, I appreciate that he seems genuine.
Yeah.
Which is a rare thing to have.
Discussion is
Somebody
always
coming on
welcome,
here.
isn't it?
I think I think his belief is consensus based. I really do. I don't think it's upon any real examination, and not faulting him or anything else like that, because that's the way most of us had it. It was through consensus, you know, and they make it a point to make it mockable, because if you think back in school, and like I said, I remember, you know, they said, well, boys and girls, back before they knew the earth was a globe, people thought the earth was flat and that you'd sail right off the edge and show you some silly picture of the sailor going off the edge of the earth, you know, that silly nonsense they always show, right? And so it became a thing to where, not just with globe, but with anything, we've actually turned it in our society into a cardinal sin to be wrong. As if being wrong is a reason to be ridiculed for something. And this is why the globe side uses mockery most of the time. Okay. And nobody wants to be ridiculed. And because you're
their
going
model is
against
existing.
the
Their model
truth
is
being
hard
the
to believe.
you know, the consensus being truth, you can, if you're going along those lines of consensus actually being truth, and you know, well, you're going against the consensus. Ha ha ha. That means you're wrong. You're stupid. You wear the dunce cap and go sit up at the front of the class. You're
I
gonna maybe
disagree
go
with
sit in the
that,
hall, you know, that kind of
And
bullshit. It's
that's why
punishment reward.
I am the way I am. It's because I think that we can do a lot better, and we can understand each other better, and even come to a point where we can acknowledge that, okay, we might never think the same way, but we can still embrace each other and like try to
Don't
work
you think
for
that's a
something better.
closed-minded way that we'll never think the same way? Like, isn't it, that's
No,
what being
no.
open-minded is saying, like, I'm going to put myself in your shoes for a second and see if maybe I can and relate in any kind of way possible, right?
Well,
That's the most
Max,
humble
I think
thing
you
that someone
gotta-
can do.
Max, I think you got to understand, at least from my point of view, and I know from a lot of people that think similar thoughts to I do about the world, is that, to be honest, and I mean no offense to you, this I enjoy when you were away for a moment. I was telling the other guys that, unlike a lot of the Globers that get on here, I believe that you seem sincere and honest, even though we don't agree. But I have no interest in having a long-lasting relationship with people that see what I see as blatant lies. I'm not going to have, outside of this type of an atmosphere here that we have, what's going on right now, I'm not going to become close friends with somebody like that. I mean, my family, they're not believers, but also if I talk to them about the NASA stuff, they haven't seen all the frauds. And so that's one reason I wanted to come on, is ask you, because when I first tuned in, one of the first things I heard you say is that you see no reason to doubt NASA.
Yeah.
Am I to assume that you have not seen the countless videos of them faking ISS with wires, with glitches, with the hair sprayed up? I mean, because we have, and I say this all the time, I don't use the word literally and just throw it out there like a lot of people do, but we literally have hundreds of those examples. It's not just a small handful, and many of them are blatant. Are you denying that that's fakery, or do you just not see, like, where's the
No,
I see a
I've
disconnect
seen-
there. If you say you
I've
don't have
seen
no
the
reason to deny
video.
that.
I've seen the videos. I just find other explanations. Yeah, but
See, and that's where I
mean,
lose
that's fine.
respect for somebody like this.
That's
I can't.
fine. If you want to lose
I
respect
mean, I
for
don't
me
lose
because of
respect.
that, then that's fine.
But I don't lose respect for you as a person. I lose respect for you as a thinker. I can't take you as a serious thinker if you can watch that evidence
Okay.
that is so crystal clear and blatant, and yet your mind races to let's come up with another excuse as to why we saw that wire or we saw this glitch. Things that are literal physical impossibilities that your mind is racing to come up with another reason. But at least you're not coming back like Brenda. And
Max, I don't think he's throwing the totality of it, just that one thing that he's trying to show you. He's saying, like I was earlier with that whole boat experiment that Jaron was showing, how are red flags not popping up and how are you still defending this crap when it's clearly blatantly in your face?
I didn't defend. I didn't get a chance.
No,
to
I'm
speak
not saying you did.
all-
I'm not saying you did. But just like Greg's asking now, when you see these things come up, or if somebody is to show you these things, how can you sit there and defend it or have these alternative views when you're not saying to yourself, oh, maybe I should look into this more. Maybe there is something going on there.
Furthermore, there are a lot of people who are apathetic to this topic, which is leaving many people vulnerable because to us, this is a very dangerous position.
Okay. Ron, how are you guys?
Hey,
Everything
hey
okay?
guys. Thanks for letting me hop on so late, man. I was dead asleep. I started listening just for a couple minutes when Brenda was on, and I was just like, "Oh yeah, let me check
Jesus,
this
I'm
out."
so bad for that's why you went to sleep. You passed out.
Well, you know, when you're in the game, sometimes you fall asleep listening to streams. So I still had an earbud in, and then I just kind of woke up. I mean, I don't even know how many hours ago Brenda was on, or how long that person stayed. But anyway, Max, I'm glad you're here. I popped on just because of you, brother. Like, you guys may or may not know, I've hopped on Matters now like 2 or 3 times, and for the most part, Max has been chill with me. Like, I was the only flat earther amongst a sea of just globe believers, or some people would say globe zealots. And you know, I wasn't even going to get out of bed. I was like, oh yeah, Max has got it. He's got a strong personality. He's fine under pressure. But as you've maintained your composure, and these other folks, you know, like they have their beliefs of if there's a creator or not. They have everyone here has a little bit differing beliefs of what that creator may be. The reason I hopped on is because I feel like I could add just a tiny bit different flavor, because I'm very much a believer in the Messiah and Yah of the Bible, kind of like Austin Whitsitt. But the point I wanted to make is we're all trying to seek the truth. And I found out that truth in the last 2 years, truth has a resonance and a frequency. You can feel it. And the globe, the whole thing with the globe, brother, I believed it to be absolutely true. I believed that the heavens declared the glory of God. And I used to have just this belief that the heavens went on and on and on forever. And I used to believe that it displayed God's power, and it was a part of him, and it was a part of me. Like, I had a deep, deep faith in the universe, and I loved NASA. I was a fanboy, and all this was a part of my spirit, my soul. But 2 years ago, a friend of mine that I went to high school with was like, dude, I don't think the story like outer space is reality. I don't think that's real. He says, I think it's something that man invented, like heliocentric theory. Like, what's up with that? And I started looking into it, and slowly but surely, I realized that I did believe in what man told me and what man thinks. Like, currently, here we are, all different hours on the plane, talking out from our hearts, defending what we believe. And you're doing a great job holding your own in what you think, you know, the world is. But, you know, THC has laid down some facts about, like, dude, everything's flat and level, like the cereal bowl, and all water, you know, approaches and reaches level. And I know where you're coming from, Max, that your experience could be on a sphere, because it all seems and feels to be level at a local level. And I hear you like clinging on to what you truly believe is the truth, even though all these guys are throwing different stuff at you. But my main thing is, I truly believed in the globe, and I thought it's what the creator created. But when you start pulling that little string, like, okay, this doesn't make sense. Why would they be on wires? Or why did they fake this aspect of space? Why is this like so weird? you start to look into it deeper, and you look into the interferometry stuff with Dayton Miller and the Michelson Morley, and I know immediately your mind goes to how that could work, or how that is in your paradigm. But the bottom line is, none of us are moving at 1.2 million miles an hour right now. If you're just talking facts, not a single one of us is moving at that rate of speed, much less all the other speeds that they tell us about space. Now, I'll let you respond, because I know I kind of went on a filibuster. I just woke up, but I got on here because I care about you as a human being. Like, I love you, bro, even though we have different beliefs about globe versus flat. And I mean, THC and Sovereign, and, we have different, I already said this, we already have differing views about what the creator could be, but we're just talking about reality. We're stable, we're stationary, it's all level. I know that seems crazy, but it's just what it is, man. So yeah.
I don't think it's crazy. I think that our brains interpret the same data differently, and we arrive at different conclusions over the same information, because I have seen experiences of that in other things, like in optical illusions. Remember that about that dress, whether if it was black and blue or gold and whatever, I just accept that, and maybe we will never agree, but that's fine. I don't think that agreeing on that is paramount. I think that if we met outside of this whole situation of debating whether it's the globe, I think that I could hang out with many people because I present myself and I try to be not insulting. I try to let everyone speak, address their points. I don't say that, what you think is crazy. And I've done a lot of growth. I used to be one of those people who would say, if you're believing God, you're dumb or you're an idiot, whatever. But I don't do that anymore, because now I understand why people believe more. I just don't believe that. And someone in the chat said that I hate God. I don't hate God. I hate rarely anything.
Right.
It's my life. Fortunately, I have managed to do whatever I wanted throughout my life, and it's pretty good.
But you said you're a moral degenerate, right? You did say you're a moral degenerate.
No, I didn't say I was a moral degenerate. I said that I am a degenerate, which are quite different things.
Oh, okay.
A degenerate. Okay.
Hey,
yeah, a degenerate.
Let me say one more thing that was on my mind.
Go ahead.
I just profess my faith, in God and in Yeshua and Yah. But in this journey of seeking the truth in all things, a lot of my core beliefs in what my even beliefs are have been rocked and shaken in a way, because religion has been used many times. All of them, every religion has been used to control man. And I've had to let go of a lot of paradigms within my own belief system, which I'm not really going to go into, just because this isn't really a religious debate / topic, even though it kind of is. But here's the deal that I'm telling everybody, and I'm saying this before God, like I'm not afraid to say this. If I get to the end of my life and there is no Jesus, there's no Yeshua, there's no Yah, there's no God of the Bible, it's not going to be the end of the world for me. I've had to let go of my belief in Christianity. Like, I've had to let go of everything to let go of the globe earth, because the globe earth is a deception. And some people would tell me, yeah, dude, you're on the right track. The God of the Bible is a deception too. And Yeshua, no, man, it's all a control mechanism. And that's fine. If people still believe that my faith in Yah and Yeshua is like silly, that's fine. But 14 years ago, I gave my life to the Messiah because I was lost in drugs. I was abusive to myself. Like, as far as like, I had a mental illness where I like berated myself and belittled myself and said, why do you sound like that? You're such an idiot. You're such a loser. And I guess the world did that too. And I just like agreed with the world. Like, yeah, I'm a weird person. I have emotions. I have feelings. But I know I'm kind of like rambling, but when I die, I think what's going to matter most is how did I treat other people? And I'm not saying that's what gets you to heaven. I'm not saying you earn salvation if you're nice. That's not what I'm saying. Just keep seeking what is good, true, and beautiful. And a lot of the times with Globers, they treat everyone so terrible. They want to just berate us and belittle us and act like we're retarded and idiot. They say go back to school. The comment sections everywhere are terrible. Like,
Oh my, yes.
what people need to realize is we were absolutely Globers too. All of us thought it was real. The spinning ball, the heliocentric, THC said earlier, like, we know the heliocentric model, like, better than most. Anyway, I know I'm rambling, but a lot has
No,
changed.
it's fine.
A
And
lot
I
of
agree that
Yeah, go ahead, go
I
ahead.
moderate the MTD chat, and sometimes the things that people say about each other, it's like, it's crazy. There's no need to attack someone just because they think differently. There's no need to bring like people's families and call them this, call them that. I think that if we remove from that, we can have good conversations. And again, we might not ultimately agree, but it's not the end of the world if it's
It all
if we
starts with
don't
an open
agree.
mind. The conversation doesn't go anywhere. It's a dead end when you've got that closed mind. So it
No, but I
doesn't
don't
matter.
think it's a closed mind. I'm open to the possibility of not coming to an agreement.
Okay, so listen,
What?
Greg, I'm getting ready. I want to wrap it up here pretty soon, and I believe Greg had a question for Max, real quick.
Oh, that's just what I was asking him earlier, just based on if he had seen all the fakery and
Yes,
how,
I've seen
how
those.
yeah.
Okay.
But thank you, Soph.
Right on.
And
All
real
right,
quick
well-
question though, one other one, that was it Media Matters or what was the platform?
Matters now. If anyone
Matters-
wants to come on,
It-
everyone is welcome, and we
That's the-
try to be open and fair.
Is that the one that I know one of the other flat Earth debaters that goes on after Modern Day Debate to have after shows?
Yeah, we've
Ozian.
had Ram Boston Bear, we've had Taken Back Eden, we've had Flatman B, we've had Witsit, Toby, Alan. Everyone has come on. We try to be.
Is this your channel or is it a group of people?
It's Ozian and me right now.
Ozian, that's who I was thinking of.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right, so I'm going to go on through, and if you got a channel, go ahead and shout it out. THC, you want to give us some info real quick?
Yeah, mine's right there. THC Show.live. Go check it out. Got some cool merch, flat earth stuff. And always keep an open mind. Do all your experiments yourself and stop believing in second and third evidence. When it comes to believing in shit, do it yourself. Do the experiment yourself. Don't believe what you read on the first 10 things on Google. It's not the truth.
Right on. Greg, live music, you got a channel or anything like that? Do you want to plug?
As I've mentioned before, I've just got my channel's live music. There's some old videos there, some old activism stuff. Not a ton of it, but some you might find interesting. So that's it. Thank you guys.
And of course, Jaron, I don't know. You have a
Find it.
website or anything like that, or any kind of
Everything's at
YouTube
Jaronism.com. You can find it there. You can find it at everywhere. Just search Jaronism.
Can I find your email? Because I want to email you about setting up some stuff.
Telegram is the best way to get a hold of me. I don't really look at emails unless you're like sending me something that I go there specifically for that.
Thought of that.
Oh, but
Hold on, give me. Yeah, I think I have. Yeah, I have Telegram.
yep, it's just t.me/Jaronism. It's that
Okay.
easy.
Here, hang on a second. I got to do this. This is
Gotcha.
I didn't realize you don't have
That's
a
fine.
moderator status. So I'll put this in here. There we go. Bing, bing, bing. And I'll be sure and put that in the description of the video too. I didn't even think about it.
And I think that you had a great idea about the debatism. I think next time we'll do it. I'll have the mute button and we'll just let the first person talk until they say done. And then the next
Right.
person talk, and we'll go that way and we'll see how it goes. And we won't allow people to say, steel man my argument. Not
No.
any time debate. It doesn't make any sense.
No,
You just use that again to get 60 minutes of his own talking points. We don't want to see
Great
that.
point, Jaron.
How many buzzers do they get, dude?
Two. Two buzzers worth 10
Oh, we did it. We did utilize my idea then.
Okay, 2 buzzers that
Okay.
are worth 10 seconds. After that, it's up to you to maintain discipline and take notes. Because
Good
even if
job,
you're going
good job.
bah, 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 like that, nobody's going to hear you because the other guy's talking.
What about a no insult version for FTFE? Would he agree to that?
No, the guy just that guy's the worst.
What would he
No,
say?
We can't do that because we have to be able to insult him.
But remember, he says it's not an ad hom if he says it's true. So he can call you whatever you want. Say it's
Right.
true and that it's
An
not an
ad
ad hom.
But if you took that away from him, what would he have left? Really?
Nothing. That's the only thing I remember from the debate is that he told you that you were. What did he say? I don't even remember now. It was like something terrible. Like you don't deserve to live. Basically, is what he said. You should go crawl in a hole and
time and mail your grandchildren
But
have.
yeah, much love to him. Hopefully, he'll come to see what we see.
No,
I think he already sees it. He already sees it. He's disingenuous.
You know, when he's
Didn't realize.
doing that, or like when anybody's doing that, right? My whole thing's like this. I'm hearing blah, 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 and I'm listening for words, key words to whatever I'd asked or whatever like that. If I don't hear any of those key words and that's all they've given me, I'll just ask it again. I'm like, you didn't answer what I asked you, man.
Right. And just let
You
them
made a
answer.
bunch
I
of
think people-
speculation. You made a bunch of erroneous assumptions on my education level and all this other nonsense. And it was like, just tell me you feel academia is a credible authority on shit. And somebody said in the chat earlier, they said, oh, it sounds like Dave's had some traumatic experiences with teachers. No, not really. Not at all. No, I just found I couldn't believe that these, what they called teachers, were like the dumbest fuck people when it came to common sense. They was just the dumbest people. I came to that conclusion at a very young age, that I knew more shit half the time than the teacher did. Teacher wants to bring up something about, you know, whatever, some kind of other subject. Well, I'd already delved into that at home. I bring it in some more concept to it. And they're like, oh, don't, you're getting ahead of where we're actually at. And I'm like, well, isn't that the point? Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? You know? And I mean, I just couldn't, I couldn't get it. I mean, I couldn't believe you'd actually get punished for reading ahead.
Bro, I used to hear that all the time. You're getting ahead of the class, Mike. Slow
Back
down.
off, Mike. Slow down. We need you to learn slower.
Oh,
God, dude. I used to hear that all the time, and it bothered me. Like, what do you want me to do? Sit here and just stare at the wall?
So,
well, see, my mind, Dave, my mind wasn't going to the point when I was growing up. It wasn't until, you know, I mean, anyway, years ago that I learned about moon landing and other stuff, and then 2015 for flat Earth. But it's got to be weird for the younger generation, like some of our children. My child, who's in 5th grade, who goes to class, even at a Christian school, but knows the Earth is flat. Knows that. I mean, she'll come, no matter what topic she comes home with, even though it's not a public school, it's still like, well, there's actually another story to that. So that's got to be a weird place to be, where you know stuff, but like so many things to a different level. But one thing I'd like to add too about Craig, I would love to have a debate, get a hacker to hack in, shut off his live chat so he can't see it, and don't give him access to Google or his earphones,
No, he
and
wouldn't be able to
then see what he does.
Can't do it.
Oh no, that would be hysterical though.
He'd barely be like, I don't know what happened. Then his camera would go out.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
I mean, a lot of people get mad that I let those guys on my channel so much, but I really think that if you watch them, they never provide anything. So there's no chance that anybody's a flat earther that's watching my channel, that's watching Craig or McToon get on my channel, and then saying, now I'm a believer. So
destroying themselves, basically.
Yeah, and I think it exposes them. I think it exposed, like the way he acted with Silver is he exposed himself.
Very
So,
revealing. Yeah, I
the only
agree, Jaron.
person that he
Thank you.
doesn't, the only person he doesn't do that to is his audience, because their audiences are usually little boys. They're like high school boys or a little older, and they're like so afraid of thinking on their own. They need somebody to do the thinking for them, and they just feel better when McToon or FTFE gives them their truth. And they love to make fun of. I mean, go look at the comment section of those guys' videos. It's literally the dumbest shit you ever read.
Yeah, Jaron, in your opinion, if you don't mind, who do you think is the most respectful globe defender out of the 10 years? Is there any?
I can't really say that there is one that I could think of off the top of my head. I mean,
I'm trying to think.
I know the answer, but I'm not going to tell you. I'm going to type it in my chat. I know the answer. I'm not going to tell you. Like when Craig did that repeatedly, like, come on, how could his followers respect that attitude?
Yeah, like we should be
Because
respecting the people we're chatting with.
Think about if you're a nerd, right? If you're a nerd or you're a dork or whatever, then you have a hard time ever making fun of anybody. In your whole life, you got made fun of, you got bullied in school. So all of a sudden, there's a particular thing that comes up, flat Earth comes up. You've already been told that flat Earth is the dumbest thing in the world. So it's your invitation for the first time in your life to think that you're smarter than somebody, to think you have one up on somebody. And then you've got these people like FTFE and McToon, which basically run a comedy show, which is just terrible. And it's got no substance, but they get off on it because it's like their only chance. And guess what? I'm talking about those two as well. Do you think that those guys were popular in school? No, they were dorks. They were hall monitors. So that's their first time in their life that they've been able to feel like they're morally, or not morally, to feel like they're intellectually superior to people.
Yeah, and can you play can you play their this type of content in front of 3 third graders? Absolutely not. The curse words.
No, it's just it's It's very
Jared
low
brings up a
brow.
good point. Like if you're a Globe defender and you're there to support him, it's all just like fallacy after fallacy after fallacy and
He has
repetitive
2,400 he has
parrot
2,400
squawking
channel
like
members.
script writing.
It's 2,400 channel members. I have like 104. I think Austin has like 120, and he's got 2,400. So I mean, you're talking about just people. And then if you watch his show, he's like, "Oh, somebody else donated 500 memberships, and somebody else donated." Now, for all I know, that's his way of getting paid for what he's doing. I don't know. I'm just saying, could be that somebody comes along and dumps him these fake memberships or these free memberships, and everybody gets them. But you can just tell that those people are basically like, please confirm my beliefs. They just keep shoveling him money. Confirm my beliefs.
I think you're right though, because if you do go back and you really read the comments, it feels like generated it feels like this basic.
Well, just
it
people
just feels
showing
like
up to
copy
giving
and paste
100
stuff. It feels
Why would you
copy
give-
and pasted.
Why would you give 100 memberships away to a Globe channel? Doesn't make sense to me.
None
Somebody
of it makes
shows up,
sense.
They're going to donate.
No,
$5
but it works the same on the Flat Earth
No, it
channel.
doesn't.
Everyone supports the content, and that's
No, but they're in
perfect.
there
No,
like
no,
it's
no,
a
no,
rave
no.
club. But it's not like they're celebrating. Like it's
First
not.
of all,
like
we're here telling people the things they don't want to hear. Austin and I, when we're on there, we're telling people things that they don't want to hear. People hate us because of the things we say. So
Mhm.
there's a difference. People don't hate.
No,
FTFE.
but wait, but you have an audience too that does this. That pretty much you get donations and you get memberships, and it's
I
pretty
said I
much
have
the same
100. I
thing.
said I have 102 memberships versus he has 2,400. Do you understand the difference of that? That's the difference between making $300 a month and 10,000. There's a big difference there. It's not the same. So don't say it's the same. It is clearly, and it might be YouTube that does it. I don't know. Somebody is definitely their content gets pushed. Their content gets listed. If you go search Flat Earth, you're going to get all of their content, not ours. So we're the ones fighting uphill constantly, having to deal with shit, being called names, all this stuff. And we don't make shows where we're just like, let's make fun of FTFE this whole show. But they'll do
Any
this-
Pro
they'll do
Globe
us.
video has algorithm priority.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just you have to realize that and there's nothing else they do that with. What else do they have to block by shadow banning the people speaking about it? Nothing. The globe and Flat Earth is the only thing.
I say all the time, I wouldn't even have to prove that the Earth is not a sphere. All you have to do is look into the psychological value of it all and notice that it's fucking propaganda being blasted down your throat. And if you can see through the matrix, then you can clearly see what it is.
And you shouldn't be so afraid. If you have a scientific truth, then it will never be defeated. Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. But these guys feel like they have to defend the globe so with vitriol. Like what are they doing? What do they think they're doing? Here's the thing. I said from the very beginning, when we started coming out saying space is fake, all this stuff, as humanity, all you guys should have said, you know what? We don't agree with these guys saying it, but we understand why they would say it. And so we want to join them in telling NASA to prove their shit. Instead, you guys got in our fucking way. And we've been dealing with that for 9 years, having to fight through other citizens, other human beings. When we're trying to help you, we're saying they're lying to you.
Yeah,
And
well
you guys are like,
stated.
no, we're going to protect them. Okay. I mean, imagine the people who stood up for Big Pharma. Big Pharma stood in court and admitted to fraud. Every single manufacturer of any kind of medicine has stood in court and said, we've frauded people. So we were here saying, hey, don't trust these people. And you guys got in the way and protected them. So
Same
no,
with
believe
big-
them.
Same with big tobacco. Remember all the people that lied in Congress?
Yeah.
And people, yeah, exactly. People were protecting them.
Right.
And
So-
going after truth seekers.
Yeah, we should just whatever happened to like being human beings first. That's what's crazy is that you should be human beings first. You can have different opinions on life, and that's what I started out with. You know, when I first got into this, Reg Rhetoric would call me on Skype and be like, "Hey, what are you doing? Hey, can I talk to you about this math thing?" And he'd kind of be helping me out, kind of being a nice guy. Then all of a sudden he'd be like, "Hey, you want to just discuss this on my show live right now?" I'd be like, "All right." So I go on the show. The second the show started, he'd be like, "All right, this is this idiot flat earther we're about to school," and he just be completely changed into a different person who hated me. And it's like, what the fuck's going on here? And then, they would lie about, oh, can you have one time that, no, what was it before Modern Day Debate? A non sequitur show. Remember non sequitur show? He called me one time. He's like, hey, there's a guy tonight that wants to discuss flat earth. He just wants to ask you some questions. I'm like, just about flat earth? He's like, yeah, he doesn't really understand it. He just wants to ask some questions. Like, all right, I show up and it's Aaron Raw, who I didn't even know at the time. But there's people still today that are like, oh, I saw you get schooled by Aaron Raw in that debate. I'm like, it wasn't a debate. I was told to go show up that some guy wanted to talk about flat earth. And then he started asking me all these questions. I'm like, I don't know the answer to that. And then, it's the tactics that they use are underhanded. They're disgusting. They're never how you would treat somebody that's a human being. You cannot look at somebody who believes the earth is flat as less than a human being. And those guys do. They do. Absolutely. And they lie about us because of it. And they think that because they have the truth, that's what they think, that it's okay to lie. I don't know I think it's taught in school nowadays. I've seen it taught about Werner von Braun. They gave this worksheet for children to take home, and it said, read this story about this guy. And it was a story about a Nazi SS officer who killed people and was in charge of Peenemünde. And then the next paragraph said, this guy was a great rocket scientist and he took people to the moon, blah, 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 blah. And then it says to compare and contrast them. Then you tell the students at the end, they're the same person. And the moral of the story is that the ends justify the means. It was okay that he was this terrible person because he did these great things. That is the worst. You don't want to teach people that. And that's what they're teaching now. Now
Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer is an example of that. Think about this. Here's this little deer. He's born with an obvious birth defect, right? He's different than the other freaking deer. So they tease him, they mock him, they won't let him play games with him and shit until even Santa's down for segregating him. You know, fuck you, Rudolph. And then they realize that they can use his handicap to their advantage. And now everybody likes him and shit. Oh, yeah, now we like him, you know? I mean, it's like, that's a sick fucking story. And it's that same damn thing.
A lot of stories. I mean, learn about Santa Claus, learn
For
about
the
what
greater good.
It's all these things that they put disgusting things everywhere, and they are moral degenerates. The ones who run the world, they don't care if they're evil. They tell you that they're not, and they want you to be good and do all these things, but they just run the world into the ground. And look at the world that we have now. It's a world of disgusting pedophilia and things like that. Confusion. And they did a great job at that. And you know what? If you tell people lies, then all of a sudden at some point when they realize they've been lied to, they no longer trust anybody. And that's the problem with the truth community. We can't go anywhere because we all have these little factions that don't, oh, Jaren's a shill, this person's a shill, that, well, why? It's because everyone's so afraid of being lied to that they don't trust anybody anymore. And that's a problem, right? It's a problem. And if you don't believe the exact same thing as them, now they hate you for that. I'm not like that. I believe that you can believe what you want. I'll believe what I want. We can hopefully talk about it. But I just learned that those guys really don't want to talk about it. FTFE does not want to learn my opinion of things. He feels he's right. He feels the globe is true. And so he can get away with lying. He can make fun of people and they don't care because they're like, well, in the end, the globe will win. So when we say things like, why do we see too far? Or why does this happen? Or this experiment? They don't care because they're like, you're wrong. There's no way all these scientists are lying. And so they don't have a problem treating us like shit. That's their opinion. So to me, those people are scum, but I think it's good to show them. I think it's good to let them on the channel.
Thank you, Jaren.
Expose themselves.
Thank you, Jaren. You're a legend.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think the new idea, I think if we try that out, I think it's going to work out. I really do. Because I mean, once you take that away, this
filibustering, and he always says, like, can you let me finish? It's the 32nd time that I'm going to start all over again because you don't let me It's like, and then he'll just interrupt you to no end.
It's icing the kicker, bro. I always call it. That's a good strat.
It's just ridiculous. And this whole thing that FTFE keeps doing with the, it's what we predicted and we saw it and therefore it's true. It's the dumbest thing ever. How does he word it? What's his wording? It's like the same wording every time. It's like, so
I wish.
stupid.
All right, I got a great analogy to this, right?
Yeah. Okay. It's the globe prediction. It's the globe prediction.
Please don't ask the question again just because you don't understand it. Okay, Jaren, thank you.
So I see Monday through Friday or Monday through Saturday, every day at the same time, I see a little red sedan pass my house headed up toward the highway. And a short while after that red sedan goes by, my mail is delivered. Now on Sunday, I don't see the red sedan, and I also don't see my mail. My mail doesn't come on Sunday. So therefore, that red sedan passing my house causes my mail to arrive. Is that a valid hypothesis? That's proof right there that the red sedan actually causes my mail to arrive. No, it's not. Okay, it just happens that there's a guy that goes to work shortly before my mail arrives, Monday through Saturday. That's all that means. Okay, they want to say that causation would, I predict that this red car is going to go by at such and such a time. Yep, there it goes. Okay, so that means that within this certain amount of time, I should see the mail truck arrive. Well, there it arrived. I proved it. There it is. No, it doesn't mean that at all.
No, they're like, in our model, that we predict that the sun will set and the sun sets, therefore it's a globe. It's like, what? You missed some logic there, my friend. Can't just say that. You can't say, I think the Bigfoot will deliver my mail every day at noon, and I go out at 12:30 and the mail is there. Therefore, Bigfoot delivered it. It's what we expected. It's what we predicted. And it's what we saw. And therefore, what we say is true.
It's what we expected is what we predicted, and it happened.
But
And then
Jaron, we also have picture evidence too. I showed you the photographic
You
evidence.
did show me. That's the
Bigfoot
funniest thing you ever
delivering
showed
the
me.
mail.
Show me a picture of Bigfoot.
Oh,
delivering the mail.
Jaron,
Yes.
when I said that I'm a degenerate, it is kind of true in some sense, but the reason I said that was to kind of diffuse the situation and get people to stop insulting each other in that particular after show, and it worked because no one insulted anyone else after
Why
that.
don't you? So here's my problem with that: is that the people that we see lying a lot seem to be these atheistic, nihilist guys. So to me, it looks like, okay, when you have nothing to live for, when there is no God, when there is no reason, we're just all accidents. We are basically an explosion in space that it came to amoebas, and it's been 13.4 billion years, and here we are. So if you live that kind of life, you inside yourself must really feel sometimes it's okay to lie. Like your whole goal must be just don't get caught. Hold on, I'm not talking about you. I'm saying you as in the people that I'm talking about. That they feel like their whole goal is don't get caught. And when you look around at the elite and these people in government positions, that you can see that happening. These Michael Wieners and their laptops and the Biden son, they're all degenerates. And they absolutely think like their whole goal in life is just don't get caught here on Earth. Or a lot of us, we feel differently. We feel we will be judged in the end by what we do here. So we're careful. But I get called liar every day. You're a liar. You're a liar. You hear Brenda tonight. I'm a liar. I'm lying about everything. I don't lie about anything. Why would I lie about something? I think I'm going to be judged when I'm done.
0 sense, man.
Why would I? It doesn't make any sense. Why would I lie? If I'm going to lie about the flat Earth, that means I know that it's not flat. So what am I doing? Why would anybody do that? I'm ruining my life. I'm ruining my reputation. I can't get a job for something isn't true, that so I can make $1,000 a month. Get the hell out of here. It's ridiculous.
Right.
It's like, why would anybody assume that? And again, to me, when I look at somebody like that who doesn't have a job, who's doing, well, that's the person that lies. Why wouldn't that person do that? Right. So to me, there's a big difference when somebody's a believer. And again, yeah, could somebody lie to me? Sure. But I can tell when somebody's genuinely trying to be a good person, when they're genuinely trying. And then when somebody doesn't care about being a good person, there's people out there who don't care. So again, to me, the Reds rhetoric will just call you names and all these things, or people that'll lie about you, or people that will try to get your address given out to them for giving $100. That there's a problem there. If you think I would ever come on my show and be like, hey, give me Brenda's address and I'll give you $100, that is disgusting. Give me a Glober's address so we can. I've heard them say before, like, oh, we can find out where he lives, and if you guys want to give him a call, like, what the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about believing that somebody believes the Earth is flat. That's not giving you permission to look up their address and phone number and have your audience call them and troll them. What's wrong with people? And that's your side. That's not our side. So
having no Ruth. That's true.
Toon actually just has a night where he randomly calls flat earthers on his Facebook.
Holy
I even
shit.
messaged him. I said, "You ever call me? I'll kick you in the face."
Yeah, Toon told other people. He said, if you can find him in Houston, go get him. Like, called him up to go get me.
This is
I'm
what
like,
they
what?
have to do.
Seems like a form of terrorism in a way.
It is.
Well,
It's disgusting.
I was going to mention that this very much is a spiritual battle for truth, and if everyone on all sides of this whole deal would just slow down and like check the ego and just set aside the pride and the ego and just look. The whole world wants us divided. They want us arguing. They want us angry. They want us bickering and fighting.
Yep.
And I mean, the food's poisoned, the water's poisoned, everybody's sick, and like the real reason of what like health and sickness even is weird. Bottom line, Max, I'm really glad you came, and if everyone will just check the ego and actually look into it. So I was going to say, my friend Chris put an awesome link on Jaron's site. If you just go to jaronism.com/playlist, I'll drop it in the chat too. It's got a crazy amount of information on there.
Yeah, so much stuff.
Yeah, so much good stuff on there. You're not going to get in trouble for asking questions about where we live and what is the truth. What's the true nature of our realm? And I mean, I say it's a realm now. If anything, just call it a small detail to actually look into it for yourself personally. Look into some of the, because if you just cling to, but the globe works because you're not ever going to see like, what the heck are we even talking about? And here's my, prophetic announcement. Flat Earth is going nowhere. the true nature of where we live is going nowhere because science is going nowhere. Scientism has made a big push for the truth, but we're finding out that stuff's not true. So keep being you, keep being an individual, keep hanging in there, and you'll find the truth. You don't have to rush, but yeah, it's definitely a level topographical plane.
I would say so far, just to re-answer the question, who's the most well-behaved Glober? I would say Roofy, just with me. I've never heard him like yell at somebody or call them names. He seems like he's fallacious a lot of the times. I mean, I think he's somebody who just will take whatever information he can and fudge it until it fits the globe. Now, he would say the same thing about flat Earth, but again, when you are defending the current going science, I don't think you need to do that. When you are fighting against lies, sometimes you need to see if something fits in the corner, fits over here. You got to kind of throw spitballs and see what sticks. That's just the nature of being lied to. You don't have all the answers. We don't have all the evidence. So to come up with the truth is pretty difficult. So,
but Ruhif seems very disingenuous to me. Max seems
sure, but that wasn't what was asked, right? What was asked?
Yeah, no, I know.
Yeah.
But there's being nice only goes so far if you can read through that. But I get where you're coming from. I agree on that standpoint. If it's from presentation and you're coming into it as an outsider, has no knowledge on either side, then yeah, you're going to think, hey, this he's cool.
Yeah, I think that I've thought that there would be more of that, like conversations where we just all get together and we have a conversation, Globers and flat earthers, and we just talk about things. But that's become impossible. That doesn't happen anymore because people will immediately go to you're a liar, you're a chill, you're a grifter. And when you start that shit, nobody can take that and just sit there and be like, okay, let's talk about something else. No, when somebody calls you a grifter, you're going to get pissed at them and go, no, you're a fuck, So this is the problem, is that people have this inability to see people as human beings now and recognize, and it's the internet. The internet is the problem. In real life, nobody can talk to you like that to your face. You'll punch them in the fucking neck. But here on the internet, people can act however they want, call you whatever name they want. They can act tough. You think Toon could stand up to anybody in person? No. The guy's soft. So the problem is that the internet has introduced, it's allowed these keyboard warriors to act like tough guys. That's the problem. So.
So many.
All right, I'm gonna duck out. It's been late. It's a long show.
I'm gonna let Tony say something, then Brenda real quick, and then I'm gonna get off of here because it's 5.5 hours we've been going, and it's been a great.
Thank you,
stream.
Thank you.
Love you guys so much. Later.
Peace.
What do you got for us, Tony?
Yo, I was just gonna say, Jaron does a very good job of not showing his cards, and just a little bit that I heard right there, Jaron has a spot on. He sees all the tactics that they do. I want to say good, Jaron. I can tell that you know what's up, even though you're not getting triggered when they're on your show. So, thanks, Jaron.
Thank you, Tony. Thanks for coming up. Brenda, you got something real quick before we sign out?
All I hear is crying from losers that can't figure out the Earth isn't flat.
Oh, okay. Well,
That's all you do.
You must
Did you just do that, Brenda?
You must have been watching somebody else's show. So,
see, I disagree with that. I don't think that's productive in any sense, and I try not to do that. I try to change, and if we can all be better to each other, we can maybe get to the bottom of this. That's why I asked the question about an experiment. We can all agree that we can maybe possibly do that's feasible.
And just so you know, Max, that is what we're trying to do. Is we are trying to get to the bottom of it, and the reason that we're telling you all this is because we love you, right? Like what's his name said, we're doing this because we care about you. We care about every person that we don't have to sit here and tell you, hey man, I know that they're lying to you. Like, don't you think, like, listen to what we're trying to tell you. Like, we're trying to wake you up from a spell. You are under a spell when it comes to that aspect of things, maybe even other things. Maybe I'm wrong about some things that I don't know about, and you could wake me up to that. That's what. But like you said, when we can all sit down and talk about it and discuss it and be open-minded, then yes, we can put ourselves in each other's shoes and come to an understanding together, even if we disagree.
Right on. All right. Well, I want to thank everybody for coming up tonight. Y'all peace out. Have a good night. We're gonna go ahead and cut this thing down here for the evening. It's been a long show, 5.5 hours. That's well long enough for the old Sav. I'm feeling kind of tired. Everybody that showed up in chat, welcome new people, everybody. This has been a great stream. I want to thank Jaron for coming on. I think the new debate idea is pretty good, at least streamlining it. Maybe we'll come up with some more ideas with it too, but I think right now we kind of got it hashed out. Maybe we'll give it a shot. Hopefully so. Until then, I just want to let everybody know, remember, the Lord loves a working man. Don't trust Whitey, and see your doctor and fire his ass, because he'll probably kill you. Y'all have yourselves a good evening. Until next time. Good night.